Chapter 999. Seeing such an opponent, Long Chen's blood was already boiling. This was the most evenly matched opponent, and also the opponent that made him the most excited. The so-called extreme game should refer to breaking through one's own limits, killing one, or even two, or even three of himself. As for Su Zhen, he was already old. He might not be able to do better than Long Chen. Turning his head to look, he didn't expect Su Zhen to have a face full of confidence. Seeing that this old fellow was also very confident in defeating him, he probably had some kind of trump card. In any case, from his expression, Su Zhen seemed to think that he would win for sure. Why is he so confident? Let's begin, two lucky fellows, Yi Wushang said calmly. When Long Chen thought of Su Zhen's appearance and how he was called a little fellow, he almost vomited. At this moment, Yi Wushang casually moved, and immediately, Long Chen felt that he was separated from the outside world, trapped in a blood-colored world. This world had a radius of 100 meters, enough for Long Chen to fight, and it was completely sealed. In front of Long Chen, there was only another him, standing in the same posture. Under Yi Wushang's wave, the two disappeared in front of Yi Wushang. Two blood-red clouds descended from the sky, wrapping them inside. This little fellow can feel the desolate sky, and even the gate of life and death. Although he's already very good at concealing his aura, he should be a dragon warrior. The legendary dragon warrior has so many acupuncture points in his body, even I can't count them all. Compared to the useless me, he should be more suitable for the Scarlet Blood Desolate Sky, and that combat skill. Thinking of the Scarlet Blood Desolate Sky and the power of that combat skill, even Yi Wushang himself felt a chill. This is my, Yi Wushang's, true treasure. However, even if you're a dragon warrior, it depends on whether you have the life to take away my things from here. Long Chen had many questions in his mind. In the Divine Kingdom, the Master is like a god. He can create anything. For example, the flowers and grass here are all created by him. However, even the Master of the Divine Kingdom can't do too many things. For example, some things that are beyond his power. This was what Kitten told Long Chen. Long Chen understood immediately after hearing it. However, it's really exciting to fight with myself. It's useless even if I activate the true martial emperor spirit. Long Chen felt all the blood in his body boiling. His divine energy circulated. Long Chen also took out floating blood divine sword and rushed towards his other self. I know you. Are you going to use this move? His other self chuckled. His expression and intelligence were no different from Long Chen's. Blood sword. Blood sword. The two swords crossed. His opponent's strength was exactly the same as his, so Long Chen couldn't hurt him at all. However, at this time, he was holding the sword with one hand, and his other hand was free, so he punched out. Void shatter. Void shatter. What made Long Chen depressed was that his opponent also used void shatter. At this rate, no matter what he used, his opponent would be able to detect it and use the same attack. Do you think I'll imitate you? His opponent suddenly laughed. That relaxed expression was exactly the same as Long Chen's. The two fists collided and both retreated. At this moment, his opponent suddenly sped up, and golden lightning appeared on his body. Even Xiao Jin can copy it. Long Chen was a little surprised. Because of this, his opponent's speed was similar to his. He waved floating blood divine sword wildly. Zhan Long with a slash, a blood-red light shot towards Long Chen. That sharp sword light was like a waterfall, slashing down on Long Chen's head. In this sword light, Long Chen couldn't see the shadow of a dragon. In other words, he doesn't have anything about the ancestral dragon. The reason why his body is so strong isn't because of the dragon's blood. It's because Yi Wushang gave him a body of the same strength and comprehension of the sword Dao. However, he doesn't have anything about the ancestral dragon. Although the strength of their bodies was the same, for example, if Long Chen was slashed, dragon scales would appear on his body to resist. Although his opponent's strength was the same, he wouldn't. For this move, Long Chen also used the speed of golden lightning to dodge. This is a simulated version of myself. Although it's a little different from me, it feels more exciting to fight with anyone. If it was another version of himself, Long Chen had the means to win very quickly. However, he didn't win immediately. Instead, he fought crazily with the other version of himself. The other version was equally crazed. The two of them were locked in a stalemate. Chaotic Sword God. Chaotic Sword God. the blood-red sword chi whirlpool clashed with each other. Instantly, there was a loud sound of friction. That was the sound of weapons clashing. It was extremely ear-piercing. The two blood-red figures separated rapidly, turning into two blood arrows that clashed crazily. It was impossible to see the faces of the two of them clearly. Sometimes, Long Chen would be injured. However, he realized that the damage his attacks could do to his strong body was actually very limited. After fighting with the other version of himself for over an hour, Long Chen was exhausted. After he had his fill, he finally decided to go for the kill. Devouring Blood World. Although this guy was made of Emperor Spiritual Qi, he had flesh and blood. As long as there was blood, he would be bound by Long Chen's Devouring Blood World. Facing the Devouring Blood World, the other version of himself was stunned. While his strength was being suppressed, he realized that he didn't have the same skill at all. Yi Wuxiang could use the strength of his body to create a body of the same strength, but he didn't realize that Long Chen had a suppressive skill like the Devouring Blood World. Under such circumstances, Long Chen took about a few breaths of time to defeat his opponent. After he defeated his opponent, the surrounding blood-red space disappeared. He found himself still standing in the same place, panting, but there weren't many injuries. Next to him, Su Zhan was indeed very powerful. He had probably defeated his opponent long ago. However, his face was a little pale, and there was a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was probably injured in the previous battle. This old guy should also have one or two things that Yi Wuxiang can't replicate. Moreover, he knows that the Divine Kingdom also has a limit. I just don't know how many opponents he can kill with that thing. Yi Wuxiang was applauding. Good, both of you are very good. However, this time, Su Zhan will spend half the time. Long Chen, you have to work hard. Yi Wuxiang stood up. He observed the two for a while, then said with a smile, "It seems that both of you are almost at your limit. The next game is very crucial. How many opponents will you choose? Su Zhan, you go first." Su Zhan had already thought about it, but in fact, he would be at a disadvantage if he said first. He could clearly see that Yi Wuxiang was slightly biased towards Long Chen. However, in the face of strength, all favoritism was useless, so he said directly, "I can challenge 3 of myself." Of course, he was most confident in 2. 3 was too difficult, but Su Zhan could fight once. If Long Chen chose 2 opponents and defeated both of them, Su Zhan would actually win. If Long Chen also chose 3 opponents, it would depend on the time of the battle. From the first battle, it seemed that Long Chen was not as good as him. 3, that's really brave. Then, Long Chen, how many opponents will you choose? Yi Wuxiang went to Long Chen's side. Su Zhan was also very curious. Long Chen smiled slightly. He looked at Su Zhan and said somewhat provocatively, 8. Su Zhan and Yi Wuxiang were stunned. 8. Yi Wuxiang shook his head, and his eyes suddenly became serious. It was not because of anything else, but because to create 8 Long Chens would probably almost kill him. After all, there were many parts of Long Chen's body that were difficult to understand and could only be filled with a huge amount of Emperor Spiritual Qi, such as Long Chen's body. 8. You really don't know what's good for you. Do you think that you can win with 8? Su Zhan laughed. If Long Chen chose 4, he could still understand, but if he chose 8, it would be a fantasy. It was simply a joke. In the face of their doubts, Long Chen did not say a word. He firmly insisted on his 8 points. In that case, the most crucial battle is about to begin. Let's wait and see who will win. Yi Wuxiang waved his hand, and the two re-entered the blood-red space. 8. Really courting death. Su Zhan was confident that he would win. He only needed to defeat 3 opponents and he would win. This was the limit of his limit. The reason why Long Chen chose 8 was to give Su Zhan a distant goal. Su Zhan won 3, and Long Chen won 8. Next, Su Zhan could still choose to challenge, but he had to defeat 9 people to obtain the final victory. I will make you despair. Long Chen's eyes narrowed, looking at the 8 identical versions of himself in front of him. 8 was also his limit. Under the devouring blood world, the use of divine energy would be suppressed to less than 3/4. This difference was the gap that Long Chen could use to win. As soon as the devouring blood world was activated, all 8 of them were enveloped by it. Long Chen drew out the floating blood. Dang 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 dang. 8 swords of floating blood appeared in front of Long Chen. Each one of them was filled with sharpness and power. Long Chen had no choice but to pay full attention to the cold light. Go all out. Turning into a blood arrow, Long Chen was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. He kept his blade and killed himself one by one. Wherever the floating blood went, blood spurted out. Chapter 1000. To Long Chen, he could make use of the slight difference in true energy. Although these opponents knew him extremely well, at the same time, Long Chen knew them as well. Long Chen knew them extremely well. Under the devouring world of blood, the strength of each opponent was suppressed. Chaotic Sword God. At this moment, there were a total of 4 opponents. On the long swords in their hands, a sword chi vortex with a diameter of about 2 meters formed. Within each vortex, there were tens of thousands of sword chi. Blood-red sword chi crisscrossed. The 4 of them attacked at the same time, completely sealing off Long Chen from 4 directions. Long Chen's eyes were calm. 8 opponents was a huge challenge for him. However, other than the devouring world of blood, Long Chen had other mystic skills. These were all his trump cards. In reality, even with the devouring world of blood, 4 opponents was already Long Chen's limit. The reason why he chose 8 was because Long Chen had another move. The Void Universe Dragon's mystic skill, Time Reversal. Chaotic Sword God. At the same time, Long Chen also used the same move. However, his enormous sword chi vortex had a diameter of more than 3 meters. It was even close to 4 meters. If the others were not suppressed by the devouring world of blood, they would be more or less the same. This difference was enough for Long Chen to block their attacks. However, Long Chen didn't use it to block everyone's attacks. Instead, he used the Chaotic Sword God and targeted one of them. Dang dang dang. The sword chi whistled crazily. Long Chen's Chaotic Sword God was only targeted at one of them. The difference between them was huge. Long Chen used a single move and sliced his floating blood across his opponent's neck, chopping off his head. In the blink of an eye, one of the 8 died. However, the other 3's Chaotic Sword God reached Long Chen's body without any resistance. 3 floating blood swords left countless deep wounds on Long Chen's body. Blood spurted out crazily. This huge injury caused Long Chen to cry out in pain. However, he had already given it his all. Time Reversal. On Long Chen's chest, the Void Dragon Talisman emitted a transparent ripple that engulfed his entire body. Long Chen's body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. He returned to the state he was in before he used the Chaotic Sword God and Demon. Not only did he recover from all his injuries, but he also recovered a lot of divine essence. The moment he recovered, Long Chen turned around and swung his sword. A billion killing calamity. Clearly, the 3 cultivators had not expected Long Chen to be able to completely recover from their attacks without suffering any injuries. This was completely unexpected. This had been Long Chen's plan all along. After killing one person, he would take on the attacks of the other 3. Then, he would instantly use Time Reversal. Before the 3 of them could react, he would execute his killing move. In an instant, the 3 cultivators who were close to Long Chen were completely unable to react. They were surrounded by the sword ball formed by the 100,000 sword chi that erupted from the tip of Long Chen's sword. The 3 cultivators who looked exactly like Long Chen were instantly minced into pieces by Long Chen. Out of the 8 people, 4 had already died in Long Chen's plan. At the same time, Long Chen had also used his only Time Reversal. Time Reversal was the mystical ability of the Void Cosmic Dragon. Yi Wuxiang was in the Divine Kingdom, so of course, he couldn't simulate such an ability and gave it to the warriors like Long Chen. Of course, he could also recreate other warriors and create the same effect as rebirth. If that was the case, it wouldn't conform to the rules of the game. After killing them, Long Chen's body emitted golden lightning. Using his maximum speed, Long Chen had already dodged the attacks of the remaining 4 people and reached another corner of this scarlet space. He looked at the 4 people who looked exactly like him and were charging towards him. I've consumed more than half of my divine essence. Devouring the blood world really consumes divine essence. If I don't kill them as soon as possible, I'll be finished. Limit. It's indeed a limit. The game designed by Yi Wuxiang is actually very challenging. Moreover, he probably wants to select cultivators who have many secrets that he can't find out. The more secrets they have, the more they can challenge themselves. From the beginning, Long Chen discovered the uniqueness of the halberd and triggered the game. Then it went to the gate of life and death, and then to the current limit game. Whoever has more secrets that Yi Wuxiang can't grasp will obtain the final victory. It's just like my devouring the blood world and time reversal. If we compare this point, Su Zhan is not my match at all. This game was not designed by Yi Wuxiang for Long Chen. It was because Yi Wuxiang needed people like Long Chen. Participating in this game, no matter how strong one was, one might not necessarily be able to win. The final winner would only be the person with the most secrets. The ancestral dragon on Long Chen's body was something that Yi Wuxiang couldn't find out and replicate, even in his god nation. As long as I get rid of these 4, everything will be mine. In Long Chen's eyes, bloodlight gradually appeared. Killing these 4 of him was especially troublesome and not an easy task. Floating blood raised up. Long Chen turned into a bolt of lightning, and instantly rushed into the encirclement of the 4 of him. Each of them understood Long Chen's fighting style very well. Similarly, Long Chen understood them very well. Once they started fighting, they immediately fell into a chaotic battle. Long Chen jumped up. It was better to break one than to injure 10 fingers. From the beginning to the end, he only chased after one person and dealt with the attacks of the others. Even so, the other party didn't panic. Their advantage was that they were the same as Long Chen. During battle, there was no such thing as fear. Even the one being chased by Long Chen faced it calmly. Even if Long Chen had a fatal killing move, he was just like Long Chen, using his body to block it. Then, he hardened his heart and gave Long Chen a killing move. Floating blood sword. The dragon slaying move was just Long Chen's momentum. When he slashed down, he changed the momentum of his sword at the last moment and swept his sword across the neck of this person who looked exactly like him. At the same time, that guy also slashed his sword at him. Void shattering. When he used floating blood to slash his opponent to death, Long Chen used void shattering to block his opponent's dying sword. Finally, he killed one and consumed a lot of divine essence. However, at this time, the most important thing was to face the attacks of the 3 behind him. When Long Chen killed one person, the terrifying attacks of the 3 behind him had already arrived. To Long Chen, this was a fatal threat. Blood escape. Among the 3 behind him, 2 of them used chaotic sword gods and demons, and one of them used billion-killing calamity. Although they were suppressed by the devouring blood world, they could still kill Long Chen. Therefore, at this time, Long Chen could only use blood escape. Using blood escape at this time, Long Chen's speed was too fast. Long Chen slammed into the blood-red wall, causing him to feel dizzy. Fortunately, he was able to dodge their attacks, but the good thing was that he was able to successfully dodge their attacks. Only 3 left. Long Chen turned around. At this moment, the other 3 were still charging towards Long Chen. Even though 5 of their companions had died, they didn't seem to feel any pressure at all. The floating blood sword in their hands was still sinister and bloodthirsty. Although there were only 3 left, Long Chen didn't have much divine essence left. The consumption of divine essence from before was quite huge. Today they were in a constant state of battle. During the first battle in the killing maze, Long Chen had already consumed a lot of divine essence. Kill them and I'll win. Gritting his teeth, Long Chen's eyes flashed with blood light. He gritted his teeth and persevered. His unyielding spirit was what made Long Chen different from others. Along the way, he could have such heaven-defying achievements. Although the strength that the ancestral dragon gave him was very important, his own spirit was the most important. Just you guys? Can you be considered as me? Although their physical bodies, divine essence, and combat techniques were the same as him, Long Chen didn't recognize them as him. His true self would never be so easy to deal with. Long Chen also wouldn't directly challenge 8 people. If it was Su Zhen, 3 people would definitely be his limit. But Long Chen was different. The hot blood in Long Chen's body burned even more intensely. A smile curved up on his lips. In truth, these himself were the most terrifying enemies that Long Chen had ever encountered. Because they understood him, because they were similarly valiant. Not only were they valiant in terms of strength, but they were also valiant in terms of willpower. But in the eyes of Long Chen, they weren't him. Like a fierce tiger, Long Chen rushed towards them. Because of the devouring blood world, Long Chen's speed was slightly faster than them. At this time, Long Chen was rushing towards one of the martial artists. His position was relatively close to the side. Long Chen's strategy was still to injure 10 fingers rather than injure one. Only when he killed one of them would he think of a way to escape. The blood escape method was tried and tested. In a short period of time, Long Chen killed another 2 people, until the last one. However, because he used the blood escape so much, his divine essence was almost exhausted. When facing the last person, he only had a little bit left. At this time, Long Chen was panting heavily. His complexion was somewhat pale and he was sweating profusely. After killing 7 people in a row, he had already reached his limit. It was very likely that he wouldn't even be able to maintain the devouring blood world. But his other self was still in peak condition. It could be said that Long Chen had exhausted his limited abilities. I must kill him before the devouring blood world disappears. Long Chen smiled and stood up. He gritted his teeth and once again rushed towards that guy. The other party's Long Chen didn't worry or panic because Long Chen killed so many of his companions. Instead, he still displayed his strongest state. The floating blood sword in his hand slashed a dragon. That waterfall-like sword aura slashed towards Long Chen. Very good, very good. Looking at the other party's crazy sword, Long Chen smiled instead. He didn't retreat but advanced instead. His whole body erupted with a crazy ruthlessness, directly rushing towards the other party's attack. The floating blood sword in his hand was raised high. Chapter 1001. This was the move that consumed the least amount of divine essence, and it was also the only move that Long Chen could use right now. The difference between Slaying Dragon and Floating Blood Sword was that Slaying Dragon was a spread-out attack with many sword lights, but Floating Blood Sword only had a single long sword. Long Chen's stance was clearly to use his own body to block his opponent's move and kill Long Chen at the same time. This was because under the suppression of the devouring blood world, his opponent was a level lower than Long Chen. Long Chen was relying on and making use of this gap. Die. Blood sword floats. That sword light directly passed through a waterfall-like blood-red sword light and directly chopped at the warrior's neck. His opponent's body was also very tough. Long Chen's sword could only cut a quarter of his body. At this time, Long Chen's body was already covered in blood and wounds of various sizes. This way, it seemed that Long Chen's injuries were even more serious. As for his other self, although a quarter of his neck had been cut off, he was clearly not completely dead. He put away his sword and let out a roar. Drifting blood sword stabbed towards Long Chen's heart. After a quarter of his neck was cut off, his ferocious nature was completely stimulated. At this time, he was like a crazy devil. This was also the current appearance of Long Chen. At this critical moment, Long Chen's own sword was already clamped by his opponent's neck. He couldn't pull it out for a moment. Seeing that his opponent's sword was about to pierce his heart, Long Chen let out a roar. A dragon's roar shook the world. An illusory blood-red dragon roared behind him. At this time, Long Chen had already stimulated all the strength in his body and single-handedly grabbed at his opponent's sword. Dang! Long Chen used his hand to grab his opponent's sword. The sword cut a long wound on his palm. As expected, because a quarter of his neck had been cut off, his opponent's strength wasn't great. If he was at his peak, Long Chen would definitely pierce his heart. Dang! Long Chen's eyes were completely bloodshot and the veins on his body bulged. At this time, he suddenly exerted strength and broke his opponent's drifting blood sword. He held the tip of the sword in his hand and flipped it over. With a pft, he stabbed his opponent's forehead and pierced his head. His opponent died instantly. I finally won. At this moment, Long Chen felt a lot more relaxed. However, his entire body was burning with pain, and he almost fell to the ground. His vision was already very blurry, and his entire body was burning with pain. After being slashed by the opponent's Slaying Dragon, Long Chen's body was covered with at least 100 wounds. Although they weren't big, they were still very painful. The wounds on his hand that were made with floating blood also caused him to almost faint from the pain. Fortunately, because of the dragon's body, these were all superficial wounds. As long as he recuperated for a period of time, he would be able to recover. Moreover, there were many medicinal pills in the great virtual realm. At this critical moment, Long Chen quickly took out these medicinal pills and consumed them. The surrounding blood gradually disappeared. Long Chen returned to the original place. Yi Wuxiang was looking at him with a smile. He closed his eyes and endured for a period of time. Although his injuries couldn't recover, at least he had endured it. With the recovery ability of his body, these superficial wounds that didn't hurt his organs and bones weren't a problem. It was only a matter of time for him to recover. However, the scars on his body looked quite ghastly. At least when Yi Wuxiang looked at him, his face was full of praise. Long Chen's performance had already exceeded the scope that he was satisfied with. Whether it was noticing the uniqueness of the halberd at the beginning, or the perception in the door of life and death, or the breakthrough in the extreme game, Long Chen's performance all met the standards in Yi Wuxiang's heart and even exceeded them. Of course, this last battle almost cost Long Chen his life. It was completely with his last bit of willpower that Long Chen persevered and was able to stand here alive. If it was someone else who had the same conditions as Long Chen, they might not have been able to win. After coming out, Long Chen quickly looked to the side. Su Zhan was still trapped in the blood-colored fog. His opponents were 3 of him, but he still hadn't won. From this point, it could be seen that Long Chen was countless times superior to Su Zhan. The only thing he was inferior to was strength. In a head-on battle, 100 Long Chen wouldn't be a match for Su Zhan. However, when it came to challenging the limits, Long Chen far surpassed Su Zhan's old bones. This extreme game wasn't as perfect as Su Zhan had imagined. He thought that he could kill Long Chen in a single move. He hasn't come out yet. Seeing this situation, Long Chen knew that victory was in his hands. Yi Wuxiang didn't say anything. He gently clapped twice and then didn't say anything, waiting for Su Zhan's performance. After about a quarter of an hour, the blood-colored light finally disappeared. Su Zhan's stooped body appeared next to Long Chen. At this time, he was obviously at the point of being at death's door. As soon as he came out, he fell directly to the ground, panting heavily. His originally ruddy face had become incomparably pale like white paper. His hands and legs were trembling, and he kept vomiting out mouthfuls of blood. Even the look in his eyes was a little dispirited. Unlike Long Chen, he had suffered serious internal injuries and only survived with his last bit of strength. It had to be said that this old devil's willpower was actually not much worse than Long Chen's. They were both ruthless characters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such achievements today. Su Zhan heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had suffered serious internal injuries, as long as he obtained the Netherworld Emperor's armor, the Nameless Battle Skill, and the Scarlet Blood Firmament, he would definitely be able to dominate the Netherworld Prefecture in a short period of time. In the future, he would even be able to be reborn and return to his youthful state. This was a transformation for him. As for Long Chen, Su Zhan didn't think that the brainless Long Chen would be able to come back alive after dealing with 8 opponents. To him, it was simply a fantasy. Su Zhan was only able to trap 1 or 2 opponents because he had a few super confinement runes left behind from ancient times, allowing him to achieve victory. He didn't believe that Long Chen would have such a heaven-defying performance. After appearing, he looked at the sky in a daze and rejoiced, waiting for Yi Wuxiang's answer to announce his victory and that everything belonged to him. But what made him puzzled was why Yi Wuxiang's answer had yet to come. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the young Long Chen. His body was crisscrossed with wounds, but his eyes were clear. That feeling of superiority and disdain. Su Zhan couldn't be wrong. At first, he thought it was just an illusion, but this illusion didn't seem to disappear no matter how he shook his head. "Old devil, you've lost." Long Chen smiled and said disdainfully. "What?" Su Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief. His eyeballs bulged out and were bloodshot. He struggled to sit down, enduring the pain from his injuries. Great waves of shock rose in his heart, and when he raised his head, he saw that it was indeed Long Chen. He wasn't dead, he was alive. "Why, you're not dead yet? Isn't it one to die and one to live?" Su Zhan said in a daze. At this moment, Yi Wuxiang gave Su Zhan an answer. "Su Zhan, you challenged 3 of yourself and succeeded. Long Chen, you challenged 8 of himself and succeeded as well. Now, Long Chen is in the lead. Su Zhan, do you still want to continue?" "I succeeded." Su Zhan struggled to stand up and looked at Long Chen in disbelief. He shook his head with difficulty and said, "Impossible. How can he defeat 8 opponents? It's absolutely impossible. Are you all working together to deceive me?" Su Zhan had already reached a state of emotional collapse. Under the heavy injuries, he was a little muddle-headed. His words completely infuriated Yi Wuxiang. No matter how you looked at him, Yi Wuxiang seemed to be a good-tempered youth. However, when Su Zhan said something he shouldn't have, his blood-red eyes erupted with a murderous aura that directly shot into Su Zhan's eyes. For a moment, Su Zhan felt that he was in an endless sea of blood. Above the sea of blood, there were corpses everywhere. In front of him, there was a person who covered the sky. That kind of disdainful murderous aura made Su Zhan's whole body tremble. There is no favoritism in my game. If you say another word of nonsense, I'll grant you death. Rumble. This loud voice made Su Zhan's back turn cold. With a thud, he subconsciously knelt on the ground. His teeth chattered as he looked at Yi Wuxiang with despair in his eyes. The current Yi Wuxiang was really too terrifying. Even Long Chen almost had the urge to kneel down. Su Zhan, I'll ask you again. Long Chen has already killed 8 of himself. You're currently behind. This game is called One to Die and One to Live. If you give up on continuing, the outcome will be death. May I ask, are you willing to continue? Yi Wuxiang's cold words once again resounded in his ears. I want to challenge 9, Su Zhan said hurriedly. He had an anxious expression on his face. This was the only thing he could do. Otherwise, the outcome would be death. If he continued to challenge, he would still have a chance to continue living. After saying this, Su Zhan looked at Long Chen with incomparably blood-red eyes. His eyes were filled with monstrous hatred. Good boy, I've underestimated you. I've always underestimated you. From the Netherworld Imperial armor to the nameless battle skill, you've taken advantage of everything. However, you'll discover that everything is empty. Everything belongs to me. Just die obediently. Chapter 1002. Then I'll have to wait and see. If you can defeat 9, I'll admit defeat. Long Chen wasn't intimidated by his opponent's hysterical mood. The crazier his opponent was, the less confidence he had. As for admitting defeat, Long Chen knew his limit. He couldn't defeat 10 opponents, so he was very straightforward. Okay, you said it. Yi Wuxiang, give me 9 opponents. Su Zhan's hair was messy as he spoke to Yi Wuxiang in a somewhat arrogant manner. Madness is the prelude to death. Yi Wuxiang smiled, and with a wave of his long sleeve, Su Zhan was already surrounded by the blood-red mist, and disappeared without a trace. How long do you think he can last? Yi Wuxiang asked Long Chen with a smile. The next moment, Long Chen said. Just as he finished speaking, the blood-red mist exploded and turned into nothingness. Su Zhan's figure completely disappeared. Only a few storage rings remained, proving that he had once existed. Sure enough, it's as you expected. Yi Wuxiang looked at Long Chen with even more praise. He played with a few storage rings in his hand and stood up. He looked at Long Chen amiably and said, Congratulations on becoming the champion of my 3 games in a row. You will receive the most generous reward. I'm very pleased. You completely meet the requirements of the person I'm looking for. What kind of person was he looking for? Long Chen actually understood. From the nature of the scarlet blood everlasting, Long Chen had already guessed a little. Yi Wuxiang played with a few storage rings in his hand and circled around Long Chen a few times, clicking his tongue in wonder. First, he flicked one of the storage rings into Long Chen's hand and said, This is Su Zhan's storage ring. There's a huge amount of storage inside, and there are also many good things. The majority of the Su family's wealth should be inside. Long Chen carefully accepted it and said, Thank you, Senior Yi. Although the other party looked like a young man, in terms of age, he was countless times older than Long Chen. In reality, he was an old man who was much older than Su Zhan. Not bad, not bad. According to the rules of my game, this god-killing sword formation, and the 2,000 divine crystals are also yours. Su Zhan's last storage ring was also flicked into Long Chen's hands by Yi Wuxiang. This was what he deserved, so Long Chen did not decline and directly accepted it. This time, he had become the biggest winner in the god-slaying inheritance. It could be said that there were not many people in the entire Eastern Emperor region who had such a huge amount of wealth. Just the nameless battle skill alone and the blood-red apocalypse that Long Chen was about to use, there were not many things that could compare to it. The nameless battle skill is a magical thing. The nameless battle skill is a mysterious thing. Even I can't figure it out, and I don't have the ability to figure it out. But what about you? You're only at the first level of the divine martial realm. It's impossible for you to learn this battle skill that almost surpasses the divine level. So, put it aside and don't cultivate it for the time being. As for this 6th grade divine skill, It's the god-slaughtering sword formation that I used to dominate the world. I understand. Long Chen nodded. In his heart, there was a little more expectation for the nameless battle skill. Even Yi Wuxiang gave such a high evaluation. It was definitely not an ordinary item, but a super treasure, even comparable to a heaven-defying item like the true martial emperor's soul. Moreover, Yi Wuxiang had just said that the nameless battle skill almost surpassed the divine level, which meant that it was at least a 9th-grade divine skill. A 9th-grade divine skill was a battle skill that could be cultivated by warriors at the 9th level of the divine martial realm and the golden wheel of nirvana. Warriors at that level could casually take Long Chen's life. Even Yi Xian and Su Zhan could only be regarded as characters at the level of ants in front of warriors at that level. They could be killed with a casual blow. It's over. I'll give you the last thing. Come with me. Yi Wuxiang didn't wear shoes. He passed through the pavilion barefoot and walked down from the other side of the mountain, while Long Chen hurriedly followed behind this strange red-haired youth. In that aspect, the direction in which Yi Wuxiang was heading was the direction in which Long Chen sensed the blood-red wilderness. But now, the blood-red wilderness was no longer the blood-red wilderness, but a giant beast that could shake the world. That kind of violent pressure, that kind of pressure that made all living beings bow down, that kind of pressure that made Long Chen's heart tremble, belonged to the legendary divine dragon. When Long Chen walked to Yi Wuxiang's side, he looked forward with a smile and said gently, "What do you think of this world? Is it beautiful?" Long Chen circled around. Birds were chirping, flowers were fragrant, and the mountains were verdant and the waters were clear. This was indeed a heavenly scene. Therefore, he had to nod and say, "This is a pure world. It seems a little different from the divine kingdom that I imagined belonged to Yi Wuxiang." Yi Wuxiang smiled and didn't blame Long Chen. Instead, he said, "This is the world in my heart. The world has a deep misunderstanding of me. Those bastards in Emperor Dong's palace are really good at discrediting others. In my life, the number of good people I've killed can be counted on one hand." Long Chen was thoughtful. It seemed that Yi Wuxiang was not as horrible as he had imagined. As they walked, they talked about the blood-red wilderness. To be honest, the reason why I don't use the blood-red wilderness is not because I want to be pretentious, but because I haven't tamed it. What exactly is it? I guess with your identity, you must have sensed it, right? Long Chen was shocked. Sure enough, Yi Wuxiang already knew his identity. Now that he had reached the god martial arts realm, he had a very strong ability to hide. However, from the moment he sensed the existence of the halberd and the perception of the gate of life and death, all of this showed that Long Chen and the blood-red wilderness had a strong connection, and Long Chen knew what the blood-red wilderness was. In this way, Long Chen's identity as a dragon warrior was also obvious. That's right. I am a dragon warrior. Long Chen did not waste any more words and directly nodded. There are no more than 10 dragon warriors in the 3 great imperial regions, and most of them are low-level divine dragons, blue dragon, red dragon and so on. I didn't expect my luck to be so good today. Looking at your attribute, it seems that you are bloodthirsty and slaughtering, so you are not a low-level divine dragon, but at least above mid-level. So, what is your inherited blood essence? Ghost Shadow Blood Kill Dragon or Red Blood Horn Demonic Dragon? Yi Wuxiang tilted his head and looked at Long Chen with great interest. Long Chen did not know what to say. He had heard of the Ghost Shadow Blood Kill Dragon from Lingxi, so he hesitated for a moment and said, "I am a Ghost Shadow Blood Kill Dragon." Yi Wuxiang smiled with satisfaction. Long Chen's answer was the same as he had expected. He had once studied the information of divine dragons in depth. Among the divine dragons that he knew, there were many that leaned towards the slaughtering attribute. However, there were only 2 types of divine dragons that were recorded, and they were the Ghost Shadow Blood Kill Dragon and the Red Blood Horn Demonic Dragon. My life's wish is to become a dragon martial artist. Unfortunately, I've searched through the ancient ruins and the 3 emperor domains. I've experienced countless dangers and escaped from death thousands of times, but I still haven't found the divine dragon's inheritance blood essence. In 2 places that are very similar to the divine dragon's graveyard, I've obtained 2 items. One is the nameless battle skill, and the other is the scarlet blood desolation. They are both related to dragons, but they are not the divine dragon's inheritance blood essence that I want. Yi Wuxiang helplessly looked at Long Chen with a wry smile and said, "This is fate. That's why I envy you." Long Chen also didn't know what to say. Yi Wuxiang was a loyal follower of divine dragons, but unfortunately, he didn't have that kind of luck. There were billions of people in the 3 great imperial regions, but only less than 10 people could become dragon warriors. Therefore, the probability of this happening was really too small. I, Long Chen, never thought that a dragon warrior would actually walk into my mausoleum. This is probably the biggest surprise that fate has given me. From the moment you entered the mausoleum, I had my eyes on you. If it wasn't for you, even if the others in the desolate Scarlet Bloodkill obtained it, they wouldn't be able to recover it, Yi Wuxiang said somewhat shamelessly. So from the beginning, you didn't intend to give the desolate Scarlet Bloodkill to Su Zhan. Long Chen was a little speechless. Su Zhan was really in trouble this time. Yi Wuxiang didn't even treat him as a human. Of course, but if I lose to you, you won't be qualified to recover what I've painstakingly obtained, Yi Wuxiang said as he continued walking. What exactly is the desolate Scarlet Bloodkill? Long Chen suddenly asked. That's the hardest part of the scarlet horned demon dragon's body. Although its horn has been around for countless years, millions of years, or even tens of millions of years, it still has dragon might and a trace of dragon soul. I reckon that only a martialist with the bloodline of a dragon can truly suppress it. Back then, I only managed to subdue it slightly. The horn of the scarlet-horned demon dragon. The scarlet-horned demon dragon was a dragon of similar rank to the ghostly shadow bloodkill dragon. Although it wasn't an ancestral dragon, nor was it an extremely powerful divine dragon, it was at least not a low-level divine dragon. At the very least, if it was at its peak state, no one in the entire imperial regions would be its opponent. Long Chen was vaguely looking forward to it. If he used the horn of a divine dragon as his weapon, how spectacular would the scene be? With the body of a divine dragon and the horn of a divine dragon, it would definitely be eye-catching. In that case, the nameless combat skill should also be related to dragons. Yi Wuxiang had worked so hard for so many years, but he had obtained it just like that. Long Chen was really a little embarrassed. Well, Senior, is there anyone else in this world that you want me to kill? Just like Feng Yangzi, who had asked Long Chen to kill Jiang Qing, a member of the true martial emperor palace. Yi Wuxiang was stunned. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. If you had come here 30,000 years ago, I would have asked you to kill that bastard from Emperor Dong's palace. As for now, he's already dead, and you don't need to do anything. Haha boy, don't be too happy. If these people go out, the fact that you have so many treasures will definitely be exposed. At that time, you'll just have to wait for the experts of the entire Eastern Imperial regions to hunt you down. Long Chen really hadn't thought of this. Chapter 1003. Long Chen understood this point. An ordinary man is innocent, but his wealth arouses his own ruin. This time, not all the people who entered the God of Slaughter's mausoleum died, especially the people of the Su clan, who suffered a great loss. Only Su Yang and Su Mo managed to escape. Even the pillar of the Su clan, Su Zhen, died. When they received the news, they would definitely not let Long Chen be so carefree. They were very clear about what Long Chen had obtained, the desolation of blood-red blood and the nameless battle skill. These things could make the overlord of the entire Eastern Imperial region, the Eastern Imperial Palace, move out. Long Chen, a warrior at the first level of the divine martial realm, had so many super treasures. How could others not covet them? Not only would they covet them, they would even compete with each other and use all means possible. Even in the 108 prefectures of the Eastern Imperial region, many people would be shocked by the matter of the Serene Hell Mansion, and the experts of the prefectures would move towards the direction of the Serene Hell Mansion. However, Long Chen had nothing to worry about. He was about to go to the Sword Spirit Imperial region. Even if there were many people chasing after him and there were many experts, at least for the moment, he was not worried. At that time, he could just escape without a trace. He had many things that others were envious of. When he turned these things into his own strength, even if he used the nameless battle skill and the desolation of blood-red blood, he would become a new generation of God of Slaughter. In the Eastern Imperial region, who could be a match for him? As they advanced, the aura of the huge beast in front of them became more and more obvious. With the soul-devouring demon eyes, Long Chen could see the huge remnant soul. Although it was only a little remnant soul left on the sharp horn of the red-horned demonic dragon, for Long Chen, it was still incomparably huge. Walking down the green mountain path, in front of them was a huge valley. As they walked towards the valley, they could feel the ground trembling again and again. Very quickly, a cliff appeared in front of them, and in front of them was an endless cloud. Long Chen could already sense that the scarlet blood heaven desolation was at the bottom of the cliff. Very soon, the two of them arrived at the edge of the cliff. The cliff was trembling slightly. Below them, a huge primordial beast was crawling. Long Chen looked down and a complicated expression appeared on his face. This was the first time in his life that he had seen a dragon so clearly. Although it was only a corner of the remnant's soul, what was unfolding in front of him was indeed a dragon. It was a dragon that he had dreamed of seeing. There were countless complicated emotions in his heart. Dragons were not only related to his strength, but also his faith and his pursuit of his father. All of these were bestowed to him by his father. From the day Long Qinglan handed the mysterious dragon jade to him, Long Chen had embarked on a mysterious and magnificent path. All of these were bestowed to him by his father, including the essence blood of the primordial blood spirit dragon in his body. Following the footsteps of a dragon, it could be said that he was following his father's footsteps. What kind of person is he? Endless bitterness rose in Long Chen's heart. Although he had already reached a level that he couldn't even look up to back in Baiyang town, he was still incomparably insignificant compared to the primordial blood spirit dragon. However, his father was the one who could give an item like the mysterious dragon jade that could suppress the primordial blood spirit dragon to Long Chen. He said that he was the super overlord of the entire draconic continent. Then, who exactly was he? Where did he come from? Apart from the 3 emperor domains, apart from the huge 9 realms, apart from the countless weak territories like the myriad kingdom domain, were there any other places? All of these were Long Chen's pursuits. Perhaps, Long Chen had already regarded following his father as following a dragon. Even though it was a dragon's soul that he didn't recognize at all, Long Chen could still feel a sense of familiarity from it. In an instant, tears welled up in his eyes. Below him, within the countless white clouds, blood-red scales could be seen occasionally. If each scale was round, it would be dozens of meters in diameter. What flashed in front of Long Chen's eyes were countless dragon scales. These dragon scales were slightly darker in color than the scales of the primordial blood spirit dragon. Long Chen couldn't see the entire appearance of the ruddy-horned devil dragon. This was only a remnant of its soul, but his heart still palpitated when he saw it. The blood-red scales rolled in the clouds, and Long Chen could vaguely see the claws and tail of the dragon. Suddenly, in the rolling clouds below, Long Chen vaguely saw a blood-red pointed pillar that looked like a pillar that supported the heavens. It stood tall and straight, emitting a sharp destructive aura that made Long Chen hurriedly close his eyes. This should be the long horn of the ruddy-horned devil dragon. Growing on its head, Long Chen could see that it was at least 1,000 meters long. Compared to demonic beasts, the ancient and disdainful aura of a divine dragon was something that other demonic beasts would never possess. Dragon. I've seen a dragon again. In the great void realm, Kitten's eyes were filled with nostalgia and a tinge of fear at the same time. After a series of rolling, the long horn of the ruddy-horned devil dragon, which was the scarlet blood sky, disappeared from Long Chen's vision. However, the sharp, destructive aura on the long sword seemed as though nothing in the world could stop the sharpness of this horn. I've read a lot of information about dragons. The horn of the red-horned demonic dragon is the most important part of its body. It has the sharpest edge. At least, other than divine dragons of a higher level, there shouldn't be anything in this world that the horn of the red-horned demonic dragon can't penetrate. Its will is to penetrate everything. Looking at the ruddy-horned devil dragon below, Yi Wushang's eyes were filled with nostalgia and reverence. There was one thing that he and Long Chen shared, and that was to follow dragons. Yi Wushang was a fanatical divine dragon enthusiast. He had searched countless ancient ruins just to find a drop of inheritance blood essence. Why did the divine dragons go extinct in the primordial era, leaving behind only a few drops of inheritance blood essence today? What exactly happened? There are so many mysteries. I, Yi Wushang, am no longer qualified to follow dragons in this life. However, I'm satisfied to have been able to accompany the ruddy-horned devil dragon for such a long time. Yi Wushang pursed his lips. There was a tinge of helplessness in his eyes, as well as a tinge of pride. Little fellow, if you insist on doing something for me, I hope that you can fulfill my dying wish and follow the trail of that ancient divine dragon. Living in this world, one should always do something that makes one feel excited. Only then would one not let oneself down. It's really not easy to live once. Long Chen understood Yi Wushang very well. Long Chen was personally experiencing everything about him. He nodded and asked, "You can't hold on any longer?" Yi Wushang smiled. So many years have passed, And I'm still living in this place by relying on a trace of obsession, waiting for the person who can't possibly appear. Fate has given me a huge surprise. You've appeared, child. Hurry up and take it back. I hope to see you have the ability to conquer it, and then it can accompany you to restore my reputation back then. Looking at the huge rolling dragon below, Long Chen suddenly felt a lot of pressure. To him, Yi Wuxiang was like a respectable elder. He had a lot of expectations for Long Chen. Even his most precious things, the nameless battle skill and the ruddy blood skill, had been handed over to Long Chen. Long Chen had to work hard to live up to his expectations. That's right, when we were in the maze of slaughter, I actually saw you use the ultimate technique of the shadow demon world, the soul-devouring demon eyes. Yi Wuxiang seemed to have suddenly thought of something. When Long Chen was about to reclaim the ruddy blood skill, he suddenly said, "The shadow demon world." Long Chen briefly told him about what had happened between him and Li Xuanji. At the same time, he also understood that the shadow demon world was one of the 9 great Qianquan worlds in the 3 regions and 9 realms. In this case, Li Xuanji and Yang Lingqing should be in the shadow demon world. Long Chen decided that after everything was done, he had to find his sister. He really hadn't seen her for a long time. He didn't know if she was doing well or if she had been bullied. I can see that you still have a lot of fetters in your heart. I don't know this Li Xuanji either. She's probably a new generation expert. I vaguely remember that the soul-devouring demon eyes is an amazing magical ability. If you dig hard, you might be able to dig out even more power. After all, it's called the soul-devouring demon eyes. If you take apart the word soul-devouring, isn't it soul-devouring? In other words, this is a super battle skill that targets the god martial spirit. Yi Wuxiang laughed a few times. He understood that Long Chen didn't seem to understand it very well, so he gave him some pointers. Soul-devouring. In this way, Long Chen seemed to have some understanding. Don't mess around. That woman called Li Xuanji probably didn't give you all of it. Otherwise, with your talent, you would have dug out the secret long ago. Yi Wuxiang said. Long Chen thought for a moment and felt that it was right. In the eyes of Li Xuanji, he was just an inconspicuous boy who could never achieve anything. In that case, why would she pass on all of the soul-devouring demon eyes to Long Chen? It was simply useless. Go conquer it. Yi Wuxiang waved his hand, looked at the clouds in front of him, and said with a calm smile. The wind blew, and his blood-red long hair danced in the wind. There was a kind of demonic beauty. Long Chen gritted his teeth and said, I once used the 9 heavens immortal fruit to restore the body of a person who was left with the god martial spirit. Can I help you recover? It could be said that Yi Wuxiang had done him a favor, so Long Chen said this. In fact, he was also quite puzzled. It seemed that he had heard the news of the 9 heavens immortal fruit from Lingxi and Li Xuanji. After coming to the imperial domain, there were so many experts in the god martial spirit realm. So why didn't they use the 9 heavens immortal fruit to restore themselves? As long as the god martial spirit didn't die, it could live forever. Today was the English Band 4 exam. He just ran back and was sweating all over. Chapter 1004. Are you talking about the 9 heavens immortal spirit fruit? Yi Wuxiang smiled at Long Chen with interest. Long Chen nodded decisively. It seems like the person you saved is an extraordinary person. Generally, only those overlords have this kind of secret method of immortality in their family. This is the most precious thing to those overlords, and they won't pass it on to outsiders. In the entire 3 domains and 9 worlds, there are less than 100 people or families who have this kind of secret method of immortality. I, Yi Wuxiang, am far from having this kind of secret method of immortality. Also, thank you for your kindness. Yi Wuxiang said. Yi Wuxiang spread his arms against the wind and revealed a very comfortable expression. Also, the most important thing is that I, Yi Wuxiang, have lived long enough. Long Chen didn't need him to say more. He already had a glorious life. He had experienced everything that should be experienced in life, and he had no regrets. He had also left his pursuit of the dragon in Long Chen's hands. Therefore, he was already satisfied. Secret art of immortality. Lingxi had never mentioned this to him. Moreover, the most mysterious person was Li Xuanji. When Long Chen told her about Lingxi, she seemed to already know that Lingxi had a secret art of immortality. It was because of the two of them that Long Chen thought that people in the three imperial regions could easily recover their bodies. Li Xuanji had come into contact with Lingxi's sword and vaguely knew about Lingxi's existence. In that case, she already knew that Lingxi had a very high status in the imperial region. Therefore, she told Long Chen and Lingxi to stay in Myriad Kingdom territory and didn't want them to come to the three imperial regions. From her point of view, her advice was correct. However, Long Chen didn't follow her advice and insisted on letting Lingxi recover her body. That was why he followed her for 5 years. You're so young, but you have a lot of emotional debt. Go if you can't conquer it, you won't have anything. Don't be happy too early. Yi Wuxiang smiled as he looked ahead. Is that so? After recovering from the matter of Li Xuanji and Lingxi, Long Chen knew that it was time to get down to business. Facing Yi Wuxiang, who was still puzzled, Long Chen showed an incomparably confident smile. This was originally more difficult than defeating 8 of him, but he was not willing to give up at all. Back then, in order to subdue it, I relentlessly tried over 10,000 times. I was covered in cuts and bruises. However, I still failed. When Long Chen took 2 steps forward, Yi Wuxiang reminded him, I'm not you. At this time, a mysterious aura appeared on Long Chen's body. Yi Wuxiang, who was behind him, stared blankly at this youth. His eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Was this the feeling of a dragon warrior? That was a kind of aura from the desolate era, ancient and powerful. It was like a super-huge beast crawling on the vast draconic sacrifice continent, overlooking all living things, disdainfully looking down on the world. Yi Wuxiang subconsciously took 2 steps back. At this time, Long Chen was already standing on the edge of the cliff. Below his feet was the incomparably huge red-horned demon dragon. Its huge body was rolling in the white clouds. Come here. Looking at the huge dragon below, Long Chen raised his right hand and opened his palm. You want to subdue it like this? Yi Wuxiang smiled. The effort he put in back then was many times more difficult than Long Chen. However, he was soon dumbfounded. After Long Chen opened his hand, a huge vibration suddenly occurred below. Under Yi Wuxiang's control, this vibration eased a little. Otherwise, his entire divine country would have collapsed. Although he controlled the situation, what happened next still made him confused. In the past, the red-horned demon dragon that didn't listen to his summons suddenly moved. Its huge dragon head, with a sharp red horn that was thousands of meters long, soared into the sky and let out an excited dragon roar. In the process of soaring into the sky, the red-horned demon dragon gradually shrank. When it reached Long Chen's hand, it had turned into a sharp red horn that was only half a meter long. The horn had a sharp spiral, and this half-a-meter-long horn hid an ancient aura. This scene made Yi Wuxiang speechless for a long time. After a long time, he smiled helplessly. He knew that this was all a matter of fate. It had nothing to do with hard work. He wasn't a dragon warrior. No matter how hard he tried, the remnant soul of the red-horned demon dragon wouldn't be completely under his control. What he didn't know was that Long Chen had the blood essence of the ancient blood spirit dragon, which could cause absolute suppression to the red-horned demon dragon. At the same time, he also had the mysterious dragon jade that could suppress the ancient blood spirit dragon. With the existence and suppression of these two things, although the red-horned demon dragon's horn was a peerless treasure, subduing it was very simple for Long Chen. After grasping the red horn, Long Chen closed his eyes. He could sense that the remnant soul of the red-horned demon dragon was completely within the horn. That huge body just now was only an illusion of the red-horned demon dragon's horn. It didn't have any consciousness. The only reason it could survive was because of its obsession. This obsession could only be truly grasped by someone with the bloodline of a dragon. Long Chen was unable to communicate with it like he could with Kitten and Xiao Lang. Its consciousness was even inferior to Long Chen's subdued Xiao Jin. However, Long Chen could feel a sense of familiarity from this remnant soul. He could obtain all the information about it. Holding the horn, Long Chen's thoughts moved, and the horn gradually changed shape. In the end, it transformed into the shape of Drifting Blood's long sword. Compared to Drifting Blood, this long sword was a bit narrower and thinner, but it was also much sharper. Next, Long Chen transformed it into the halberd he had seen in the Killing God statue. Through control, Long Chen could transform it into any shape he wanted. I still like to transform it into a halberd. Compared to a sword, a halberd is more domineering and murderous. A sword is more sinister. Looking at the scarlet blood sky desolation that was constantly transforming in Long Chen's hand, Yi Wushang's eyes were filled with boundless nostalgia. Yeah. Long Chen waved his hand, and a blood-red light erupted from the halberd. That boundless energy split the white clouds in half. At the same time, it dyed the white clouds red. This vast energy had already surpassed Long Chen's original strength. With a wave of his hand, Long Chen immediately felt as if all his strength had been sucked away. His face was deathly pale, and he almost fainted. On one hand, he had just fought a 1 versus 8 battle, so he still hadn't recovered. On the other hand, although the scarlet blood sky desolation was extremely powerful, it also consumed a large amount of true yuan. With Long Chen's current divine yuan, although he had already reached the 3rd layer of the divine martial realm, compared to the consumption of the scarlet blood sky desolation, it wasn't considered much. Maybe you'll only be able to display its true strength when you advance a few more layers. The current you is really too weak for it, said Yi Wushang. Long Chen also understood this point. He silently put away the scarlet blood sky desolation. The scarlet blood sky desolation coiled around his right arm, forming a tattoo-like effect. The scarlet blood-horned demon dragon's horn extended to the tip of Long Chen's index finger. This way, it looked like his fingertip was filled with sharpness. Yi Wushang revealed an envious expression. Just now, Long Chen had given him too much of a shock. At this moment, he was like a child. You've succeeded. Yi Wushang waved his hand, and the scenery of the divine nation changed. Long Chen found himself standing in front of the pavilion again, and Yi Wushang was sitting inside, looking at the distant mountains. The sun was about to set. You're leaving. Stay with me for a while. At this moment, Yi Wushang seemed a little sad. Long Chen silently walked to his side. In the distant sky, the sunset was very beautiful. It should be like this. Yi Wushang waved his hand, and the sunset arranged into the appearance of a shining golden dragon. The sunset was beautiful. After a while, Yi Wushang slowly said these words. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it's close to dusk. Long Chen could see the bleakness and loneliness in his heart. On the road of pursuit, suddenly there was a person like Long Chen. He seemed to have found a soulmate. Long Chen was silent for a while, then said, "When the sun rises tomorrow, isn't it another new life? Life has no end. I hope to meet you in another place. Thank you for your encouragement." Yi Wushang stood up. At the highest point, he spread his arms and said, "I fell at the peak of my glory, just like a shooting star, just like a meteorite. I hope you can see me in another part of the night sky." A red ball of light appeared in Yi Wushang's hand. This is my understanding of the heavenly way of Qian Kuan. When you reach the 7th level of the divine martial realm and are about to enter the 8th, this understanding may be of some help to you. After that, he moved one hand, and the blood-red ball of light entered Long Chen's head and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At that time maybe you can still see me. Yi Wushang's body suddenly rose into the air and became more and more distant. Long Chen didn't even have a chance to say goodbye. Goodbye. The last 2 words echoed in Long Chen's ears. Then, Long Chen felt that Yi Wushang's entire divine country was collapsing. Everything returned to a state of chaos. Only Long Chen wasn't affected at all. When everything disappeared, he found himself standing in the middle of the divine palace. In front of him was Yi Xian and Yi Wushang. Yi Wushang and his divine country had long disappeared. Long Chen. Yi Xian and Yi Wushang's faces were ashen. Long Chen had been in there for a long time. At first, when they heard Long Chen's words, they still had some confidence in Long Chen. But the more time passed, the more they felt that something was wrong. With Long Chen's strength, how could he be Su Zhen's opponent? 1 life and 1 death. Even Yi Xian couldn't kill Su Zhen. How could Long Chen be able to? Compared to Su Zhen, who was thousands of years old, Long Chen wasn't even qualified to fight with him. Chapter 1005. Sister, I want to take revenge for Long Chen. Yi Xian clenched his teeth and insisted. She shook her head and said, "You don't understand. The commotion this time is too great. Not only is there a slaughter in the Godslayer's tomb, once we leave, so long as the Su family spreads the news, it will cause an even greater commotion. Even if I can barely keep the 9-level death prison in my hands, I will probably have no choice but to bring all of you and our parents to hide for a period of time. Speaking of revenge, it won't be easy. As she spoke, her voice became cold. Actually, we don't have to do anything. As long as we spread the news of Su Zhen's possession, there will be countless people who want to kill him. At that time, it will depend on whether we can escape fast enough. I want to kill him with my own hands. Wait until you are stronger than him. Don't forget, Chen. He is my only disciple. He is also my only brother. Time passed, to the point where Yi Xian and Long Chen's hearts were filled with endless sorrow. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that something was wrong. Su Zhen was an old monster that had lived for thousands of years. Countless people had died in his hands. Long Chen was just a rising star. Could he kill Su Zhen in this game of life and death? In the end, time gave them the answer. A blood-red light flashed, and the blood-red formation started rotating. A young figure appeared in front of them with a blank face. His body was still covered with wounds, but the powerful life force that was emitted from his body showed that he was still alive, and even more powerful. Long Chen was alive. Su Zhen was dead. This news had a huge impact on Yi Xian and Long Chen. They were stunned and nervous at the first moment. They couldn't believe their eyes at all. And Long Chen's eyes still had a trace of blankness. He looked around blankly, until he saw the real Yi Xian and Long Chen. Only then did he feel a trace of warmth and reality. That's right. He had already come out, and Yi Wushang and his divine kingdom had completely disappeared. He gave me everything to continue his pursuit, and then he chose death? Not only Yi Wushang's god martial spirit, even his divine kingdom had disappeared forever under his control. Perhaps this is his new life. Long Chen bit his lips. He suddenly had a sad feeling in his heart, but he quickly covered it up. Because Yi Xian and Lu Li, his two real living friends, were walking towards him. Long Chen. Yi Xian's face was full of tears. This was the most emotional moment. He didn't care about anything else. He rushed up and hugged Long Chen tightly, patting him on the shoulder. That's right, you're still alive. You survived, my brother. Yi Xian almost roared out. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with tears. For a young master like him, this was the most emotional moment in his life. Are you trying to kill me? Long Chen smiled and pulled him away. He knew that Yi Xian cared about him, and he was very touched. He looked to the side and saw Yi Xian standing next to him. She was still so quiet, full of the care of a big sister. At this moment, she also showed a quiet and approving smile to Long Chen, but it was filled with tears. I came back alive, yes. Just this sentence alone was enough. They didn't need to know what Long Chen had experienced inside. They just knew that he had won, and that was enough. He suffered such a heavy injury. Even Yi Xian felt a bit shocked when he saw it. Although they were all external injuries, they would still need a certain amount of time to recuperate before they could completely recover. You're a man. Why are you crying? Looking at Yi Xian's red eyes, Long Chen teased. He had escaped from death this time, but he still had such a good friend waiting for him outside. No matter what, his heart was still very warm. This is our Yi clan's divine armament 4 pivot pill. Take it first. It will help you recover a lot. Long Chen didn't have anything good in his hands, but what Yi Xian took out, just from the name, he could tell that it was definitely something precious. At this moment, she didn't hesitate at all and directly handed it to Long Chen. Long Chen did not hesitate, directly taking it and swallowing it. A warm current surged into his body, spreading to his limbs and bones, fusing with every particle in Long Chen's body. Within this warm current, there were many kinds of precious spirit medicines. Mixing them in an appropriate proportion, and then using an alchemic fire to refine it, it could produce extraordinary effects. This divine armament 4 pivot pill was probably a 4th grade divine tier. Long Chen's body was equivalent to a 6th grade divine tier or higher body refining battle skill. This 4th grade pill couldn't help him recover instantly. I'll need at least 2 or 3 days to recover. Yi Xian looked at him for a while and nodded. The worry in her heart had disappeared. You really are a good brother of mine, Yi Xian. You can even defeat that old bastard Su Zhen. You're really too abnormal. Yi Xian had also recovered from his excitement. His emotions weren't as unstable as before. He began to realize just how unbelievable of a thing Long Chen had done. Long Chen also recovered from his excitement. He pursed his lips and looked around. He said cautiously, although I defeated Su Zhen, it's not over yet. You should be able to imagine that there will be a lot of trouble in the future. I obtained the nameless battle skill, but I also obtained the scarlet blood of eternity. These originally belonged to the ancestors of the Yi family, but now that they had fallen into Long Chen's hands, Yi Xian and Yi Xian didn't have any thoughts about it. Long Chen had exchanged these things with his life, especially Yi Xian. His life had been saved by Long Chen several times, so he didn't care about what Long Chen had obtained from the Yi family. Hearing Long Chen's words, Yi Xian and Yi Xian became serious as well. This was probably even more important than the slaughtering god's tomb. Then what do we do? Let's go somewhere else. Yi Xian said hesitantly. That won't do. Long Chen actually had his own ideas. He smiled and said, this has nothing to do with you. According to my estimation, Yi Wushang was involved with the people of Emperor Dong's palace, so the people of Emperor Dong's palace will definitely be involved. There are 108 prefectures in the Eastern Royal region. No matter where you go, you won't be able to escape from the Eastern Royal region, because your foundation is here. Plus, you are not the ones with the treasures, but I do. I can wander the world by myself and start my own journey, so that everyone who wants to find me can't find me. So, actually I have already made up my mind. Long Chen said cautiously. What? Yi Xian looked a little anxious. He quickly said, you mean you want to go by yourself, and you don't want to go with us? What are you guys running for? This is my problem alone. Furthermore, with just the 9-stage death prison, no one would dare to make a move against you guys. Besides, if you wear the Netherworld Imperial armor, at least in the Netherworld mansion, no one would be able to deal with you. The last sentence was said by Long Chen to Yi Xian. Seeing the determination in Long Chen's eyes, Yi Xian knew that he had everything planned out, including the matter of giving them the Nether Imperial armor. Long Chen had already told Yi Xian about this when he was in the Massacre Imperial Palace. Now, it was time for him to fulfill his promise. Long Chen shook his head with a smile when he saw that the two of them had suddenly become incomparably solemn. He said, I still have my own matters to attend to. Now is the time for me to leave. Of course, as long as the two of you are still in the Netherworld mansion, I'll come back to look for you when I have the ability to protect the treasures in my hands. Yi Xian and her brother looked at each other. Yi Xian was still a little reluctant, but he knew that Long Chen had already made up his mind. From his tone, it could be seen that there was no room for negotiation. Take the Nether Imperial armor. You are still weak, and you are facing such pressure. With it, you will be able to protect yourself. Yi Xian said. No. Long Chen knew that she would refuse, so he shook his head and said, the Nether Imperial armor is useless to me. Don't worry, I know how to hide. I will leave this place soon, and no one will be able to find me. As he spoke, he gently placed the storage ring with the Nether Imperial armor in Yi Xian's hand and held her hands. Take care. Long Chen's eyes were filled with sincerity. The tears that had just disappeared were now back in their eyes. There will always be a time when we have to part. It's nothing. We have been together for almost a year, and this is fate. The next time we meet, I promise that I will be even stronger. Long Chen's mood was not as heavy as theirs. The Nether Imperial armor. Although Yi Xian wanted to refuse, she felt that with this item, Long Chen could at least protect his life. I will be worried if you don't take the Nether Imperial armor with you. After all, the Su clan still has Su Yang and Sumo. Although Sumo lost an arm, it is not a big deal. Moreover, there are so many experts in the city. What if they covet the 9 levels death hell? With the Nether Imperial armor, you will be able to deal with them. Otherwise, I will not be able to leave with peace of mind. Although Long Chen's tone was calm, it revealed his true feelings. In the end, Yi Xian nodded helplessly. Her eyes were still filled with reluctance. Where are you going? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Long Chen did not want to hide it, and said, Sword Spirit Emperor Domain. Yi Xian did not expect Long Chen to have such a big goal. If you want to go to the Sword Spirit Emperor Domain, you should at least go to the Western Imperial region to pass through the Shattered Star Sea. After all, the Sword Spirit Emperor Domain can only lead to the Western Imperial region through the Super Universe Teleportation Formation in Emperor Dong's palace. Therefore it will be very difficult. With your current identity, if you are exposed, the people of Emperor Dong's palace will not let you pass. Going to Emperor Dong's palace from the Serene Hell Mansion is a problem. Long Chen had already thought of this. Chapter 1006. Yi Xian was a smart person. She didn't ask Long Chen what he needed the map for. Long Chen's performance in the Killer God's tomb made her completely trust Long Chen. After searching in the ring for a while, Yi Xian took out a crystal ball-like thing and said, "As long as you insert your divine energy into it and use your heart to sense it, you will naturally be able to see the map of the entire Serene Hell Mansion. You can even see the specific size of the map. This is the work of a talisman master." Thanks. This thing was very useful to Long Chen. With this, Long Chen wanted to go to the other main cities to see if there were any golden soul-chasing hell lightning among the nether stones. That would be much more convenient. No matter what, when they parted, there was always a kind of sadness that couldn't be erased no matter what. Yi Xian accepted the Nether Emperor armor from Long Chen. Of course, she wouldn't use it for herself. At the beginning, Long Chen had said that it was prepared for Yi Xian. You just got out of the Killer God's tomb. There will probably be a lot of situations. You too should be careful. It's best if you don't stay in the Serene Hell Mansion. If you can't solve it with your own strength, then use the Nether Emperor armor. I believe you can do it. Long Chen thought for a while and said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was a very reassuring person. In fact, she smiled and said, "You just take care of yourself. That's enough." After a pause, Yi Xian remembered what Long Chen had just said and said, "Before we go out, I still have to say something. After you go out, immediately go to the Serene Hell Mansion's prefecture city. The teleportation formation of the prefecture city is in the hands of the palace lord. Su Yang and the others have probably already gone back. I think the news has already spread. Now that the palace lord and the others know about the many treasures you have, I'm worried that they will be waiting for you to walk into the trap. After half a day, Su Yang should have enough time to send the news to the palace lord." This was what Yi Xian was worried about. In other words, I can't go to the prefecture capital. Otherwise, I'll be walking right into a trap. Long Chen frowned. Not only that, it will be very troublesome for you to go to the Sword Spirit Imperial District with such a precious treasure. You can't do anything about the teleportation formation in the Serene Hell Mansion, and no one will know your identity in the Super Cosmic Teleportation Formation in the Eastern Royal Palace. You should think of a way to sneak in," Yi Xian said, and the worry on her face grew. Even so, it couldn't hide her beauty. Long Chen thought about it and said, "That is to say, I can't go to the capital of the Serene Hell Mansion. If I want to go to a place like the Western Imperial Domain, I can only go to another mansion, and then use the teleportation formation of that mansion to go to the Eastern Imperial Palace, and then sneak into the Western Imperial Domain from there. But in this way, I have to hide in the Eastern Imperial Domain, which is the most dangerous place." After a round of analysis, there were many pressing matters. Then what should we do? Yi Xian and her brother both felt that Long Chen's trip seemed to be very dangerous. If Long Chen's identity was exposed in the Eastern Imperial Domain, there were countless experts in the Eastern Imperial Palace. With Yi Xian's strength, she could almost dominate the Serene Hell Mansion, but in the Eastern Imperial Palace, there were almost experts at the peak of the God Martial Arts realm and the Golden Wheel of Nirvana. If Long Chen's identity was exposed, there would be many people who coveted the nameless battle skill and the blood-red blood battlefield. At that time, he wouldn't even know how he died. Long Chen also realized the danger. In fact, he wanted to go to the Sword Spirit Imperial District immediately, but he knew that he couldn't be anxious. The more anxious he was, the more he couldn't leave the Eastern Imperial Domain. Gritting his teeth, Long Chen changed his decision. It seems that I can only leave the Serene Hell Mansion and improve my strength. At least, I can study the things I got from the Godly Slayer's mausoleum. After this storm is over, I can sneak into the Eastern Imperial Palace and see if I can go to the Western Imperial Domain. As long as I go there, I can go to the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace without any worries. Thinking of this, he quickly asked, "In the Eastern Imperial Domain, is there a relatively dangerous place near here that ordinary people usually won't go to? Even if they go there, they may not be able to find me." Yi Xian understood what Long Chen wanted to do. She nodded gently and said, "It's a good thing that you are not in a hurry to act. Instead, you should lay low for a while." After a pause, she said, "If it's a relatively close place, then it should be the Ghost Domain Forest of the Green Flame Mansion. The Ghost Domain Forest is shrouded by thousands of ghost fires, and there are countless ferocious ghost beasts that specialize in killing and eating people. It is a forbidden place that people are terrified of. In the center of the Ghost Domain Forest, There is a sixth divine realm ghost beast called the Ghost Demon Zombie Dragon. The Ghost Domain Forest covers an area of millions of miles. As long as you don't go to the center and encounter the Ghost Demon Zombie Dragon, you should not be discovered in the center. The Ghost Domain Forest? Just from the name, Long Chen knew that this place was suitable for him, very suitable for him. Yi Xian must have carefully chosen this place for him. Long Chen was usually the kind that would not be in any danger. In the depths of the Ghost Domain Forest, there was a sixth divine realm ghost beast that was much stronger than Yi Xian. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke it. An ordinary mansion master's strength was around the 5th or 6th level of the divine martial realm. Under the jurisdiction of Emperor Dong's palace, the Ghost Demon Zombie Dragon was able to survive. How far is the Ghost Domain Forest from the Serene Nether Mansion? Asked Long Chen. The Ghost Domain Forest was very large, covering an area of millions of miles. As long as he knew the direction of the Ghost Domain Forest, he could follow that direction and ask passers-by on the way. The territory of the Serene Nether Mansion is not big among the 108 mansions. There are 2 mansions between the Serene Nether Mansion and the Emerald Nether Mansion. After passing through the 2 mansions, we can reach the Emerald Nether Mansion. Let's go out first. After we get out, I will tell you the direction of the Emerald Nether Mansion. After a short discussion, the 3 of them came to the last teleportation formation left for them. After a short conversation, and with the help of the divine strategy pill of 4 pivots, Long Chen's body had gradually recovered. At the same time, he left a lot of essence blood of nether beasts in the great virtual realm. Under his blood refining qi, a large amount of the essence blood was transformed into his dragon blood divine vitality. Before leaving, Long Chen looked back and knew that Yi Wushang was no longer there. In his last sight, the puppet stood in the corner and waved its arms mechanically at him, bidding farewell to Long Chen. Goodbye. The corner of Long Chen's mouth rose slightly. He waved at the puppet and walked into the red teleportation formation. This teleportation formation could send him out of the Killer God's mausoleum. The scenery changed. After the 3 of them came out, the first thing they did was to be vigilant of their surroundings. Although Su Yang and the others did not leave for long, who knew what would happen in such a short time? What surprised the 3 of them was that they were not in the nether battlefield, but in a dark green forest. This is a forest more than 30 miles away from the main city of Spectre. Yi Xian was very familiar with the surrounding environment. She did not expect the Killer God's mausoleum to send them here. Just now, Yi Shiji and Tang Long chased after Su Yang and the others. Yi Xian was halfway through her sentence when 2 people walked over quickly. They were originally waiting at the side. At this moment, their eyes were fixed on Long Chen, who was beside Yi Xian. They quickly rubbed their eyes a few times. Yi Shiji. Where are Su Yang and the others? Yi Xian originally thought that with their cultivation, if they could take care of Su Yang and not let this matter leak out, it would be a happy ending. If she knew from the start that Long Chen would win, she probably would have chased after them and killed Su Yang. Then, nothing would have happened. Yi Shiji and Tang Long acted as if they did not hear Yi Xian's words. They looked at Long Chen in a daze. Their hearts were in turmoil. What? Is there a flower on my face? Long Chen smiled coldly. His tone was not polite at all. Yi Shiji and Tang Long looked at each other and trembled as they looked at Long Chen. Yi Shiji asked nervously, "Why are you here? Where is Su Zhen? Is Su Zhen not out yet?" As soon as she finished speaking, the teleportation formation suddenly closed. Before Long Chen could reply, Yi Shiji's face was already filled with shock. The wrinkles at the corner of her eyes wrinkled. She looked at Long Chen and her eyes trembled. It was as if her mind had gone blank. The truth was already very clear. In that game of life and death, Long Chen had survived, but Su Zhen was most likely dead. For Yi Shiji and Tang Long, Su Zhen had been famous for more than 1,000 years. When they were young, Su Zhen was already an all-powerful expert. Such an expert had died in such an inexplicable way. Who could accept it? The Su clan was finished. With Su Zhen's death, as well as so many core members of the 3rd level of the divine martial realm, the Su clan was only left with Su Yang and Sumo. It could be said that they were really finished. If I say that Su Zhen is already dead, would you believe me? Long Chen said in a low voice. Yi Shiji and Tang Long had already walked in front of Yi Xian. They subconsciously took a step back and looked at each other. They suppressed the waves of shock in their hearts and believed the truth in front of them. With their current strength, It seemed impossible for such an illusion to appear. The two of them had to think about what was going to happen next. In other words, the Netherworld Imperial Armor, the nameless battle skill, the 30,000 divine crystals, and the desolation of blood were all in Long Chen's hands. If Long Chen was at Su Zhen's level, Yi Shiji would have backed off. However, Long Chen was only at the first level of the divine martial realm, and he was not a member of the Yi clan. Yi Wushang was the ancestor of the Yi clan, so she had sufficient reason to return Long Chen to its rightful owner. Yi Shiji was the rightful leader of the Yi clan. Thinking of this, Yi Shiji asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Chapter 1007. Yi Shiji paused, then smiled coldly and said, "You probably want to run away. You took our Yi clan's things and you want to run away? Yi Xian, you are one of the strongest members of the Yi clan. How can you let an outsider take our Yi clan's property?" Because of Yi Shiji's words, the two sides started to confront each other. Yi Shiji stood in front of Yi Xian, while Teng Long stepped forward and blocked Long Chen. Yi Shiji understood that Yi Xian would definitely protect Long Chen and let him take all the things. It's not that easy. Nobody can take away our Yi clan's things, Yi Shiji thought. She exchanged glances with Teng Long and without saying anything else, they started to attack. Yi Shiji instantly pounced towards Yi Xian and used the Yi clan's offensive techniques, trying to hold Yi Xian back for a while. During this time, Teng Long would be able to attack Long Chen and take away all the things that belonged to Long Chen. Long Chen had only recovered a quarter of his Zhan Yuan. The couple's sudden attack wasn't out of Long Chen's expectation. He knew that they wouldn't let it go so easily. Actually, Long Chen wasn't in his peak condition, while Teng Long was at the 4th level of the divine martial realm, the extreme realm of martial arts. The extreme realm of martial arts had martial intent. Not only could one use the power of the heaven and earth, it also had a strong spiritual pressure, which was the will of the pinnacle of martial arts. In fact, above the extreme realm of martial arts, one's cultivation had already broken away from the word martial, and was heading towards the direction of a god. For example, the 5th level of the divine martial realm had wind, fire and thunder, the 6th level of the divine martial realm had a peerless golden body, and the 7th level of the divine martial realm had control over the laws of the heaven and earth. Therefore, the extreme realm of martial arts was the pinnacle of martial arts. Although Long Chen's divine qi was thick and he had many techniques, he definitely didn't have martial intent. At that moment, in order to save time, Teng Long instantly threw a punch in front of Long Chen. That simple punch was made with even thicker divine qi and formed a huge whirlpool. Within the whirlpool, there was a martial intent that was filled with an indomitable will. Break! The will of martial could shatter anything with a single punch. A powerful pressure bore down on Long Chen. This was Teng Long's only chance. Yi Shiji had gone to restrain Yi Xian, but she would only be able to do so for a short amount of time. If this punch failed, then Teng Long's plan would fail. However, was it possible for a warrior at the 4th level of the divine martial arts realm to defeat a warrior at the 1st level of the divine martial arts realm? Although Teng Long's martial will was only at the initial stage and had not reached perfection, it was still not something that Long Chen could block. However, Long Chen made a prompt decision. The dragon mark on his right hand instantly transformed into a blood-red long sword. Suddenly, a domineering dragon roar resounded. Long Chen used the Scarlet Blood Desolation. The Scarlet Blood Desolation transformed into the shape of a long sword. Long Chen wasn't completely familiar with the Scarlet Blood Desolation yet, so he could only make some simple uses of it. Long Chen didn't use any techniques. With a wave of his long sword, a dragon-shaped sword astral sword shot out like a crescent moon, slashing towards the nearby Teng Long. In Long Chen's eyes, that blood-red long sword was just floating blood. He didn't care too much about it, but when the sword astral sword arrived in front of him, he knew how terrifying it was. What a powerful force! The power of Long Chen's sword qi was 100 times stronger than what he had imagined. Previously, he felt that there was something fishy about Long Chen being able to fight against a cultivator at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm. But now, he realized that Long Chen's true strength was only at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm. It wasn't a matter of how much power was used, but rather, it was an incomprehensible willpower that was ancient and terrifying, filled with supreme majesty. In this urgent situation, Teng Long could only use his previous fist to block the sword astral sword. Within the sword astral sword, a faintly discernible gigantic beast that blotted out the sky appeared. It was enormous, terrifying, and ancient. Its body was emitting an overlord's aura, causing people to tremble with fear. The might of that will seemed to be even more terrifying than martial will. Boom. Long Chen used a lot less spiritual qi than Tang Long to directly use the desolation blood-red sky and sent Tang Long flying. Tang Long rolled a few times in the air before stabilizing his body. Although he had blocked Long Chen's attack, there was a terrifying emotion in his eyes. At that moment, he suddenly felt that his martial will was somewhat pitiful under the opponent's will. Long Chen also felt the same way. This should be the blood-horned demonic dragon's will. He was excited. He could release such power with a casual wave of his hand. How terrifying would it be when he truly had the strength to control the desolation blood-red sky? Long Chen didn't dare to imagine. Right now, he still didn't have the strength to control the desolation blood-red sky. He had recovered a quarter of his divine qi with great difficulty, but that casual attack had almost consumed all of it. However, Yi Shiji's plan was ruined by Long Chen's attack. Tang Long had already missed the best opportunity, and Yi Shiji was also sent flying by Yi Xian's attack. Just then, Yi Xian glanced at Long Chen and heaved a sigh of relief. Then she looked at Yi Shiji and Tang Long coldly and said, "In the slaughtering god's tomb, what you can obtain depends on your own strength. This is what he obtained through hard work, and it is also what our ancestors gave him. If you guys try anything funny, don't blame me for being impolite." Yi Shiji and Tang Long had nothing to say. They could only look at Long Chen with hatred. This kid is very strange. He actually managed to force me back. Unbelievable. Tang Long said in shock. It must be because of the slaughtering god's inheritance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such power. Yi Shiji said unwillingly. At this time, Yi Xian looked around. Within the range of her divine sense, there was no trace of Su Yang. So she asked, "I told you to chase after Su Yang. Did he escape?" Yi Shiji and Tang Long were a little embarrassed. Seeing that they were about to snatch away Long Chen's things in front of Yi Xian, they could only say, "Su Yang is very strong. If he wants to escape, who can catch him?" This is bad. Yi Xian and Long Chen both knew that as long as Su Yang knew that Long Chen had died, he would definitely tell everyone about everything that Long Chen had. At that time, the slaughtering god's tomb would probably cause quite a stir in the entire eastern royal region. Long Chen, a small figure, would gradually enter the eyes of everyone. However, since it had already happened, they could only leave. Long Chen and Yi Xian stood together. The three of them didn't know what to say. Long Chen pursed his lips and said, "If that's the case, I'll leave first. Take care. Take care." They had already said their goodbyes in the slaughtering god's tomb. Long Chen nodded and smiled. Then, he turned around and left. Yi Xian didn't ask him to stay. She just stood in front of Yi Shiji and Tang Long, letting Long Chen leave safely until he completely disappeared. Yi Shiji and Tang Long were very anxious. They wanted to chase after Long Chen many times. However, under Yi Xian's cold eyes, they finally held back. After about half an hour, with Long Chen's speed, he had already left the Spectre City. Yi Shiji and Tang Long wanted to find him, but it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, Yi Xian called her brother and they went back to the Serene Hell Mansion together. "Sis, he'll come back, right?" Yi Xian said somewhat speechlessly. "He will. You have to work harder. You were overtaken by him so quickly. Be careful, the next time you see him, he won't be a match for him." "I am no match for him now," Yi Xian said helplessly. Ghost Forest. Green Flame Mansion. This was the direction Yi Xian had pointed him in. The three Emperor regions were extremely vast. From the Serene Hell Mansion to the Green Flame Mansion, even with Long Chen's terrifying speed, it would still take him a lot of time. Because of the vast territory, there weren't many houses between the cities. Of course, there were also small tribes like the barbarian bear tribe. Although Long Chen had reached the god martial realm, he didn't fly in the sky. His body had powerful functions, and his endurance was much stronger than the puppet beasts. He was like a giant beast. When he was running, he was like a giant beast that would never stop. A shadow passed by in a desolate place. This might be very lonely, but when he thought of the goal he had worked so hard for, and how it was right in front of him, Long Chen's whole body burned with hot blood. All the loneliness would be ignited by his hot blood. Moreover, there was still Kitten. Slow down. Slow down. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? On Long Chen's shoulder, Kitten curled up his fist. Because of Long Chen's speed, the wind blew past him, straightening his already short black curly hair, completely changing his appearance. Actually, he used his claws to pat Long Chen's shoulder, but Long Chen didn't feel it at all. God-murdering sword formation. Long Chen was digesting the things he had obtained. Among them, he seemed to be unable to come into contact with the nameless battle skill. The use of the Scarlet Blood Heavenly Wasteland was completely a problem of his own strength. The simplest was the God-murdering sword formation. This was a level 6 divine skill. At the 6th level of the divine martial realm, one could form a supreme golden body. Chapter 1008. If I successfully cultivate this god-killing sword formation and barely use the Scarlet Blood Heavenly Desolation, then my strength will reach the 1st level of the perfect realm of the divine martial realm. Maybe when I use the god-killing sword formation, I will be able to fight against a warrior at the 4th level of the perfect realm of the divine martial realm. This was the heaven-defying aspect of the Scarlet Blood Heavenly Desolation and the god-killing sword formation. If not for them, Long Chen would at most be able to deal with the 3rd level of the perfect realm of the divine martial realm, and it would be impossible for him to defeat Ting Long, the god-killing sword formation. There's no problem with the technique. I've already understood it all. The next step is the problem of cultivation. Do I need 1,000 3rd-grade god-level demon beast souls? Even the god martial spirit is fine. This god-killing sword formation is truly a terrifying technique. No wonder Yi Wushang is called the god of slaughter. Of course, he said before that he didn't kill many good people. Long Chen believed Yi Wushang's words. 1,000 3rd-grade god-level beast souls. It just so happened that Long Chen was going to the Ghost Domain Forest. There would definitely be no less than 1,000 3rd-grade god-level ghost beasts, but to obtain so many beast souls, it was not something that could be done in a short period of time. It seems that if I want to successfully cultivate this god-killing sword formation, it will still take a period of time. Long Chen felt a little helpless. He felt that there might not be enough time. For cultivators of the divine martial realm, it was normal for them to cultivate for 5 to 10 years at a time, but Long Chen still felt that it was too slow. He was originally a heaven-defying person, and could not be compared with others. It was normal for others to spend 10 years, but for Long Chen to spend 10 years, that was extravagant. No matter what, in the Ghost Domain Forest, after successfully cultivating the god-killing sword formation and obtaining a life-saving killing move, I will go to the Eastern Emperor Palace and sneak in to see if I can reach the Western Emperor region. This was Long Chen's plan. At the same time, during this period of time in the Ghost Domain Forest, he would be able to let the storm of the God of Slaughter's mausoleum pass a little. It was not easy to pass through 2 mansions and arrive at the Green Flame Mansion in a short period of time. Fortunately, Long Chen's speed was much faster than before. At his full speed, it took him more than a month to finally arrive at the Ghost Region Forest that Yi Xian mentioned. In this month, Long Chen's cultivation and injuries had already completely recovered. Because he had been moving forward all this time, his divine essence had also improved by quite a bit. Along the way, Long Chen did not stay idle either. He had more or less understood the god-murdering sword formation, and the next thing was to put it into practice. This wouldn't take too long. The thing that would take the most time would be to find 1,000 3rd-stage divine-level ghost beasts, kill them, and seize their souls to cultivate the god-murdering sword formation. What Long Chen couldn't see was that after he left, a huge storm broke out in the Serene Hell Mansion, and then the storm spread in an instant, spreading to several nearby mansions, and even alerting the Eastern Emperor Palace. First of all, in the Serene Hell Mansion, several clans took action to deal with Yi Xian, but they found that they were no match for Yi Xian at all after she put on the Nether Imperial armor. Although it didn't spread out, there seemed to be rumors that even the Lord of the Serene Hell Mansion had personally gone to find Yi Xian, but in the end, he still returned in embarrassment, unable to do anything to her. They just wanted to find the whereabouts of Long Chen through Yi Xian, and it was very likely that they couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. As a result, the entire Serene Hell Mansion was in an uproar. When Su Yang learned of Su Zhen's death, he immediately spread the news that Long Chen had the nameless battle skill and the Scarlet Blood Eternity. A person at the 1st stage of the divine martial realm actually had such peerless treasures. Who wouldn't be envious? For a moment, all the experts of the Serene Hell Mansion were mobilized, searching the entire Serene Hell Mansion for Long Chen's whereabouts. However, Long Chen was one step ahead of them, and he escaped from the Serene Hell Mansion, causing them to search for nothing. At the same time, Yi Xian seemed to have disappeared from the prefecture city. After a period of time, the news that Yi Xian had been captured by the Lord of the Serene Hell Mansion was suddenly spread. No one knew whether the news was true or not, but it had spread far and wide, and many people already knew about it. The news came after a quiet night. In the prefecture city of the Serene Hell Mansion, there was a nether prison suppressing pagoda. It was the place where the Lord of the Serene Hell Mansion imprisoned the prisoners. Beside the pagoda was the Lord of the Serene Hell Mansion's palace. The palace had countless corridors, gardens, and pavilions. In the deepest part of the palace, there was a tall and hollow building. The Cosmos Teleportation Formation of the Serene Hell Mansion was built in this building. At this moment, there was a huge golden formation in the middle of the building. The formation had a diameter of more than 300 meters, and there were countless complicated golden symbols that were twisting and turning like tadpoles. Beside the golden formation, there were two people standing there. One of them was tall and sturdy, wearing heavy black armor. He looked like a cold-fighting machine. He didn't look old, and could only be considered as a young man. The most eye-catching thing about him was his shiny bald head, which was shining in the night. In front of the bald armored martial artist, there was a young man wearing luxurious dark green clothes. There was a hint of shrewdness in his eyes. He was holding a folding fan, and was gently fanning it. One could see that there were a few huge pictures of beautiful women on the fan. All of them were naked. Lord, there are so many good things, but you didn't get a single one. Are you satisfied? The bald, burly man spoke. Unlike his violent appearance, his voice was very calm and even cold. It gave off a chilling feeling that made people's hair stand on end. Although he looked like a young man, his age was definitely at the same level as Su Zhen. From his voice, one could tell that he was very old. Hearing his question, the other seemingly weak young man gently waved his fan and smiled. What is mine will always be mine, and what is not mine. The things are definitely not with Yi Xian. Yi Xian only has the Netherworld Imperial Armor and the 9 Death Hell. The most important treasures, the Nameless Battle Skill and the Blood-Red Sky, were taken by that young man called Long Chen. He should have left the Serene Hell Palace. He left the Serene Hell Palace. But from the information, with the relationship between this young man and Yi Xian, if something happens to Yi Xian, he will definitely come back and walk into the trap. The bald muscular man said. Haha. The young man with the folding fan, the Lord of the Serene Hell Palace, laughed for a while and said, Didn't I try? Yi Xian has the Netherworld Imperial Armor, and I can't beat her. People should be satisfied with what they have. The Blood-Red Sky and the Nameless Battle Skill are things that even the Lord of Emperor Dong's palace coveted. They are not things that I can accept. Even if I get them, the people of Emperor Dong's palace can still take my life. Look, they are coming. Standing next to the universe teleportation portal, they were obviously waiting for someone to come. Even so, I am still not satisfied. At least the 9 Death Hell is a 7th-ranked divine skill. If I get it, the power of the Lord will increase a lot. The people of Emperor Dong's palace may not be interested in the 9 Death Hell, but even if they come, it will not be my turn. The matter of the godly slaughtering tomb is beyond my control. Now that the news has been leaked, I should retreat. I am a member of Emperor Dong's palace, and I will listen to the orders of Emperor Dong's palace. I can't lose my life because of greed. If I do well, they might reward me with something good. As for something that goes against the natural order, we are not young anymore. We don't dare to hope for it. The bald man smiled helplessly. Yeah, he's not young anymore. Otherwise, he would really go and fight for his life. That little guy called Long Chen actually killed that old fart, Su Zhen. This is really shocking. Thinking of Long Chen, the Lord of the Serene Hell Palace squinted his eyes. Indeed, he is a mysterious child. He shook his head and said, but once the people of Emperor Dong's palace come, all the restless people will be suppressed. If the experts of other mansions dare to act recklessly, Emperor Dong's palace can change them with a single order. Long Chen will not be able to escape from Emperor Dong's palace. As for Yi Xian, although I don't know where she and her family have gone, Chu Tiange will find them. Chu Tiange, the one who came, is actually one of the top 10 young geniuses on the talent ranking, the guy who is known as Haotian Sword God. Hearing this name, a trace of fear flashed in the bald man's eyes. He subconsciously took a step back, as if the Haotian Sword God was already standing in front of him. The Lord of the Serene Hell Palace gently waved his folding fan and nodded. He said in awe, I guess when the news reached Emperor Dong's palace, It was temporarily intercepted by Venerable Yuan Emperor, and then his first direct disciple, Xueqi, came. Xueqi is less than 100 years old, but he has already completed the 6th level of the God martial arts realm. He has cultivated the supreme golden body, the immortal body, and he also has a super magical weapon, the Haotian sword that Venerable Yuan Emperor personally passed down to him. He is comparable to a cultivator at the 7th level of the God martial arts realm, a dharma of heaven and earth. Such a young genius is someone who can call the wind and summon the rain in the entire Emperor Dong's palace. So you should know what to do, the bald man, who was also the highest-ranking commander of the army of the Serene Hell, nodded cautiously and said, since Xueqi is here, then neither Yi Xian nor Long Chen can escape from him. Both the nameless combat skill and the blood-red heaven desolation belong to Venerable Yuan Emperor. Small figures like us should try our best to cooperate, and maybe we can get on his good side. For us, this is also a great thing. It's good that you understand. The Lord of the Serene Hell Palace smiled. He looked at the Cosmos Teleportation Matrix respectfully. At this moment, the Cosmos Teleportation Matrix suddenly lit up. Golden runes rose into the air, crisscrossed, and the entire teleportation matrix quickly lit up. The golden light shone on the faces of the two people, making them look very holy. Welcome, Ambassador of Emperor Dong's palace, young Master Xueqi. The Lord of the Serene Hell Palace and Ming Di hurriedly knelt down, their faces full of sincerity. As soon as they finished speaking, two figures appeared in the Cosmos Teleportation Matrix. One was golden, full of righteousness, and the other was blood red, full of sex appeal. Chapter 1009. The Ghost Domain Forest was a dangerous place in the Eastern Emperor region. In the human world, like the true martial Emperor Palace, it was difficult for the demon race to gain a foothold. Only some ominous beasts, nether beasts, etc. that couldn't transform into human form and were naturally inferior to the demon race would be distributed in some deep mountains and wild forests. The gathering place of ominous beasts like the Ghost Domain Forest was very rare. Whether it was nether beasts or ghost beasts, as long as they couldn't transform into human form, they were actually collectively referred to as ominous beasts. The Ghost Domain Forest covered millions of miles, even tens of millions of miles. There were countless ominous beasts living in it, but in the Ghost Domain Forest, there were also ghost beasts. Long Chen hadn't seen ghost beasts yet, so he didn't know what their characteristics were, but he guessed that it had something to do with the black miasma in the Ghost Domain Forest all year round. This black miasma had a certain degree of poison. If one stayed in this place for a long time, his body would have a certain degree of change, of course in a bad way. In the Ghost Domain Forest, all the trees were very tall. The ground was covered with black tree roots, rocks and broken leaves were everywhere. Long Chen walked for a while, and the shortest tree he encountered was dozens of meters high, basically reaching hundreds of meters. It was very terrifying. It would take several people to encircle the trunk, or even dozens of people to encircle it. The canopy was dense and wide, and everywhere was densely packed with leaves. Sunlight basically couldn't penetrate through. Under the canopy, it was very dark, like walking in a trance in the night. The Ghost Domain Forest had a territory of millions of miles. The core area was occupied by the 6th-grade ominous beast, the Ghost Demon Corpse Flood Dragon. As long as he didn't go deep into this place, Long Chen basically wouldn't be in danger here. Even if he accidentally encountered danger, if it wasn't the Ghost Demon Corpse Flood Dragon, he could still use the blood escape technique to escape. Now that Long Chen's true essence had skyrocketed, coupled with the upgrade of the blood escape technique, there was basically no problem. In the Ghost Domain Forest, there would be a layer of blue flame every 1,000 meters. This was the characteristic of the Green Flame Mansion. This blue flame's temperature wasn't high, but it was extremely corrosive, burning a distance of hundreds of meters. If one wasn't in the God Martial realm, it was basically not easy to rush through. The blue flame couldn't burn the trees, but it had a fatal threat to humans or beasts. The deeper the blue flame, the harder it was to pass through. However, these flames were nothing to Long Chen's current body. It was already late at night, and waves of ghostly wails and wolf howls resounded in the Ghost Domain Forest. In fact, with the cover of the tall trees, there was no difference between day and night in the Ghost Domain Forest. At this moment, there was a group of people passing through the raging green flames, fleeing towards the outside of the Ghastly Domain Forest. This was a hunting team. The Ghastly Domain Forest had a large number of demonic beasts, their fur, beast souls, and other precious materials. There were also spirit medicines that alchemists needed. As long as they could get their hands on them, they could sell them for quite a bit of wealth. From there, they could buy even more cultivation resources to strengthen themselves. This group of people should be the hunting team that entered the haunted abyss forest. At this moment, they were fleeing in a sorry state. Their faces were filled with fear and panic, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Their clothes were ragged and dirty, and many of them even had bloodstains on their bodies. It seemed that they had already experienced a battle. At the front of the group was a man and a woman. It was a middle-aged man and a young woman. They were probably father and daughter. Their clothes were slightly more expensive than the others, and it was obvious that they were the leaders of this group. At this moment, the young woman's clothes were also extremely dirty, and her delicate face was filled with fear. She staggered as she ran. If it wasn't for the man beside her constantly supporting her, she would have already fallen behind. "Father, what should we do? What should we do? That corpse devil is about to catch up. It has already remembered our scent. Even if we run back to Dongfeng City, it won't be of any use." The middle-aged man had a thick beard. At this moment, his face was gloomy. He was immersed in his journey, and his eyes were constantly flickering with various kinds of lights. It seemed like he had been struggling for a long time. The screams of fear behind him finally made him make a decision. "I'll stop you, my good daughter. You take them and escape. The further the better. Once we get out of the ghastly domain forest, you guys will split up and escape." As soon as the middle-aged man said this, many people objected to it. The young woman objected, "No, if we do that, you'll definitely dive." "That's right. Lord, if you stay, you won't be able to defeat that corpse devil. Corpse devils have boundless power, and their bodies are incomparably strong. Many people's attacks were ineffective against it, and then they were torn apart." When people said the word torn apart, they all felt their blood run cold because they had seen their companions being torn apart by the corpse devil. If it weren't for the fact that there were more than 10 companions who were willing to stay and fight against the corpse devil, they wouldn't have been able to escape to this place. However, the corpse devil's sense of smell was very sensitive. It could remember everyone's scent, so even if they escaped now, after they got out, they would still endlessly chase after them. The person who was called the Lord of the City smiled and pretended to be under no pressure. He said, "You're looking down on me too much. I'm at least in the 9th Tianqi layer, and I'm a retired centurion of the Netherworld Army. In these years, I've seen all kinds of battles. Insignificant corpse devils can't do anything to me. But I've heard that corpse devils that have been poisoned by corpse poison can only be completely destroyed by cultivators of the divine martial arts layer. Otherwise, they simply can't be killed." In the process of escaping, one of them said cautiously. Hearing the 3 words divine martial arts layer, many people's faces turned deathly pale. Dongfeng City was only one of the thousands of small cities of the Green Flame Mansion. How could there be cultivators of the divine martial arts layer in Dongfeng City? Only if they went to the middle city would there be cultivators of the divine martial arts layer, but if they went to the middle city, they would probably all be dead. "No matter what, I have to take responsibility for this decision. I brought you here, and now I'm going to let you go back safely," said the middle-aged man resolutely. After saying that, he prepared to go back and stop the pursuing corpse devils. At that moment, the young woman's gaze pierced through the forest and she suddenly found a ball of fire in the distance. "Father, there's someone there." The fire he found was not a green flame, but a man-made fire. The smell of barbecued meat passed through the huge forest towards them. The middle-aged man was also attracted by the fire. This person was so daring to use fire to roast ferocious beasts in the ghastly city forest. If he wasn't a strong cultivator, then he was an idiot. The middle-aged man hoped that he was a super strong cultivator, and that was his last hope. Otherwise, he would have to do it himself and pay with his life. "Let's go that way." The middle-aged city lord made a prompt decision and led everyone towards the fire. When they got closer, they found that the smell was getting stronger and stronger. After passing through the thick black forest, they came to an open space with a radius of more than 30 meters. They saw a very speechless scene. This open space was artificially cleared. The originally uneven ground, stones, and fallen leaves had now become flat ground. Looking at the lines on the ground, it had been cut by a sword. In the middle of the open space, 2 huge iron thorns were holding a huge wild boar monster that was about 10 meters long in the air. Below it was a raging fire that was roasting it. This wild boar had such a huge body. It was at least a 5th-rank emperor-level beast, but it had become someone's meal. It could be seen that the roasting technique was quite good. The wild boar's golden meat and the tempting smell made everyone's mouth water. Under the wild boar, a young man was sitting there, controlling the fire. Next to him was a cute black kitten. It was drooling as it looked at the food on its head. Several times, it wanted to rush up and bite the food, but it was stopped by the young man next to it. Seeing this scene, the people who were fleeing looked at each other. Many of them were completely disappointed. They thought that there was a peerless cultivator here, but they didn't expect it to be a little kid. They were completely disappointed. In this way, they could only continue to flee. City Lord, don't count on him. He's just a stupid kid. Just because he has a little ability, he's arrogant in the ghastly city forest. Such a person won't live for long. Let's leave quickly, said one of the men. Father, let's go. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. To their surprise, not only did the middle-aged man not leave, he even walked towards Long Chen. Everyone could only follow him helplessly. When they arrived in front of the young man, the middle-aged man actually knelt down with a flop. City Lord. Father. Everybody didn't understand what he meant. It was just a kid who didn't know the immensity of the sky and the immensity of the earth. Was it worth it for him to do that? Besides, if they continued to waste time there, more people would die. He wasn't helping them, he was harming them. The middle-aged man was the strongest cultivator there. He had broken through to the 9th heaven martial realm. He was close to the god martial realm. He already had a preliminary understanding of the god martial realm's power, the god martial spirit and so on. He was 80% sure that Long Chen was a very young cultivator of the god martial realm. Young hero, I'm the city lord of the East Wind City, which is 300 miles away from the ghastly city. These are my subordinates. We were hunting in the ghastly city, but we didn't expect to encounter the demonic corpse. Now, the demonic corpse has already remembered our smell. No matter where we run, we'll die. You're a peerless cultivator. If possible, please help us. I'll be very grateful, said the middle-aged man very sincerely. Father, are you kidding me? Do you think he's strong? He's just a stupid kid who doesn't know the immensity of the sky and the immensity of the earth. How can he compete with the demonic corpse? Don't be fooled by his appearance. Let's go, said the young woman while looking at the young man with disdain. Chapter 10:10. Ever since he absorbed 1/10 of the ancient blood spirit dragon's essence blood, Long Chen's body had become extremely huge. He needed a huge amount of divine qi to activate it. Replenishing from food was also a method. Now, Long Chen was like an ancient giant beast. That was why he would roast a whole pig in a place like the Ghost Domain Forest. Seeing the middle-aged man's sincere plea, Long Chen thought that it was fate that brought them together, so he would help. However, the words of the girl next to him were a little too harsh. He didn't want to bother and continued to roast his food. The kitten next to him couldn't wait any longer. It's done. Long Chen ignored them as if they didn't exist. With a wave of his finger, the flame became smaller and played the role of heat preservation. At the same time, with a wave of sword qi in his hand, a piece of meat weighing 10 jin was chopped off by Long Chen. In mid-air, Long Chen waved his fingers and the meat turned into tiny shreds, appearing in front of the kitten. Oh! The kitten let out an excited howl and pounced forward. Long Chen also acted as if there was no one else around. He leisurely dealt with this huge food as if he didn't care about the corpse demon at all. In their opinion, Long Chen's performance was very exaggerated. Not many people had a good impression of Long Chen. After all, their respected city lord knelt down in front of Long Chen, but Long Chen didn't react at all. Father, let's go, the young girl begged. Feeling the approaching danger, everyone's face revealed a frightened expression. Some people's legs had even turned to jelly. They could have left, but their city lord's performance was too disappointing. If this continued, wouldn't everyone be killed in this place? Did they really have to count on this youth who was younger than everyone here to resist the corpse demon? The city lord's brain must have been filled with water. City lord, let's escape. If we don't leave, all of us will die here. Yeah, do a good deed and leave together. If he really didn't want to leave, the others could only leave on their own. The middle-aged city lord gritted his teeth. Because of Long Chen, he had already been delayed for a period of time. If he delayed any further, and Long Chen did not help him from the beginning until the end, he was afraid that he would let down his ancestors. Of course, he had absolute faith in Long Chen's strength. Please help us. The middle-aged city lord lowered his head again. At this time, Long Chen was still eating slowly. Although he seemed to be eating very slowly, he was eating very regularly. After a short while, less than half of the wild boar had entered Long Chen's stomach and was quickly digested by Long Chen's powerful digestive ability. Long Chen's strength could be said to be endless. Her father had already admitted defeat, but the other party still didn't care. The young girl was angry. She felt that her father was frightened by the corpse demon and had completely lost his mind. Since her father thought that Long Chen was a peerless expert, then she would expose him. Without saying anything, the young girl took a few steps forward and punched towards Long Chen. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect this young girl to be so bold. However, the next scene made them speechless. They saw the youth waving his hand and a large piece of barbecued meat fell to the ground. It was the thickest leg of the wild boar, weighing a few tons. Just like that, it smashed towards the young girl. What? The young girl's punch landed on the meat. Instantly, minced meat splattered everywhere. The oil and water splashed all over her body, causing her body to become greasy. Her face was also covered with golden oil. This feeling made the young girl go crazy. I'm going to kill you. The young girl roared. Stop. The middle-aged city lord was startled. At this moment, the earth trembled. A rotten smell came from this direction. Everyone was shocked. They knew that the corpse demon had already caught up. At this moment, fear won over everything. Almost everyone turned their heads and ran forward, leaving the middle-aged city lord and the young girl behind. The middle-aged city lord was still begging Long Chen. He didn't leave. His daughter also stayed here. I'll settle the score with you next time. The young girl shouted angrily. Then, she pulled her father's arm and begged him to leave. My daughter has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. She has offended me. Please don't bother with her. The middle-aged city lord said embarrassedly. His eyes were filled with tears. It was good that Long Chen didn't directly attack his daughter. Now that his daughter had offended him, the middle-aged city lord didn't expect Long Chen to help them. So, under his daughter's pull, he also stood up. Just when he was about to leave, a loud roar came from the forest behind. Towering trees suddenly fell to the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. At the same time, a rotten smell came from the forest behind them. The corpse demon hadn't arrived yet. A black mist had already spread. This mist was extremely stinky. Long Chen still had more than half of the golden wild boar. After coming into contact with this black mist, it quickly rotted and stinked. Long Chen and Kitten's eyes instantly widened. Bastard! Kitten's eyes almost popped out. He held his kitten's claws and looked angrily at the direction where the corpse demon came from. Long Chen's eyes also turned cold. Motherfucker! I haven't enjoyed roasting food for a long time. Now it's gone just like that. At this moment, the nearby forest shook violently. The sound of footsteps approached quickly. A figure of more than 10 meters tall appeared in front of Long Chen. It was a humanoid black monster. His skin was very disgusting black and full of potholes. The smell of corpses permeated from his body. His body was like a thick human, but his head was like a black bear. It was ferocious and bloody. On his body, there were also many bodies connected to his body. The strange thing was that there were only a dozen of them. Everyone seemed to have grown on the corpse demon's body. Only the part above the belly button was still there. At this moment, everyone's eyes were emitting black mist. Their hands were grabbing in front of them. It looked extremely terrifying. Corpse demon. They are all dead. The middle-aged city lord and the girl were stunned. That terrifying aura made their legs tremble. Especially when they saw that the bodies of their comrades had been connected to the corpse demon's body. It seemed like they were part of the corpse demon. Both of them couldn't move anymore. As soon as the corpse demon came out, it roared and chased after them. That rotten smell almost knocked them down. Father, father, run. The girl's legs were already soft. You go first. The middle-aged city lord didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced towards the corpse demon. In just one round, he was casually swept by the corpse demon. He was sent flying, spurting out blood. The corpse demon rushed towards him. The ground shook. As long as it stepped on him, This guy's flesh and blood would definitely splatter everywhere. Father. The girl was stunned. She was so scared that she couldn't move. She could only watch as the corpse demon stepped on her father. At this moment, a blood-red sword net brushed past the woman. It was extremely fast and instantly enveloped Shermo's body. At this moment, Shermo's body suddenly stopped and then turned into countless pieces of minced meat, rumbling on the ground. So disgusting. Long Chen waved his hand and a flame appeared, burning the corpse demon's body. This scene made the girl turn her head and look at Long Chen like a fool. She finally understood why her father was so polite to Long Chen. However, Long Chen didn't care about her. After dealing with the corpse demon, he didn't say anything and turned towards the depths of the ghost region forest. You. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had already disappeared. Wait for me, wait for me. Kitten's furry body drilled into the grass and quickly disappeared. At this moment, the middle-aged city lord stood up and looked at the direction where Long Chen disappeared. At the last moment, he saw a blood-red long sword appear in Long Chen's hand. To be able to deal with the corpse demon so easily, his strength must be above the second level of the divine martial realm. The middle-aged city lord struggled to walk to his daughter's side. Oh. The girl answered blankly. I told you long ago that there's always someone better out there. Today, you've finally seen what a true young expert is like, right? The middle-aged city lord said in a meaningful tone. Yes. The girl nodded. After passing through another blue flame, the forest in front of them was even taller, denser and gloomier. The ghost region forest was naturally a place where ghosts ran rampant. In the air here, there is a kind of black corpse poison. The vicious beasts here will be affected by this corpse poison for a long period of time. They will completely lose their consciousness and become walking corpses. These are the ghost beasts. The corpse demons from before are also considered a type of ghost beast. The fighting strength of ghost beasts is a bit more terrifying than vicious beasts. Many people have died at the hands of ghost beasts, and their fates are extremely miserable. Of course, the higher the rank, the stronger the resistance to the corpse poison. Climbing onto Long Chen's shoulder, the kitten continued to speak. This corpse poison, how did it come about? In the center of the ghost region forest, there is a ferocious beast called the ghost demon corpse dragon. It is the source of the corpse poison. Next to a real ghost beast, there will be countless ferocious beasts affected by it. The breath they exhale is harmful to other ferocious beasts. The existence of ghost beasts is unavoidable even in the desolate imperial domain. However, if there are ghost beasts in the desolate imperial domain, they will be killed very quickly. So that's how it is. The appearance of the ghost region forest is completely because of the ghost demon corpse dragon. It seemed that no matter what a grade 6 divine level demonic beast was, it was still very terrifying. The strength of the ghost demon corpse dragon was invincible in the entire Serene Hell Prefecture, and the same was true for the Green Flame Prefecture. That was why it could occupy the ghost region forest for such a long time. However, as long as I don't go too deep, I will be fine. Let's go and start hunting ferocious beasts. Let's see how long it will take for me to kill 1,000 grade 3 divine level ferocious beasts. Chapter 10-11. If there were less than 1,000 of them, Long Chen would be in deep trouble. At most, he could take care of 3rd-level divine beasts. As for 4th-level divine beasts, he didn't know if there were any here. Even if there were, it would be very dangerous for Long Chen to deal with them. After all, even if they were all 4th-level divine beasts, there would be huge differences between them. Just like the difference between Sumo and Tenglong, let's begin. Holding floating blood in his hand, he pushed Kitten back into the Taishu realm. Long Chen quietly began his assassination journey in the vast forest. Not many people were able to discover his existence. Most of the time, Long Chen was just a shadow that floated by. Floating blood was fleeting as he swung his sword. The dark space became dazzling because of the golden light. Following the voices of the Lord of Nether God and Ming Di, 2 figures appeared in the teleportation matrix in the treasury of the Nether God Manor. The Lord of Nether God was kneeling and didn't dare to raise his head because he didn't know what Chu Tiange's temper was like. From below, without using his divine awareness, he could only see a shiny golden robe. Rise. A gentle and magnetic voice sounded. Although it was friendly, it didn't lose the majesty of a king. It was as if there was a magical charm in the voice that could tug at the heartstrings of others. Just these few words were enough to make the Lord of Nether God Manor and Ming Di feel that they didn't dare to disobey Chu Tiange. They felt that he was very friendly, but also full of majesty. It would be better to blaspheme him. Hearing Chu Tiange's words, the Lord of Nether God Manor and Ming Di hurriedly stood up. These two powerful figures in the Nether God Manor now seemed somewhat submissive in front of Chu Tiange, especially the Lord of Nether God Manor. He was a warrior from Emperor Dong's palace and naturally knew how terrifying those who could enter the top 10 of the talent ranking in Emperor Dong's palace were. Chu Tiange didn't give himself the title of Haotian Sword God. It was given by others out of admiration. Looking up, he saw a man with long black hair and black eyes. He wore a long golden robe, which was embroidered with a golden dragon totem. Chu Tiange's eyes were pure, and his features were sharp and chiseled. He was the type of handsome man with strong lines. This image was in line with the image of the clear sky sword god Chu Tiange in the Lord of Netherhell's heart. Behind Chu Tiange was a young girl. She was dressed in a crimson, gorgeous dress, and looked like a butterfly. She looked very sweet, and when she smiled, there were two shallow dimples on her cheeks. She didn't look very old, but although she looked sweet and cute, she had a devilish figure. Her breasts were raised high, and they were pressed against Chu Tiange's arm. Her hands were holding Chu Tiange's arm, and there was a happy smile on her face. The Lord of the Nether God Palace and the Lord of the Nether God Palace couldn't help but sigh at Chu Tiange's luck with women. As for the identity of this sweet girl in a red dress, they did not know. Young master, I am Yang Yufan, the Lord of the Nether Palace appointed by Emperor Dong's palace. This is the highest commander of the Nether Army of the Nether God Palace, Gao Yan. The Lord of the Nether God Palace briefly introduced himself, and then looked respectfully at the sweet girl next to him. He asked, "How should I address you, master?" Before Chu Tiange said anything, the sweet girl next to him said, "I am Su Xiaodai, senior brother Chu Tiange's junior sister. I am also a disciple of Venerable Yuan Emperor." Her voice was so sweet that it made people feel numb to their bones. It was like a child talking. "So you are also a disciple of Venerable Yuan Emperor. Sorry for not recognizing you," the Lord of the Nether God Palace and the Lord of the Nether God Palace said humbly. This girl named Su Xiaodai was estimated to be less than 40 years old. She was just an adult, but her cultivation was not weaker than the Lord of the Nether God Palace, Yang Yufan. Yang Yufan and Gao Yan were secretly shocked. It seemed that she was another disciple of Venerable Yuan Emperor, a genius disciple. Given time, she would definitely be a powerful figure in Emperor Dong's palace. Junior sister Su passed the 9th heaven thunder tribulation 2 years ago, and is already at the peak of the 5th tier of the divine martial arts realm. She is also a member of the Blood Phoenix Su family of the Eastern Royal region. She has been talented since she was a child, and is the most outstanding genius of the Su family. The Purple Fire Phoenix Su family of the Nether God Palace has some relations with her family, so this time I brought her here. As Chu Tiange said this, he gently broke away from Su Xiaodia's arms, and got rid of the attack on her chest. He took a few steps forward and walked out of the door. Looking at the starry sky, he said in a low voice, "My master ordered me to get the blood desolation and the nameless combat skill. Yang Yufan, how is it going?" When he walked out, the others hurried to follow him. Su Xiaodai saw that Chu Tiange was going to talk about business, so she did not pester him. However, he just broke away from her arms, which made Su Xiaodai a little unhappy. She pouted and stood aside. The Lord of the Nether God Palace was a little scared, and he told everything to Chu Tiange. What a loser! He can't even defeat a woman who has just passed the Oblivion Wind tribulation. Su Xiaodai was a little angry after hearing this. A blood-red long whip appeared in her hand, which seemed to be made of some kind of feathers. The long whip hit the Lord of the Nether God Palace. Even though he had passed the 9th heaven thunder tribulation, a bloody wound was still left on his body, and the wound was difficult to heal. Blood gushed out. The Lord of the Nether God Palace snorted, and did not dare to say a word. Little butterfly, Chu Tiange reminded, a little displeased. "Got it, I'll listen to you." Su Xiaodai stomped her feet, and said angrily. Chu Tiange did not know what to do with her, so he smiled helplessly and said to the Lord of the Nether God Palace, "That little guy named Long Chen, has he already escaped? From what you said, he is a man who values friendship. But the monk can't escape the temple. Although Yi Xian has escaped, the Yi family is too big. If something happens to the Yi family, she will come back. Tomorrow, you go and kill everyone in the Yi family, then hang their bodies at the city gate. Yes. The Lord of the Nether God Palace and Ming Di nodded. They all gasped inwardly. This Chu Tiange, although he seemed warm and friendly, was in fact very clear in his thinking and decisive in his actions. He had made his decision in an instant, using the Yi clan to lure Yi Xian out, and then using Yi Xian to lure Long Chen out. It was a perfect plan. The Yi clan had been in the Serene Hell Palace for such a long time, and they had never thought that just because of one sentence from Chu Tiange, they would be wiped out. It's getting late. Yang Yufan, where are your accommodations? Chu Tiange asked. It's done. Please follow me. The Lord of the Nether God Palace had spent a lot of effort to welcome these two little devils. He had built the most luxurious palace in the city for them. It was more than 10,000 square meters, and there were more than 1,000 maids in the palace just to serve the two of them. After all the arrangements were done, Chu Tiange had already sent them to deal with the Yi family. Senior brother, you have to promise me one thing. Su Xiaodai hugged Chu Tiange's arm and rubbed her breasts against Chu Tiange's body. Her voice was sweet, and her expression was so sweet that no one would have the heart to say no. What is it? Chu Tiange frowned, but he soon relaxed and asked. I will only tell you if you promise me. Humph. Su Xiaodai said with a pout. All right. Chu Tiange nodded. Well, when that Yi Xian comes, I want to beat her up. I heard that she has something called the Nether Royal Armor. It's very powerful. I want to let her have a taste of my power, Su Xiaodai said, clenching her fists. Just don't beat her to death. Chu Tiange waved his hand and said. Of course. I know you want that girl to attract that thing called Chen. He's at the first tier of the divine martial arts realm. He can be killed by a breath. How fragile, Su Xiaodai said with a sweet smile. All right, it's getting late. You should go back. We'll see how Yang Yufan is doing in the morning. Chu Tiange was not used to Su Xiaodai's clinging. Su Xiaodai felt wronged. Senior brother, it's rare for us to come out alone. Let me spend more time with you. When you were in Emperor Dong's palace, you practiced your brush every day. It's rare to have a chance like this. As she spoke, Su Xiaodai felt so wrong that she was about to cry. She looked so pitiful. Chu Tiange hesitated for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, It's up to you. But even though we're out, we can't delay our practice. Got it, boring old man. Su Xiaodai jumped up excitedly, her breasts surging. Seeing Chu Tiange staring at her chest, Su Xiaodai blushed. What are you looking at? You're so annoying. Su Xiaodai covered her chest with her hands. Chu Tiange did not say much. He sat down on a wide stone chair next to him and looked at the starlight in the sky. Su Xiaodai sat down next to him. Looking at the young man, she wanted to say something but stopped herself several times. The next day, except for those who had escaped, all the warriors above the second tier of the divine martial arts realm were brutally killed. Their bodies were hung at the gate of the prefectural city. Everyone was talking about it, and the news spread quickly throughout the Serene Hell Mansion. Yi Shiji and Tang Long were among them. At the same time, Long Chen carried out a massacre in the Ghost Region forest. He had no idea what had happened in the outside world. He did not expect Emperor Dong's palace's reaction to this. He had thought that it would not affect Yi Xian's life, but it did. Long Chen sheathed his sword. Another grade 3 deity-level ferocious beast had died in his hands. Long Chen collected its beast soul and also its blood essence. Every ferocious beast was very important to Long Chen. I didn't expect the divine beasts to be so dense in the Ghost Region forest. It seems that it will not be difficult to get 1,000 of them. Long Chen left carefully. Looking into the depths of the Ghost Region forest, there was an extremely violent giant divine beast, or rather, a ghost beast. Even though he was far away, he could not get rid of the throbbing feeling. Chapter 10-12. In the middle of the killing, time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The Ghost Region forest was under the complete management of the Super Overlord, the Ghost Demon Corpse Dragon. However, it did not notice that its subordinates were quietly decreasing. The killer's movements were too light and too fast. The Ghost Demon Corpse Dragon spent most of its time in a deep sleep. The death of a level 3 Divine Realm Ghost Beast did not arouse its vigilance at all. In the middle of the Ghost Region forest, besides Long Chen, there were other hunters. The valuable things of a level 3 divine realm fierce beast could be sold to warriors in the god martial arts realm for hundreds of years. They were extremely precious. Long Chen always got money very fast. For example, now he had more than 30,000 divine gems, and his wealth was comparable to that of a warrior at the 8th level of the god martial arts realm. Yi Wuxiang's things were basically in his pocket. Among the other fierce beast hunters, there were many experts. After all, the Ghost Region Forest was the largest gathering place of fierce beasts in the Green Flame Mansion. It was the most dangerous place. Those who wanted to take risks would choose this place. At this time, there were 3 warriors staring at a super fierce beast. These 3 warriors were all middle-aged, obviously belonging to the same force. Their strength was not low. They were all warriors at the 3rd level of the god martial arts realm. Of course, they had just entered the realm. The 3 of them looked similar, so they probably came from the same family. If Long Chen lived in the Green Flame Mansion, he would know their names. They were the 3 brothers of the Chen family, who were known as the 3 Demon Hunter Brothers. The 3rd level of the god martial arts realm had already developed divine senses. Although it was only within a range of 100 meters, they could still detect the movement of their target. It's sleeping. It's a good opportunity. We have been lurking for 2 years and prepared for this 8-armed demon dragon. This time we can't fail. The 8-clawed demonic dragon is covered in scales. You guys have to be careful of its tail. If we get swept by it, I reckon that our entire bodies will explode and turn into minced meat. This vicious beast's physical body is really too powerful, dozens of times stronger than ours. Although its demonic energy is inferior to our divine essence, if we are not careful, we might lose our lives. Everyone, try not to get close to it. That's how ferocious beasts are. Their bodies are tough, comparable to our super body refinement battle skills. Although this 8-armed demonic dragon is only a grade 3 god rank, only a martial artist who has cultivated a grade 5 god rank body refinement battle skill would be able to resist it. Luckily, the 8-armed fiend dragon's body wasn't corroded by the corpse aura of the ghost fiend corpse serpent. Otherwise, the price would be at least half. That's enough, brothers. Do your best. The 3 of them floated lightly in the air, holding their breaths and concealing their movements as they quietly advanced. In a place like the ghastly domain forest, the trees were at least several hundred meters tall. Each tree was a super huge monster. Even the trunks in front of them looked like a wall. The 3 of them moved from one tree trunk to the other. A lake appeared in front of them. It was a black lake that looked a bit like a swamp. The 8-armed demonic dragon was resting in this huge lake. The so-called 8-armed demonic dragon actually had nothing to do with a divine dragon. It was purely a giant crocodile. It was incomparably ferocious and had a strong physical body. Any human or beast that came close to it would be directly swallowed into its stomach. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, its appearance was slightly similar to a dragon, which was why it was respectfully called the 8-armed demonic dragon. Soon, the 3 of them approached it. The lake in front of them was rippling. This was an endless lake in the middle of the forest. Many trees grew directly from the lake. The surface of the lake was covered with leaves. It was incomparably dirty, and there was a rotten smell coming from it. Spread out. The 3 of them surrounded the 8-armed demonic dragon from 3 different directions. Through their divine senses, they could already feel the huge existence of the 8-armed demonic dragon. Fierce beasts were very sensitive to divine senses. When the 3 of them sensed the 8-armed demonic dragon with their divine senses, the 8-armed demonic dragon also discovered them. Suddenly, the entire lake underwent an earth-shattering change. With a loud bang, the entire lake's surface shook violently. The lake water shot up into the sky, as if all the water in the lake had disappeared in an instant. A giant crocodile that was about 10 meters long appeared in front of them. Most of the fierce beasts had the ability to freely change their body shape. Their bodies were extremely huge, just like the golden-horned blood shark. Although it was only a grade 1 divine rank, it was incomparably huge. This 8-armed demonic dragon's real body was also huge. However, when it shrunk its body, it meant that its physical strength had reached its limit. After shrinking its huge body to only 10 meters long, the 8-armed demonic dragon's body was incomparably compact. The power that it could unleash wasn't something that humans could imagine. This was the difference between humans and the demon race. No matter when, the demon race's body would always be stronger than humans at the same level. Among the demon race, the people of the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain generally had a transcendent understanding of the Sword Tao. Among the sword martial artists and ordinary cultivators of the same level, sword martial artists were still stronger. However, the people of the true martial imperial domain generally had a higher level of cultivation. This was the situation of the three great imperial regions. The three great imperial regions were neck and neck, and the strongest one was probably the desolate imperial region. That was because there were too many demonic beasts in the desolate imperial region. There were thousands or even millions of demonic beasts. The 8-armed demonic dragon in front of them looked like a giant crocodile, but it also looked like a flood dragon. It had a thick and sharp horn on its head. Its black skin was covered with black scales. It looked majestic. At first glance, it could be seen that ordinary swords and sabers couldn't pierce through it. At the same time, there were 8 thick and strong arms on both sides of the 8-armed demonic dragon. Each of the arms had a sharp claw. They were black and emitted a black flowing light. The 3 demon hunter brothers were shocked when they saw this. Hiss! The 8-armed demonic dragon furiously looked at the people who had disturbed them. Its eyes were blood red and a dense blood chi burst out from its body. Rumble! The formidable power created a series of explosions in the surroundings. Attack! Although the 3 experts weren't a match for the 8-armed demonic dragon in terms of physical strength, they were still existences in the 3rd level of the divine martial realm. They had comprehended the principle of the unity of heaven and man. Every move they made could drive the power of heaven and earth. At this moment, they launched the operation that they had been planning for a long time. The 8-clawed demon dragon was far more powerful than they had imagined. A casual sound wave from it was enough to cause the thick trees in the surroundings to collapse. The 3 of them started a fierce battle with the 8-clawed demon dragon. They fought with their lives on the line. The huge forest fell to the ground one by one. The 8-clawed demon dragon's 8 arms were the cause of the destruction. In a short period of time, the entire area was shaken to the ground. What a strong body! One of the martial artists spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards. He had used a 2nd-grade divine skill to collide with the black-scaled tail of his opponent and was actually sent flying backwards. His massive amount of spirit essence was directly scattered. From this, it could be seen just how powerful the body of this 8-clawed monster dragon was. Brother! The other 2 rushed to help him. So far, the 8-armed demonic dragon hadn't been defeated. Although they were all in the 3rd level of the divine martial realm, the gap between them was still huge. The 3 of them already had the idea of retreating. In a real battle, they discovered that the body of the 8-armed demonic dragon was far stronger than they had imagined. Such a body, especially the scales, they simply couldn't destroy such hard and precious materials. Retreat! The 3 of them glanced at each other and made a decision. They could deal with the 8-armed demonic dragon next time, but if they died, they would die. The 3 of them fled in 3 different directions. Just when they were about to escape, they suddenly saw a scene that made them dumbfounded. The 8-armed demonic dragon's eyes were blood red. It was madly chasing one of the experts. But at this moment, a red line of blood appeared out of nowhere. That golden line of blood instantly rushed to the back of the 8-armed demonic dragon. Judging from the figure, it should be a human expert. Moreover, they also saw the clothes that Long Chen was wearing. Danger! Being so close to the 8-armed demonic dragon, this person was only at the 1st level of the divine martial realm. He would undoubtedly die. However, what happened next made them dumbfounded. That person directly sat on the back of the 8-armed demonic dragon, holding the 2 sharp horns of the 8-armed demonic dragon. He laughed loudly and exerted force. The 8-armed demonic dragon let out a roar. An incomparably huge force directly pressed it to the ground. This force frightened the 8-armed demonic dragon. It roared and used its tail to sweep the person on its back. Be careful! The 3 devil hunter brothers were stunned. But they were still a step too late. The thick tail of the 8-armed demonic dragon still whipped that blurry figure. Boom! The 3 of them were startled. They guessed that the figure would be directly whipped into minced meat. But what made them dumbfounded was that the figure was actually unharmed. It was as if nothing had happened. He flipped over and directly pressed the 2 horns of the 8-armed demonic dragon to the ground. Rumble! The huge head of the 8-armed demonic dragon was directly pressed to the ground by Long Chen. Its tail was raised high. This is the 8-armed demonic dragon. The 3 of them were speechless. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. This sudden turn of events had a huge impact on them. Just one person was able to suppress the 8-armed demonic dragon. Just how much strength did he have to possess to do that? You dare to hit me? You're courting death. That figure laughed mischievously and pressed the 8-armed demonic dragon to the ground. The 8-armed demonic dragon let out angry roars. Its eyes were blood red. The lower half of its body was frantically struggling, causing the earth to shake again and again. With its strength it could destroy everything. But today, it had encountered a character that made it terrified. Chapter 10:13. In front of it, this little guy was like a super demonic beast that was countless levels higher than it, making it feel awe and fear. This feeling was similar to when it was facing the ghost demon corpse Jiao Dragon. The silhouette emptied one of his arms and punched the 8-armed demon dragon's head. Immediately, the scales on its head were completely shattered, and large chunks of flesh and blood splattered out. The 3 onlookers had long been scared out of their wits. The scales that they had tried so hard to break were easily broken by this figure. Just how terrifying was this person's strength? As the punches rained down, the 8-armed demon dragon struggled powerlessly. Its roars became softer and softer, and more cracks appeared on its head. Its blood-red eyes quickly dissipated, and it looked at the youth who had actually suppressed it in terms of strength with a face full of fear. 700th. Holding the 8-armed demon dragon's head, Long Chen flung its body into the air. At this time, the 8-armed demon dragon was still alive and was trying to escape. However, a sword appeared in the hands of the person below. Zhan Long, the sword light surged and directly chopped off the 8-armed demon dragon's head. Without saying anything, Long Chen instantly disappeared after collecting the beast's souls, leaving the 3 onlookers to look at the scene of the battle. Looking at the mess, their expressions couldn't change for a long time. After a long time, they gathered together, and the first thing one of them said was, "Brothers, I'm not dreaming, am I? I hope I'm also dreaming." The shock in their hearts had already drowned their consciousness. In a daze, the 3 of them walked out of the forest. The 8-clawed demonic dragon was already dead, so they needed to change their target. Fortunately, there were many 3rd-grade deity-level ferocious beasts in the Ghost Domain forest. He had already collected 700 grade 3 divine-level ominous beast souls, which had taken him more than 2 months' time. If he wanted to find more grade 3 divine-level ominous beasts, he would have to go deeper into the Ghostland forest. However, the deeper he went, the higher the possibility of alerting the ghost devil corpse Jiao Dragon. Long Chen didn't want to go in, but the number of grade 3 divine-level ominous beasts he could find was too little. If he didn't go in, he didn't know when he would be able to complete this mission. After making up his mind, Long Chen gritted his teeth and advanced another 10 layers of green flames. This kind of cold flame had no effect on Long Chen's body. Long Chen had seen the coldest flame, and that was Mo Xiaolong's 9 underworlds demon ancestral flame. At the same time, 300 miles away from the ghastly domain forest, a man walked into Dongfeng City. He was dressed in black and had a cloak over his head. It was hard to tell what he looked like, but he had a terrifying aura around him. Ordinary people didn't dare approach him. Very soon, this person disappeared from everyone's sight. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief and continue with their lives. I heard that the last time the city lord and the others went to the Ghost Domain forest, they actually encountered a corpse demon. Later on, it was a person holding a red long sword who killed the corpse demon. That's right. I heard that he's just a young man. To think that a mere young man would possess such strength. This is truly admirable. After that person left, everyone started discussing. At that moment, in the spacious main hall of the city lord's mansion, the middle-aged city lord that Long Chen had met in the Ghost Domain forest was dealing with the trivial matters of Dongfeng City. His daughter was sitting next to him, bored. She said, "Father, I don't want to marry that guy. I heard that he's a pervert since he was a child. He's not a good person." The middle-aged cultivator raised his head and sincerely said, "He's the eldest son of a great clan in Dongyang City. He has a much higher status than me. He's already in the 9th layer of the Heaven Martial Realm. He's a peerless genius. He'll be a big shot in the main city. It's your fortune that he's interested in you," the young girl smiled and said. "Compared to the person I met in the Ghost Domain forest, he's not a genius at all." The middle-aged city lord didn't know what to say. At this moment, a man wearing a black cloak walked into the main hall. He seemed to treat this place as his own home. He casually walked in and no one stopped him. "Who are you? How did you get in here? Get out of here." The young girl was very emotional. That person acted as if he hadn't heard her. He continued walking until he was in front of the middle-aged city lord. Shut up! The middle-aged city lord could already feel how terrifying that person was. It wasn't that no one stopped him. It was that those who had stopped him were already dead. Among them were 2 cultivators in the 8th layer of the Heaven Martial Realm. His right-hand men. Who are you? Asked the middle-aged city lord while trembling. Only then did the young girl realize the seriousness of the matter. She quickly closed her mouth, and her eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, the man in the black robe gently moved his finger, and a purple flame instantly spread, turning into a purple flame egg. The egg completely enveloped the young girl, and the scorching heat caused the temperature of the room to instantly rise by a lot. Don't touch my daughter, shouted the middle-aged city lord. Answer my questions honestly and you'll both be safe. Otherwise, you'll both be burned alive. That voice sounded very gentle and refined. He hadn't thought that such a person could be so terrifying. The middle-aged city lord realized that such a person was definitely an extremely influential person in the main city, or even the prefectural city. He couldn't afford to offend such a person. He quickly said, "Ask away. As long as I know, I'll tell you everything." I've heard that you once met a young man with a red sword. He killed a corpse demon with a casual attack, right? Asked the man coldly. So it was him. The middle-aged city lord knew that the man had come to find that young man, and it was very likely that he had come to kill him. Even though that young man had saved his life, his daughter's life was still in his hands. Besides, such a long time had passed. He didn't even know if that young man was still in the ghastly domain forest. Therefore, he put his daughter's safety before anything else. He quickly said, "Yes, I met him. He killed the corpse demon and saved the people of Dongfeng City." The mysterious martial artist sneered and continued to ask, "Describe his appearance." The middle-aged martial artist hurriedly told him everything he knew. Then it must be Long Chen. He actually escaped to the Green Flame Mansion's ghastly domain forest. He's really smart. But do you think that he can escape my revenge? The mysterious man smiled. After getting the information he wanted, he turned around and left. As he walked out of the door, the wind blew the veil on his cloak. It was Sumo. His subordinates in the Green Flame Mansion had accidentally heard news about Long Chen. They had sent him a message and he had rushed over to confirm it. In fact, he had been looking for Long Chen's whereabouts ever since he had regained his arm. Senior, this fire. The purple flame was still burning even after Sumo walked out. Oh. Sumo smiled coldly. After withdrawing the purple flame, only a charred corpse was left inside. You. The middle-aged city lord's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He rushed towards Sumo. He did not expect Sumo to be so ruthless. After asking questions, he still wanted to kill. "Little ant, you dare to struggle in front of me." Sumo waved his finger, and without even turning his head, the purple flames in the main hall wrapped around the middle-aged city lord, instantly wrapping around him. Soon there was no more sound, and when the flames dissipated, all that was left was a charred corpse. "You dare to cut off my arm, dare to kill my Su family's old ancestor, dare to rob me of everything. Long Chen, this is your fate." Looking ahead, in the distant sky, there was a dark color. That was where the ghastly domain forest was located. Sumo sneered and launched his speed. Like a gust of wind, he quickly headed in the direction of the ghastly domain forest. "Under my divine sense, you will have nowhere to hide." The 4th level of the divine martial realm, the great perfection of the extreme realm of martial arts, it was even close to the 5th level of the divine martial realm. Although Sumo had regrown his arm, his fighting capacity did not decrease at all. With more than 1,000 years of cultivation, his vast divine qi was many times stronger than Long Chen's. Even if Long Chen could defeat Ting Long, he was absolutely not a match for Sumo. Because Sumo was more than 10 times stronger than Ting Long, the hatred of my arm and so much hatred, I will return it all to you. Little guy, since you appeared until now, how many things have you ruined for me? He was the one who saved Yi Xian twice, and the god of slaughter's mausoleum was revealed by Long Chen. Even Yi Xian, who was in his hands, was taken away by Long Chen. As for what happened in the god of slaughter's mausoleum, there was no need to mention it. If I don't chop you into minced meat, I, Sumo, am not a human. In the depths of the ghastly region forest. If the periphery of the ghastly domain forest was all the way to the place where the ghost demon corpse dragon was, then Long Chen had already walked 3/4 of the way. There was a very oppressive feeling coming from the front, as if there was a huge heart buried in this forest. Every once in a while, the ground would shake, just like the beating of a heart. In the air, the dense corpse aura obstructed one's line of sight. Although it was daytime, the ghastly domain forest was still dark. The trees towered into the sky, reaching up to 1,000 meters. Every tree was a true colossus, covering the sky. Under these trees, there was a black corpse aura everywhere. The rancid smell made Long Chen frown. In fact, even human experts did not dare to come close to this place. If they absorbed too much of that corpse qi, their bodies would gradually rot. They would even become zombies. They would have great strength but no consciousness. This was the gas that the corpse dragon breathed out. It was hard to imagine how huge this terrifying creature was. Chapter 10:14. In this position, there were a lot of third-grade divine-level fierce beasts, and they were densely packed together. Long Chen's hunting speed had also increased by a lot, and he could basically find a few or even a dozen of them in a day. Most of the third-grade divine-level fierce beasts were not his match, and Long Chen could easily succeed. Of course, because of the severe corpse qi, the fierce beasts here had already turned into ghost beasts. Compared to fierce beasts, ghost beasts were more ferocious, but they were like ghosts and were not afraid of death at all. As long as they were not completely dead, they had the power to retaliate, and were extremely difficult to deal with. They were completely like fighting machines. 1,000 beast souls have finally been collected. During this period of time, Long Chen was extremely tired, but fortunately, he had still completed the mission in the end. In this ghost domain forest, Long Chen estimated that there were only a few thousand fierce beasts of this level, which was already a very terrifying number. Their overall strength had already surpassed the sum of the experts of the Jade Flame Manor, and it was possible that the combined strength of several mansions would be equivalent to a ghost domain forest. It had to be said that this was a place that even the Eastern Imperial Palace was rather afraid of. However, the ferocious beasts and the ghost beasts that had completely lost their minds had already been killed by Long Chen. In Long Chen's Great Void Realm, he had accumulated a large amount of blood essence of demonic beasts. He had refined the blood essence to a very pure level, and when he used the blood-refining qi, he did not need to remove the impurities bit by bit like before, which required a lot of time. He could quickly recover the consumed god essence, and he could also use the connection between the Great Void Realm and his own body to reach a level where it was difficult for his god essence to dry up. In this way, he would have more chances to use the Scarlet Blood Heaven Wasteland. Although the Scarlet Blood Heaven Wasteland was powerful, it also burned a lot of money. It was different from the soul-chasing hell electricity. It burned god essence. With 1,000 beast souls prepared, Long Chen retreated from the current depth and found a quiet valley in the middle of the ghost domain forest. After cleaning it up a little, it could be used as a training ground. During this period of time, he had already comprehended the god-murdering sword formation, and what he needed to do next was to practice and use it. It requires over 1,000 beast souls to form a formation. The power of this god-murdering sword formation must be extremely terrifying. Finally, it was time. Long Chen was a little excited. According to the formation in the god-murdering sword formation, he arranged the 1,000 beast souls into various parts of the valley, forming an indescribable and mysterious formation. At this time, Long Chen was standing at the center of the formation, sitting cross-legged. He closed his eyes, and the golden sword soul and black sword soul that were hidden in his body quietly rose up from the top of his head, circling above his head. Godslayer, with his eyes closed, Long Chen began to use the god-murdering sword formation's incantation. To him, he was already familiar with this incantation countless of times, and it was a walk in the park. Long Chen was able to easily move the territory, and in a short period of time, a blood-colored formation appeared beneath him. Within the formation, the blood-red runes and the blood-red sword images interweaved together, and the runes coiled around the small sword, forming a soul-stirring sharpness. This blood-red circular formation gradually spread out to the surroundings. Every time it passed by a beast soul that Long Chen had already placed down, the sword-shaped runes would wrap around it. Inside the beast soul, one ferocious beast after another roared, shaking the heavens and earth, and then they were melted by the blood-colored sword-shaped runes, turning into beast-shaped runes that fused into the formation. Then, it spread out in other directions. After about half an hour, the blood-red sword formation under Long Chen's feet had already spread to a radius of 1,000 meters. All the beast souls had been fused into the blood-red formation. At this moment, thousands of giant beast runes were roaring within the formation. They gave off a powerful spiritual pressure. At the same time, there were also sharp sword-shaped runes interspersed within the formation. They were incomparably sharp. The golden and black sword souls emitted a resplendent light. The sword souls split up, and hundreds of millions of small golden swords and small black swords formed a taiji pattern on the formation. The gold and black swords rotated gently, and the yin and yang sword souls fused into the god-murdering sword formation. Although it was a 6th-grade divine-level battle skill, Long Chen's comprehension ability was already quite astonishing. After comprehending it for such a long time, in the end, it was finally natural. Relying on the familiar chant, Long Chen cultivated for a total of 3 days and 3 nights, and finally mastered the god-murdering sword formation. Under Long Chen's control, the god-murdering sword formation shrunk back, turning into a circular sword formation with a diameter of 10 meters. Within the sword formation, there were over 1,000 beast-shaped runes that were displaying their effects, and Long Chen's own understanding of the way of the sword had also increased the power of the god-murdering sword formation by quite a bit. The beast-shaped runes and the sword-shaped runes intertwined, and a blood-red light flickered. This profound formation had always been revolving beneath Long Chen's feet, and it looked calm and peaceful, but with a single order from Long Chen, it would be able to activate the power of the sword formation, and together with Long Chen's sword force, it would form a sure kill effect. This god-murdering sword formation is almost like a domain, and it is not limited to the ground. No matter where I am, the god-murdering sword formation will follow me, and in my god-murdering sword formation, no matter how strong you are, you will have to face tens of thousands of attacks from me at the same time. This kind of sword formation was simply a heaven-defying battle skill. No wonder Yi Wuxiang was able to rely on the god-murdering sword formation to kill so many people. In Long Chen's hand, a blood-red sword qi condensed. Immediately, on top of the god-murdering sword formation, the sword-shaped runes seemed to have been summoned, and in an instant, tens of thousands of blood-colored sword blades pierced out from the god-murdering sword formation, causing the sword formation to instantly turn into a sea of fire. This is the Sea of Swords. With another order, an illusory giant beast suddenly crawled out from the sword formation. It was the 8-armed demonic dragon, but at this moment, the demonic dragon was completely formed from tiny swords. Its entire body was blood-red, and it roared towards the sky, its entire body filled with a huge deterrent force. This is a beast tide. Of course, Long Chen did not truly launch an attack. If he did, the Sea of Swords would really be a Sea of Swords, and although there were only 1,000 beasts in the beast tide, each of them was incomparably huge. Under the envelopment of the god-murdering sword formation, the 10,000 beasts rushed together, and the sword qi surged. It was not a problem. Finally, there is a killing move that is even stronger than killing tribulation. Recently, I have been fighting with fierce beasts, so it is very difficult for me to understand the Tao of the God Martial Realm. I still need a period of time on the path of the first level of the God Martial Realm. The God Martial Realm was not so easy to cultivate. What was different from the Heaven Martial Realm was that every stage of the God Martial Realm required a lot of time. Long Chen was still slowly exploring the way of the God Martial Realm. I need to fight with human warriors, and they are at least in the 4th level of the God Martial Realm, this kind of warrior who can help me break through the limit. Unfortunately, I can't go back to the Serene Hell Mansion. With the killing move of the God-murdering sword formation, I still have to sneak into the Eastern Imperial Palace, then go to the Western Imperial region, and then cross the Broken Star Sea. His goal was incomparably firm. Hope was right in front of him. At this moment, Long Chen felt that something was wrong. Is someone coming? Whether it was the divine sense or the spirit-devouring demonic pupil, they both needed to sense in order to know. Before, Long Chen was immersed in the surprise of completing the cultivation of the god-murdering sword formation, and did not carefully observe with the spirit-devouring demonic pupil. At this moment, a grey mist flashed past his eyes, and in his vision, everything around him turned into nothingness. Only a ball of god-martial soul appeared a few hundred meters in front of him. Sumo. Long Chen felt cold all over. Sumo had actually chased after him. This was completely out of Long Chen's expectations. He did not escape. For Sumo, the distance of a few hundred meters was covered in an instant. Very soon, a man wearing a cloak appeared in front of Long Chen. He gently took off the cloak on his head, looked at Long Chen with a smile, and said slowly, "This ghost region forest is really big. Although I knew you were here, It still took me almost a month to find you. He looked behind Long Chen and continued, of course, if it wasn't for the ghost demon corpse dragon, I could expand the range of my divine sense to the maximum. In that case, I would have been able to find you earlier. Long Chen was not in a hurry. Sumo was definitely here to fight to the death. There was no suspense. But today, Long Chen was not as afraid of him as before. I'm very curious. How did you know I was here? Asked Long Chen. Sumo did not answer. He looked at Long Chen with a smile, looked him up and down, and said, You have become a lot stronger. Unfortunately, you are still too inexperienced. If I were you, I would not save people, I would only kill people. Everyone who has seen my appearance must be killed. Long Chen understood. So it was that group of people who leaked his information. When he first came to the Ghost Region Forest, he did not think too much about it. He thought that he had already escaped too far, and that the other party would not be able to catch up. You have reminded me that it won't be easy to find me next time, Long Chen said with a smile. Will there be a next time? Sumo laughed loudly. Of course Long Chen had it. The current him, with a blood escape, was 100 miles away. Even if Sumo ran until his legs broke, he would not be able to catch up to him, but Long Chen did not run. Sumo was strong enough to break through Long Chen's limits, but this kind of opponent was not a good opponent, a good target to test the god-murdering sword formation. Run, I'll chase you from behind until you give me the nameless battle skill and the Scarlet Blood Heaven Wasteland. This will be a very fun hunting game, and in the process, you will feel despair. Long Chen, really, you are the person I want to kill the most in my life. Sumo licked his lips and laughed pervertedly. Really, after seeing Long Chen, he realized that he was about to go crazy. Just thinking about the feeling of tearing him apart made his entire body feel numb and refreshed. It was much more pleasurable than having intercourse. Crazy. Chapter 10-15. Sumo chased for more than 3 months and finally met Long Chen. Since the appearance of this young man, the trajectory of his life began to deviate greatly. Today, he had nothing left. Even his family had collapsed. Of course, compared to the Yi family, they were much better off. The people from Emperor Dong's palace were much more ruthless than they had expected. Seeing that Long Chen seemed to be completely unworried, Sumo could only say that he was too bold. Last time in the Divine Slaughtering Hall, I lost to you in the battle of the will of the God of Slaughter. Then you thought that I, who was at the 4th level of the Divine Martial Arts realm, was only a so? Seeing the disdain in Long Chen's eyes, Sumo knew that Long Chen must have thought so. The pain of losing his arm was the most resentful thing in Sumo's heart, more than anything else. Until today, although his arm had grown back, it still could not be completely recovered. There were still many problems when he used it. The more he thought about his arm, the angrier Sumo was. He walked towards Long Chen step by step, and the purple flame began to surround his body. Without the suppression of the will of the God of Slaughter, his genuine qi, which was hundreds of times more powerful than Long Chen's, was running crazily in his body, bringing great pressure to Long Chen. Whether it was Su Tian or Xueqi, they were all of the same system as Sumo, but Sumo's momentum alone was countless times more powerful than theirs. Compared to Sumo, Su Tian and the others were just like children. The purple flame on Sumo's body was like a rune, wrapping around his body. At that moment, his hair completely turned purple, burning fiercely. In his eyes, the purple flame swallowed and spat out, extremely terrifying. In fact, it was not that Long Chen was not afraid of Sumo, but he had the magical power of the blood escape, so he did not have to worry. He wanted to see how strong a warrior at the 4th level of the Divine Martial Arts realm, the peak of the extreme realm of martial arts, was. A year ago, when I first arrived at the Ghost City, you were still someone I looked up to. At that time, I could not even defeat a chilly arch at the 1st level of the Divine Martial Arts realm, let alone you. But today, I am confronting you here. Long Chen sighed. This could only mean that his progress was too fast. Sumo gave a ferocious smile and said, Are you praising yourself? You are just lucky, that's all. However, your good luck ends here. I have to say that you are a genius. Your speed of progress has exceeded my expectations. Furthermore, there is another very important point, that is, I still don't understand why you, who are only at the 1st level of the Divine Martial Realm, have such a fighting capacity. Being born in the Su family, He had already inherited all of the Su family's battle skills. As for the excavation of the Purple Fire Phoenix's bloodline, he had already reached a perfect state. Such an opponent was still a great threat to Long Chen, who had already absorbed 1/10 of the ancestral dragon's blood essence. Long Chen could only place his hopes on the Scarlet Blood Eternal Desolation and the God Slaughtering Sword formation. Without these two God of Slaughter's inheritance, he did not have the qualifications to fight against his opponent. After all, Sumo was Sumo, a genius who had cultivated for thousands of years. In the entire Netherworld mansion, Sumo's strength was well known. Long Chen, who had just arrived, could only be considered a newborn calf. In the surroundings of Sumo, the surrounding tall trees started to burn. In the first moment, all the trees in the huge valley were burned by an invisible flame power. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, a deathly gray land was emptied, and Long Chen and Sumo stood in the middle of the land. Long Chen could feel the heat coming from it. Phew! Sumo, whose long purple hair was burning, smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, I am just using the Nirvana purple flame to burn a decent battlefield. Do you still remember the time when you fought with Xueqi? That was such a good arena, and countless people cheered for you. That was probably your most glorious time, and now, I will also give you a battlefield." Madman. Long Chen felt that this guy had lost his mind. Everything that had happened recently seemed to be a big blow to him. "Show me your strongest strength. I will give you 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths of time, I will make my move." Sumo suddenly stopped smiling, and his expression became incomparably grave. He took a few steps back and waved his hand at Long Chen, indicating for Long Chen to attack him first. "After 10 breaths of time, I will not be courteous with you. Let's see how long you can last under my attack. Now, I will let you attack as you please. Let me see how strong your strongest attack is. Long Chen, you are the first to be able to force me, Sumo, to such a state where I have nothing." Sumo said coldly. "You are the first and also the last." Long Chen understood him. In these 10 breaths of time, Long Chen was also a proud person. This was a contest, not a trampling. At this moment, Long Chen stretched out his finger slightly, and on his right hand, a dragon-shaped tattoo suddenly emerged, condensing into a blood-red long sword in his hand. The long sword was 1.2 meters long, but only 2 fingers wide. The blade was thin and sharp, and on the sword hilt was the body of a divine dragon. The sword was blood-red, like a pure blood-colored jade, but it was incomparably sharp. It faintly revealed a majestic aura that came from an ancient overlord, causing Sumo to frown slightly. Every time he held the scarlet blood sky, it gave Long Chen the feeling that he was holding the red-horned demonic dragon. It was as if he was holding a divine dragon. "This is the scarlet blood sky." He first frowned, then became ecstatic. "Although I'm not a practitioner of the sword, with this scarlet blood sky, as well as the God Slaughtering Sword formation and the nameless battle skill, I, Sumo, will leave this place far away. Then, in a few years, I will become a new god of death." Whether it was the scarlet blood sky or the nameless battle skill, they were both legendary heaven-defying treasures. They were at least of the 8th grade of the divine tier. An ancient and desolate aura instantly enveloped the surroundings. Long Chen's scarlet blood sky desolation in his hand felt like it was hanging around Sumo's neck. "You said that you would give me 10 breaths of time." When Long Chen finished speaking, the enormous sword aura on his body had already been prepared. At this moment, sword chi surged in his eyes. With a wave of the scarlet blood sky, countless blood-red sword chi surged out. Million-killing tribulation. This was Long Chen's strongest move apart from the God-slaughtering sword formation. In an instant, 100,000 blood-red sword chi surged out, condensing into a huge ball of sword chi, instantly surrounding Sumo. At the same time, under the control of Long Chen's divine energy, the might of the dragon within the scarlet blood sky reappeared once again. This was a power similar to the will of martial arts. When Long Chen used it, the will of the dragon had already surpassed the will of the Tenglong dragon. To Sumo, this sudden attack of Long Chen's was a huge surprise. In that instant, he was completely hit by it. Millions of killing intent rumbled on his body. As for how much damage it caused, Long Chen had no idea. In any case, he knew that it was impossible for him to injure Sumo so easily this time around. Therefore, after hitting his opponent, he immediately retreated. The scarlet blood sky actually gives you the power of will. At this moment, Sumo's words seemed to be ringing in his ears. The millions of sword chi in front of him vibrated rapidly, before exploding. The blood-red sword chi turned into ashes, and the purple flames condensed into a purple phoenix that soared into the sky. As for Sumo, he had destroyed Long Chen's attack with a single punch. 10 breaths of time have passed. It's my turn now. Sumo laughed. He didn't move immediately. Instead, he looked at the scarlet blood sky in Long Chen's hand with a fiery gaze. He said, "The release of will is related to the God Martial spirit. You are only at the first level of the God Martial realm, yet you can release such a power of will. If I hold this scarlet blood sky, wouldn't I be able to release a power similar to the will of the world, far surpassing the will of martial arts?" The scarlet blood sky was a peerless treasure. It had greatly aroused his desire. Sumo had come alone to chase after Long Chen. He had already thrown everything to the back of his head, searching for the path of rebirth. Only the scarlet blood sky and the nameless battle skill could bring about his rebirth. His luck was very good. He had really found Long Chen. I've wasted my time talking nonsense. Just now, Long Chen didn't use all of his power. At that moment, he was already standing 300 meters away from Sumo. Golden lightning flashed under his feet, driving Long Chen's speed. His eyes were cold. Long Chen had entered a fighting state. He rushed towards Sumo with a swish. Dragon Slayer. Sword of Chaos. These two moves were used consecutively. In terms of style, it was not as good as the billions of killing calamity. However, the power and lethality of the double attack was much greater than before. After a blood-red waterfall, a blood-red vortex of sword chi suddenly arrived. You actually dare to attack. Your struggle before death. Sumo chuckled. His body suddenly turned into a purple firebird. With a speed much faster than Long Chen, he rushed towards Long Chen in the air with a swish. With a simple punch, a flaming gale rushed towards Long Chen. Sumo's fist was one with heaven and man, fusing the Emperor's spiritual chi of heaven and earth into his fist energy, forming the power of a domain. Instantly, Long Chen's attack was completely shattered. Such a small trick can be used against Su Tian and the others. But for me, although there was a kind of dragon will power, Long Chen's control of this power was not mature enough. The true martialist will is like this. Chapter 10:16. In Long Chen's eyes, Sumo seemed to have transformed into a godlike existence. With a casual wave of his hand, it was as if the heavens and earth had collapsed. Rumble. Is this the complete will of martial arts? Long Chen finally felt this power. It was a mysterious feeling. At this moment, Long Chen was activating the martial emperor soul. From Sumo's body, an incomparably mysterious feeling was transmitted, causing Long Chen to be completely immersed in this feeling. Of course, it was still a little too early for him to comprehend the will of martial arts. However, there were many things that could be extracted from the will of martial arts. While absorbing the mysteries, Long Chen transformed into a golden bolt of lightning. Although his speed was not as fast as his opponent, his agility was not inferior to his opponent. In this narrow space, agility was actually more important than speed. You're quite fast at dodging, just like your cowardly personality. But you can dodge for a while, but can you hide forever? Sumo's laughter lingered around Long Chen. Punches containing the will of martial arts flew towards Long Chen. Long Chen could only desperately dodge. Every time he dodged, Sumo's fists would hit the ground, causing the earth to tremble again and again. Huge and scorched craters would appear out of nowhere, and black scorched soil would fly up into the sky. Under Sumo's pursuit, Long Chen seemed to be in a particularly difficult situation. If this is how weak you are, then let's end this. Sumo sneered. Like a shadow, Long Chen could not dodge at all. At this moment, Sumo suddenly sped up. He clenched his hand, and an earth-shattering punch flew towards Long Chen. With this punch, the purple flames formed a tornado-like vortex, sweeping towards Long Chen. In an instant, all of Long Chen's escape routes were blocked. This purple vortex of flames was only a means to imprison Long Chen. It was not a real fist technique. In the center of the vortex, an inexplicably powerful force rumbled towards Long Chen. Is it real? Long Chen frowned slightly. Although he did not understand this punch, it was at least a 4th-grade god-tier battle skill. If he was hit, Long Chen would definitely be smashed to pieces. Sumo was planning to kill Long Chen in one move. However, Long Chen would definitely not let him have his way. Trillion Calamities of Slaughter. The true Trillion Calamities of Slaughter contain the power of the will of the dragon. Long Chen slashed out with his sword. Instantly, countless blood-red sword chis formed a ball of sword chi. Under Long Chen's control, the ball of sword chi turned into a roaring divine dragon. Composed of densely packed blood-red sword chis, it blocked that heaven-defying punch of Sumo. Is that all? Break! Long Chen snorted coldly. He increased the force of his punch, and Long Chen's Trillion Calamities of Slaughter was shattered into pieces. The blood-red sword chis flew everywhere, leaving countless scars on the charred ground. There were thousands of them, and every single one of them was over a meter deep. After shattering Long Chen's attack, the next step was to take Long Chen's life. Sumo understood Long Chen. He knew that Long Chen's strongest move should be the Yi clan's Calamities of Slaughter. This move had been destroyed just now. Looking at Long Chen, who was at his wit's end under his attack, Sumo's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. In his eyes, everything about this kid was good, but he was too bold. He didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and he was too confident in himself. This was the reason for Long Chen's death. If he had rushed in from the beginning, Sumo might not have dared to chase after him. After all, that was the territory of the ghost demon corpse Jiao Dragon. Die! Sumo increased the power of his punch. The diameter of the purple vortex expanded to over 100 meters, instantly locking down the space around Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't escape in any direction. Just as he was about to kill Long Chen, Sumo realized that Long Chen didn't seem to be afraid at all. Instead, he even revealed a cold smile. Sumo was startled. He realized that this kid might have other tricks up his sleeves. He raised the scarlet blood eternal desolation in his hand. God slaying, under the brandishing of the sword in Long Chen's hand, a blood-colored array formation with a diameter of over 1,000 meters appeared beneath Long Chen's feet, covering the entire battlefield between him and Sumo. The blood-colored array formation erupted with a sharp light, streaks of sword chi crisscrossed within, and huge beasts roared within. Sumo suddenly realized that there was actually such a red array formation beneath his feet. A solemn name appeared in his mind. Sumo was completely stunned. He realized that Long Chen had already successfully cultivated the god-murdering sword formation. Not to mention this astonishing cultivation speed, even if he could successfully cultivate it, with Long Chen's current divine energy, he would actually be able to unleash it. Very quickly, Sumo had his answer. The blood-colored runes climbed onto Long Chen's body, as if Long Chen had already fused with the formation. When Long Chen moved, the blood-red god-murdering sword formation also moved. Whoosh! The god-murdering sword formation was formed before Sumo's arrival. Long Chen swung his sword, and in an instant, within the god-murdering sword formation, countless sword chi suddenly rose, condensing into a gigantic blood-red sword blade that was over 100 meters long. Within it were densely packed blood-red sword chi, sweeping towards Sumo, wanting to cut Sumo in half. The purple flame vortex was completely shattered by Long Chen's sword. What a terrifying god-murdering sword formation. Sumo's move had been destroyed, and he had already lost the chance to kill Long Chen. At the same time, he deeply felt the terror of the god-murdering sword formation. The terrifying power had completely surpassed the power of Long Chen's entire body. This was a formation, and the formation itself had the ability to replenish the Emperor's spiritual energy from the air. Furthermore, this effect surpassed the Emperor's spiritual energy that Sumo's unity of heaven and man could mobilize. In other words, as long as Long Chen was in the god-murdering sword formation, he would have an endless amount of power to release. Sumo knew very clearly that this god-murdering sword formation was something that Sumo knew, that Su Zhan had obtained it first. In the last game of life and death, Long Chen had survived, and Su Zhan had died. Therefore, the god-murdering sword formation had fallen into Long Chen's hands. Thinking about this, Sumo became even more envious of the god-murdering sword formation. Such a powerful battle skill should belong to me. What answered him was another blood-red sword chi from Long Chen. This sword chi suddenly appeared beneath Sumo's feet and shot out explosively, almost piercing through Sumo. As long as he was in the god-murdering sword formation, Sumo would have to be on guard against this kind of attack at all times. Even though his divine essence was over 100 times stronger than Long Chen's, at this time, he had no choice but to bring out his own strength and seriously deal with Long Chen. I'll let you experience the wonders of the god-murdering sword formation. To Long Chen, the real battle had only just begun. Within the range of the god-murdering sword formation, he was the god of the sword. Long Chen didn't even need to move. He just needed to stand on the spot and brandish his sword, and he would be able to unleash all kinds of killing methods. It's such a waste for such a good thing to fall into your hands. Sumo laughed coldly, suppressing the fear in his eyes. The appearance of the god-murdering sword formation gradually made him go crazy. Purple Fire Phoenix Body. At this time, Sumo finally displayed his strongest technique. Purple flames burned fiercely. Just like his hair, streaks of purple feather-shaped shadows completely wrapped around him. A pair of gigantic purple flame wings appeared behind him, completely supporting his body, and his speed increased by who knew how many times. Sumo's aura instantly rose to the extreme. Can you feel my power? You're still too inexperienced. Sumo laughed coldly. The flame wings on his back flashed lightly, and waves of heat waves rushed towards Long Chen. At this time, Sumo was flying over 100 meters in the air, temporarily escaping from the power of Long Chen's god-murdering sword formation. This way, you won't be able to touch me. Sumo thought he was smart and laughed. Without saying a word, Long Chen, who was in the divine martial realm, had long since had the qualifications to fly in the air. Beneath his feet, with him as the center, was a blood-red sword formation with a diameter of over 1,000 meters. When Long Chen flew up, Sumo was once again trapped within. What a waste! Sumo's eyes surged with the flames of anger. At this time he cursed. The wings on his back flashed, like a giant purple bird. Purple flame plume. The purple feathers on his body exploded, and tens of thousands of feathers shot towards Long Chen. When this purple flame plume was used, it covered the sky and covered the earth, and was countless times stronger than Xueqi and the others. In the end, every piece of purple flame plume evolved into a purple firebird, releasing billions of sharp cries as they flew towards Long Chen. Sea of Swords. Long Chen's gaze was calm. Although the entire world was filled with purple firebirds, there were none around him. With a wave of his sword tip, the entire god-murdering sword formation trembled, and millions of sword chis burst out from within, densely packed together, forming a sword chi pillar with a diameter of over 1,000 meters. This crazy sword chi pillar immediately pierced through all the firebirds, completely submerging them. How is this possible? Sumo was taken aback. At the last moment, the purple wings completely wrapped around him, and in the next instant, he completely disappeared in the Sea of Swords, vanishing without a trace. He's not dead. Long Chen knew that although the god-murdering sword formation was powerful, with Long Chen's current god essence, it was not enough to kill him. At most, it could only cause him a little bit of damage. At this time, the sword chi pillar soared into the sky. It was already over 1,000 meters tall. If it wasn't an expert surpassing Long Chen, he would basically be able to kill as many people as Long Chen was within range. The spirit-devouring demon eyes turned rapidly. It's here. What a fast speed. It had to be said that the power of the Sea of Swords was boundless. Even if Sumo could withstand it, he would definitely be injured. However, when the purple flame wings wrapped around him, he escaped from Long Chen's sword chi pillar at that time and rushed to Long Chen's feet. Yes, Sumo was a smart person. Long Chen was currently in midair, and above the god-murdering sword formation was the area he controlled, so what about below the god-murdering sword formation? Chapter 10:17. You fell for it, haha. Sumo laughed. With a flash of his violet flame wings, he arrived at Long Chen's feet. Is that so? Long Chen smiled. He slashed out with a scarlet blood sky desolation in his hand. The countless sword chi pillars suddenly changed directions and shot towards the bottom of the god-slaying sword formation. Within the range of the god-slaying sword formation, whether it was above or below, everything was under Long Chen's control. The sword chi that soared into the sky suddenly descended to the ground, completely submerging Sumo once again. The millions of sword chi, each of the tiny blood-red sword blades pierced through Sumo's body and stabbed into the ground. From the start of the battle, the ground began to tremble crazily. The entire Ghost's Domain forest was shaking. Even though Long Chen tried his best to control the attack in his hand, it still created a huge crater a few hundred meters deep on the ground within a kilometer diameter. Countless amounts of soil were submerged by Long Chen's sword. This was the power of the god-slaying sword formation. Is he dead this time? The Xueqi was already the strongest attack Long Chen could unleash. The level of this attack had already reached the peak of the 4th level of the Divine Martial Realm. Unfortunately, Long Chen didn't have much Divine Yuan to recover. After using it once, he hurriedly used the blood-refining qi to devour his own life in the Great Void Realm. This time, the attack of the God-slaying sword formation was equivalent to the blood essence of a dozen third-grade Divine Martial Realm demonic beasts. Under the scan of the spirit-devouring demon eye, Long Chen discovered that Sumo wasn't dead at all. As expected of a 4th-level Divine Martial Realm expert, a peak of the Martial Realm expert, Long Chen couldn't help but admire this point. Hundreds of meters underground, a huge rock shattered with a loud bang. Sumo rushed out with a dusty face. His face was incomparably pale, and his body was covered in wounds. Those blood-red sword wounds were probably healing quickly under the effect of medicinal pills. Long Chen didn't really hurt his vital points. Just a little bit more. He had almost been able to kill Sumo, unless he had reached the top of the first Divine Qi layer, but he was still a little bit away from that. The battle skill is good, but the person using it is too weak. Long Chen, you will still die today. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Sumo actually laughed crazily. However, his laughter soon came to a halt. Long Chen was also frightened. The two of them looked towards the depths of the Ghost's Domain forest at the same time. In that place, a huge soul was awakening. Long Chen's Sea of Swords had caused great damage to the Ghost's Domain forest, causing a huge tremor. At this time, the ground was shaking continuously. The intensity of this tremor was similar to Long Chen's Sea of Swords. However, this tremor was continuous. That ghost demon corpse Jiao was unexpectedly awakened by me, and even became angry. Thinking about this problem, Long Chen was shocked. The god-slaughtering sword formation was too powerful. He hadn't expected this. Since the ghost demon corpse Jiao had been alarmed and he hadn't been able to kill Sumo, the best way now was to quickly escape. Otherwise, when the ghost demon corpse Jiao came, they would all be finished. At the same time, Sumo's mind was also rapidly turning. This brat has successfully cultivated the god-slaughtering sword formation, and also has the Scarlet Blood Sky Desolation. It will be very difficult for me to kill him. At least before the ghost demon corpse Jiao arrives. I can't lose my life. Thinking of this, although Sumo desperately wanted to kill Long Chen, he no longer had the opportunity. At this time, Long Chen put away the Scarlet Blood Sky Desolation and said with a sneer, "You are lucky today, I let you escape this calamity. When we meet again, you can just wait for death." After saying this, Long Chen turned around and left. If they didn't leave quickly, when the ghost demon corpse Jiao arrived, both of them would die without a complete corpse. From the shaking of the earth, it could be seen how powerful the ghost demon corpse Jiao was. This place was still tens of thousands of miles away from its habitat, but with its speed, it should be able to catch up very quickly. When Long Chen left, Sumo quickly chased after him. If he let Long Chen escape today, then he didn't know when he would be able to find him again. Sumo was too strong, and Long Chen didn't want to fight with him. Seeing that Sumo was getting closer and closer, Long Chen instantly used the blood escape. That speed instantly left Sumo far behind. Escape art. Seeing Long Chen quickly disappear, Sumo felt an incomparable pain. He knew that once Long Chen left, it would be impossible to find him again. Long Chen, you might not know, but Yi Xian has already fallen into the hands of the Emperor Dong's palace. At this time, Sumo roared behind Long Chen. Long Chen paused and stopped using the blood escape art. Separated by tens of thousands of meters, Sumo was already an almost invisible dot. What did you say? Long Chen's breath became heavy. He didn't want to kill Sumo, so he didn't want to risk his life. He was about to leave, but Sumo unexpectedly threw out such a message. Sumo smiled. He looked at Long Chen with pity and said, "The people from the Emperor Dong's palace, one of the top 10 on the heavenly talent list, Xueqi, in the completion of LV6 Divine Martial Realm. He has an 8th Divine Martial Realm weapon, the Clear Sky Sword. Even the Lord of the Nether Mansion can only carry his shoes. Yi Xian is now in his hands, waiting for you to exchange the Crimson Blood Sky Desolation and the Nameless Battle Skill. Don't be too late. If Yi Xian dies at that time, it will be your fault." Long Chen clenched his fists and breathed heavily. Faint traces of blood began to appear in his eyes. Xueqi. Yi Xian was caught. Long Chen only needed to go back to the Nether Mansion to find out. I'll wait for you in the main city of the Nether Spirit. She wanted to let her brother go first and stop Chu Tiange, but her brother Yi Xian didn't escape. He's in my hands. Are you coming to the main city of the Nether Spirit? Haha, if you don't come first, this brat will probably die in front of her sister. Goodbye, Sumo said with a smile, turned around and left, no longer chasing after Long Chen. Beside the two, the ground suddenly shook. Long Chen turned around. After using the blood escape art, he rushed out of the Nether Spirit Forest in a very short time. Long Chen, are you really going back to the Nether Mansion? Kitten asked anxiously. Of course. They were caught because of me. I can't just sit back and watch. What if Sumo is lying to you? Long Chen pondered for a while and said, he can't lie to me. From his eyes, I can see that he's telling the truth. Yi Xian should be in the prefecture city, and my good brother Yi Xian was taken advantage of by the Su family, and taken to the main city of the Nether Spirit. Sumo is really bold. With such a strong person in the Emperor Dong's palace, he still dares to covet the treasure. Long Chen didn't say anything more. Looking in the direction of the Nether Mansion, he decisively moved forward. But, aren't you going to the Emperor Dong's palace, then the Western Emperor domain to find Lingxi, who you've been seeing for a long time? Kitten didn't mind and teased. Long Chen stopped. After a long time, he continued to move forward, faster and faster. Little she will forgive me. She's waiting for me. On one side was the lover he had been following, and on the other side was his brother and master who had a strange relationship with him. Now they were in danger because of him. No matter what, Long Chen had to go back to the Nether Mansion. No matter how strong the enemy was, Long Chen would not let go of those who kidnapped him. Even the experts of the Emperor Dong's palace are on the move. They really think highly of me. Using this method to lure me to the prefecture city? They really know me well. They know that I, Long Chen, will go no matter what. Long Chen's blood flowed in his heart. It took him more than a month to go from the Blue Flames prefecture to the Nether Mansion. Time waits for no one. Long Chen had to work hard and press forward. He even used the blood escape and time reversal when he had time. The 6th tier of the Divine Martial Realm and the Supreme Golden Body. Such a warrior can't be killed. Only by killing his spirit can he die. And he has such a powerful weapon. Boy, I think you'll die here when you go back this time, Kitten said mysteriously. Why? That's Master Cat's intuition, Kitten said decisively. At this time, Kitten was on Long Chen's shoulder. Long Chen smiled. He slapped Kitten and said, well, before I die, I must drag someone down with me. It's you. When we get to the Ghost City, you sneak in and see if Yi Xian is there. Kitten was speechless. You're abusing a child, it said with tears in its eyes. You're an old guy. Are you a child? Long Chen glanced at it disdainfully. A gust of wind blew past. Long Chen turned into a gray shadow. Seeing Long Chen go back so decisively, Kitten couldn't help but ask curiously, don't you worry about your own life? Death. So what? I've died countless times over the years, but I still survived in the end. I can't do it. A 6th tier Divine Martial Realm warrior can kill me. But you can't even kill Sumo, who's in the 4th tier of the Divine Martial Realm, Kitten said. You're wrong. He'll die sooner or later. Long Chen answered coldly. He suddenly sped up. Kitten screamed and hugged Long Chen's neck, almost being flung away. In less than a month, Long Chen returned to the Nether Mansion. He couldn't go to the transmission formation of other manners and directly return to the Nether Mansion. With his status, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. So, he could only rush back in a low-key manner. During this time, Sumo and Su Yang should have returned to the main city of the Ghost Race. Sumo asked Long Chen to go to the main city of the Ghost Race because he wanted to get the thing in Long Chen's hand before the people of Emperor Dong's palace did. The people of Emperor Dong's palace had Yi Xian as a threat, and they also had Yi Xian, who was similar to Yi Xian in Long Chen's mind. He believed that Long Chen would come to the main city of the Ghost Race. Long Chen would come. This time he came with killing intent. Unlike the previous sword test, Long Chen's killing intent was burning fiercely in his heart. The green main city of the Ghost Race appeared in Long Chen's vision. Standing at the foot of the main city of the Ghost Race, Long Chen didn't approach at first. With Sumo's divine consciousness, they would definitely know when Long Chen came. Chapter 10:18. Kitten was also one of the masters of the Void Dragon Talisman. Long Chen and Kitten were connected through the Void Dragon Talisman. When Kitten left with the Void Dragon Talisman, Kitten seemed to have become Long Chen's eyes. "What are you doing?" When Long Chen was about to enter the main city of spirits, Kitten took the Void Dragon Talisman from Long Chen's chest and fell to the ground. "Didn't you ask me to go in and check first?" Kitten said indifferently. Long Chen was only joking when he said that. "I'll go in myself, so that you won't be killed in a second after you go in. Although you're a cat, any cat that gets close to them will be killed," said Long Chen. He was wondering whether Sumo and the others were in the training camp of the Underworld Army or the Lord's Mansion. What kind of mountain of knives and sea of fire were they waiting for him? If they dared to snatch meat from Chu Tiange's mouth, it meant that their plan was to get Long Chen's things and kill Long Chen and Yi Xian at the same time. Otherwise, even they would be in the most dangerous situation. Kitten looked at Long Chen for a while, as if he couldn't believe that Long Chen was still concerned about his safety. After a long time, he laughed disdainfully and said, "Boy, don't you think you're underestimating Master Cat? Those little idiots at the God Martial Arts realm want to find Master Cat with their divine senses? I've swallowed so many divine crystals recently. Master Cat is no longer the same as before." Long Chen was a little surprised. "Their divine awareness can't find me. Even the divine awareness is divided into different levels. For example, a warrior at the 2nd level of the divine martial arts realm can never perceive that a warrior at the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm is behind him. This is the same principle. Well, I won't say more. Just watch Master Cat show off his power." After saying that, Kitten held its head high. After a few flashes, it entered the spirit main city. Its speed was much faster than before. Otherwise, with its 4 little pink feet, who knew how long it would take to run to the place where Long Chen wanted to go? Let's go to the Netherworld Army's training camp first. At this moment, Kitten was already invisible. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find him. Long Chen was now in the eastern part of the city. After entering the city, not far away was the Netherworld Legion's training camp. Kitten walked around the Netherworld Legion's training camp, including the Purple Ink Palace where Sumo frequented, but he still couldn't find them. At this moment, Kitten's eyes were like Long Chen's eyes. If they are not in the Netherworld Legion's training camp, then they must be in the Castellan's mansion. Now that Yi Xian is gone, the Castellan's mansion is almost paralyzed. Without saying anything, Kitten acted as free labor and ran in the direction of the Castellan's mansion again. The short distance made it gasp for breath. The Castellan's mansion was in sight. The colorful exquisite tower was still there, but the people had changed. With great difficulty, Kitten ran into the Castellan's mansion. It rested for a while, cursed for a while, and then walked into the Castellan's mansion. If it had known earlier, it wouldn't have volunteered to run in first. The Castellan's mansion was the most likely place for them to stay. "Let's go to the Purple Ink Palace. I think they will be there. Be careful when approaching there," Long Chen said. "You don't need to say that," Kitten said in a bad mood. It ran straight into the Castellan's mansion, and the Purple Ink Palace was in sight. They are inside, but soon, Long Chen received the information from Kitten's eyes. The kitten cautiously approached and then climbed up a wall. From the top of this wall, one could see most of the scene inside the Purple Xian Hall. At this time, there were a total of 2 people inside the Purple Xian Hall. Sumo is actually not here. According to reason, with Sumo's identity, he should have been able to go to the Universe Transmission Array. Even if he couldn't directly go to the Serene Hell Mansion, he could have come out from the prefecture city next to the Serene Hell Mansion. His speed was much faster than Long Chen's. Moreover, he himself was fast, so according to reason, he should have returned long ago. Long Chen first put aside the matter of Sumo. Kitten was also a little nervous when he was so close to the other side's powerhouses. He remained motionless. In the Purple Ink Palace, one of the 2 people was, of course, Yi Xian. He was sitting on a wooden chair with his head drooped down. His face was pale and his teeth were clenched. It seemed that there was infinite anger and unwillingness in his heart. He wasn't their opponent, but that was because he was still young. In time, his cultivation would also catch up with the others. It was only a matter of time. "You're really a genius. Under my control, you could also break through to the 2nd tier of the divine martial arts realm. After all, you have reached the divine awareness realm. You have a preliminary understanding of divine awareness, But without the opportunity to replenish your divine spirit with divine gems, it must be very difficult. Next to him was the Su family's Xueqi, who was wearing a fiery red robe and looked upright and warm. He was a man of few words, Xueqi. Su Yang's strength was at the same level as Sumo's. Even because he was the family master, he had accumulated and obtained more things. Yi Xian snorted coldly and did not answer. After a long time, he clenched his teeth and said, "By holding the weak hostage, you create a trap to attract the other side, so that you can obtain treasures. I really look down on your Su family's way of doing things." Su Yong let out a rare laugh. He stroked his long beard and said with emotion, "We're nothing. We just picked up the small fish that the experts of Emperor Dong's palace missed. We're just imitating Chu Tiange. But I guess if Long Chen comes back, he will come here first. After all, the prefectural city is like hell for him." Shameless. Yi Xian cursed and kept his head down. It's a pity that Sumo was summoned to the prefectural city a few days ago. I don't know why they called Sumo over. I heard from Sumo that the boy named Long Chen is very powerful. When he left, he told me to be careful. It's rare to see someone who can make Sumo so cautious, so I'm very curious about this Long Chen. Yi Xian laughed and said, "You should be. Long Chen's strength will never be as simple as you think. You want to use me, a mere Yi Xian, to get the blood-red sky desolation and the nameless battle skill? Let me tell you, you're still far from it." "Is that so?" Su Yong waved his hand helplessly and said, "I heard that he practiced a very powerful escape method, and his instantaneous speed far exceeds Sumo's. So I've already prepared the most precious thing of our Su family, which we've kept for many years. It's time to take it out." "What is it?" Yi Xian was startled. He seemed to suddenly remember something and his face paled. "Is it the Violet Domain Talisman?" The Violet Domain Talisman can form a Violet Domain boundary. For example, Grandpa Duga's Domain of Solitude is even more powerful. Basically, it's impossible to escape from the Violet Domain boundary without 10 days. Unless the Violet Domain boundary is broken. You're quite knowledgeable. That's right. This is my Su family's Violet Domain Talisman. As long as he enters the Violet Palace, I can make it so that he won't be able to leave for 10 days. I have 10 days to kill him, and he won't be able to escape. What escape method? In my eyes, death is his only way out. Su Yong said with a smile. Despicable. Yi Xian angrily rebuked. Since you know, then I can't let you speak, lest you ruin my plans. Su Yong was a cautious person. In order to prevent Long Chen from learning about the Violet Domain boundary in advance, he could only seal Yi Xian's mouth. Don't worry. You are now my bargaining chip. Before I kill Long Chen, I won't harm you. But if you want to speak, wait until your next life. The entire Violet Palace Hall was a place where Su Yang's domain imprisoned. If he didn't allow Yi Xian to speak, Yi Xian wouldn't even be able to open his mouth. All of this was under Long Chen's field of vision. Violet Domain Talisman. Long Chen felt a headache coming. If he wanted to save Yi Xian, he would have to rush inside. But with the existence of the Violet Domain Talisman, he wouldn't be able to come out. No matter what, it was a great thing to be able to get some information first. Moreover, Sumo was not in the main city of spirits. If it's just a deal with Su Yong alone, I can still fight. Long Chen clenched his fists and went in the direction of the Lord's mansion without saying a word. He was very fast. Although there were people coming and going on the road, no one could detect his existence. People in the city were talking about the shocking changes that had happened recently. The matter of the Godslayer's mausoleum had gradually spread. Long Chen's nature-defying character had long been talked about. Time really reveals a man's heart. I didn't expect Marshal Sumo to be such a person. At that time, he will definitely be the one who loves Lord Yi Xian the most. Such a bastard should be cut into pieces. Now that Lord Yi Xian is imprisoned by the people of Emperor Dong's palace, who can save her? That Long Chen is very incredible. I heard that he is only at the first level of the divine martial arts realm, but his performance in the Godslayer's mausoleum shocked everyone. He is the biggest winner, but because he doesn't have the power to protect the treasure, he has fallen into such a situation. I say, do you think that Long Chen will go to the prefecture to save the beautiful Lord Yi Xian? When it came to this question, people looked at each other. If he goes, he'll die. There's no hope of survival. The expert named Chu Tiange is very famous in Emperor Dong's palace. Although he looks gentle, he is actually cruel and decisive. Long Chen is a heaven-defying figure, and it's time for him to grow quickly in the cradle. Chu Tiange will definitely kill him while he's still in the cradle to consolidate his position in the Eastern Royal Domain. When it came to this matter, people's faces were a little pale. To be honest, no one will not care about their own life, so let's wait for a miracle. Chapter 10:19. On the way, Long Chen put the content of their conversation to the back of his mind. Instead, he was thinking about the next opportunity. He had to save everyone, but he had a way. He was not a blind person. He knew that in this situation where there was a great disparity in strength, it was much better to use his brain than his strength. If I don't go in, it will be very difficult to save Yi Xian. If I can go in, I can't come out. What should I do? Along the way, Long Chen had been thinking about this problem. At this time, Kitten had already come out of the city lord's mansion and met up with Long Chen. Long Chen asked, "What is this purple realm talisman?" "It's a kind of talisman. It's a kind of restraining talisman. It's a bit like a restriction. It can form a transparent fortress in a small area that is very difficult to break. However, it's useful for both defense and confinement." Listening to Kitten's tone, it seemed that he was somewhat disdainful of this thing. "You mean, you have a way to break this purple realm talisman?" Long Chen asked. "It's not me, it's you. Idiot, the horn of the red-horned demon dragon is very sharp. It's said that it can pierce through the world. It specializes in piercing this kind of domain. So, you don't have to worry about the purple realm talisman at all. If that idiot knew a little more about your scarlet blood everlasting and knew that it came from the red-horned demon dragon, he wouldn't be so naive to use a small purple realm talisman to trap you. Thank you very much." Long Chen was overjoyed. With this, he was completely hopeful that he could save Yi Xian and escape unscathed. "Sumo Suyang, you've schemed so much. If it wasn't for Kitten, I might have fallen into your trap, but now..." After listening to the conversation between Su Yang and Yi Xian, everything was within Long Chen's grasp. In a very short period of time, Long Chen directly rushed into the range of Su Yang's divine sense. His divine sense was a full 7 li, almost close to the 5th level of the divine martial realm. If he maintained such a long range of divine sense for a long time, it would be very difficult, so he only maintained a range of 1 li. As soon as Long Chen came out, he directly stood in front of the Zixuan Palace. It could be seen how fast his speed was. Standing in front of the Zixuan Palace, inside, Su Yang and Yi Xian both stood up at the same time. Su Yang's face was filled with joy, while Yi Xian's face was filled with worry. He wanted to say something and remind Long Chen not to come in, but under the imprisonment of Su Yang, he couldn't do it. As a result, Yi Xian's expression looked somewhat ferocious. He kept shaking his head at Long Chen, and tears came out of his eyes. Long Chen had already saved him several times. There was no need for him to save him like this. "In the end, you still came. I'll make it short. If you give me the Scarlet Blood Heaven Wasteland and the Nameless Battle Skill, I'll return Yi Xian to you," Su Yang said in a clear voice. Long Chen did not walk in at the beginning. He sized up the other party for a while, sneered and said, "Do you think that I, Long Chen, am a fool? If I give you something, it will definitely spread out. At that time, you will all become street rats. Even if you get the treasure, you will not be able to live in peace. You don't have to worry about that. My Su family naturally has a way to protect myself," Su Yang said with a calm expression. He was waiting for Long Chen to walk in, but Long Chen did not seem to have any intention of coming in. Turning his head, he saw that Yi Xian had been shaking his head the entire time. "Come in and talk. My goal is only those 2 things. You don't have the strength to control those things, so don't be greedy. Since you've already cultivated the god-murdering sword formation, give me the things and I'll give them to you immediately. That will be a happy ending for everyone." Just as he had hoped, Long Chen really didn't know anything and continued walking inside. And at this time, Su Yang was overjoyed in his heart, while Yi Xian was so nervous that he almost died. No matter how he reminded him, Long Chen seemed to be completely unaware of it. When Long Chen stepped into the entrance of the Zixuan Hall, both sides suddenly went berserk. At this time, Su Yang hurriedly formed a seal with his hands and activated the purple domain talisman in his hands, while Long Chen suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly circled behind Su Yang. Because Su Yang wanted to activate the purple domain talisman, he did not go to intercept Long Chen. Long Chen immediately arrived beside Yi Xian. At first, Yi Xian was imprisoned by Su Yang. After Su Yang focused on activating the purple domain talisman, he did not imprison Yi Xian anymore. In this short period of time, the purple domain talisman was activated, and Long Chen successfully saved Yi Xian. Both of them successfully achieved their goals. Su Yang was not nervous at all. In his opinion, Yi Xian had already completed his role. His role was to attract Long Chen in. Now that Long Chen had come in, he could not get out. Even if Long Chen saved Yi Xian, so what? He still could not get out. After Long Chen pulled away from Yi Xian and took a few steps back, a purple transparent ripple, just like a wave of water, completely covered the inner walls of the purple Xian Hall, forming a sealed space. At the entrance, there was also a purple transparent halo fluctuating, making it impossible for anyone to leave. Long Chen pretended to be surprised and punched the purple transparent light wave. Suddenly, the wave-like membrane caved in, completely removing the force of Long Chen's punch, but it was still incomparably firm. There was even a powerful force that bounced back towards Long Chen, shaking Long Chen away. When Yi Xian was able to open his mouth, it was already too late. Yi Xian looked at all of this with a dumbfounded expression. He shook his head helplessly and said, "Brother Chen, I've implicated you this time. This is the purple domain talisman of the Yi clan. Without 10 days of time, you won't be able to get out." On the other side, Su Yang also smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I lied to you just now. My Su clan really does not have the strength to protect itself, so I can only kill the two of you and then take away the things. In that case it will be foolproof." Yi Xian's face was as pale as ash. It didn't matter if something happened to him, but he had implicated Long Chen. However, everything was under the control of Long Chen. He patted Yi Xian's shoulder and said, "There's nothing to be afraid of, you can enter the Great Void Realm first. As for getting out, I don't believe that we can't get out after killing this Su Yang." Indeed, killing him was also a way to get out. Yi Xian was startled. Long Chen's joke was too much. Su Yang was at the complete 4th tier of the Divine Martial Realm, someone who was close to the Oblivion Wind Tribulation. In the past, the most that Long Chen could deal with was the complete 3rd tier of the Divine Martial Realm. Could it be that Long Chen's strength had increased again? However, Yi Xian did not feel the aura of divine sense from Long Chen's body. In other words, Long Chen did not have divine sense. "Brother Chen." Yi Xian still wasn't confident. He was the one who'd caused Long Chen to end up like this. "If you don't believe me, let's go and save your sister together. Do you know what faith is?" Long Chen suddenly said in a serious tone. "I understand." Thinking of Long Chen's character, Yi Xian suddenly understood why Long Chen could be so nature-defying. It had a lot to do with faith. Long Chen's faith was that before the truth came to light, he would absolutely not fall. Even if it was Su Yang who had the Violet Domain Realm, he would not fall. "I believe you," Yi Xian said. Under the attraction of Long Chen's Great Void Realm, he entered the safest place, the Great Void Realm. In this place, even if Long Chen died, Kitten could still take Yi Xian out. After Yi Xian disappeared, Su Yang was a little surprised and said, "There is a treasure that can let a living person go in? This is also a good thing. It belongs to me." "You're thinking too much." Long Chen took a few steps back and faced Su Yang. At this time, Su Yang's aura was surging like sumo's. He had entered a battle state. His entire body was burning with purple flames. In this small space, the temperature rapidly rose, reaching its peak in an instant. This heat couldn't be released. For Su Yang, it was a good thing, but for Long Chen, it was a bad thing. Part of the reason why the Su family treasured the purple boundary talisman was because of their bloodline. Any random flame could cover the entire Violet Domain realm, leaving Long Chen with no way to escape. "I heard that you once fought with Sumo. He said that your strength is not bad, and that you have the strength to injure him. Since it's you, then let me experience it." Su Yang laughed. With 10 days of time, he could completely exhaust Long Chen to death. The previous Sumo also had the confidence to kill Long Chen. It was just that he did not have the confidence to catch up to Long Chen's escape technique. "Then as you wish." Scarlet Blood Sky Desolation appeared in Long Chen's hand. He gently waved it, and Long Chen felt as though he was holding onto a fresh life, a scarlet horned devil dragon. its surging combat power intertwined with his own. Scarlet Blood Heaven Wasteland. Su Yang's eyes burned. Without saying a word, Long Chen activated the god-murdering sword formation. This time, it was no longer 1,000 meters wide, but the entire Violet Domain realm was completely surrounded by his god-murdering sword formation. On the ground, there was a floating array formation. God-murdering sword formation. Su Yang's eyes burned even hotter. Don't worry, it's all yours. Long Chen's eyes were a little red. Now was not the time to kill Su Yang. Otherwise, he would definitely not be courteous. At this time, purple flame wings grew out from Su Yang's back, and were on par with Sumo's. From a battle point of view, Su Yang and Sumo were actually not much different. Sword C. Long Chen decisively activated the Sword C. The Scarlet Blood Heaven Wasteland in his hands pierced into the god-murdering sword formation beneath his feet, and instantly, billions of sword-shaped runes surged, transforming into streaks of blood-red sword chi that soared into the sky from the god-murdering sword formation, instantly submerging the entire Violet Domain realm. What a powerful attack! In this small space, Su Yang was simply unable to dodge. He immediately used his purple wings to surround himself, but the power of the god-murdering sword formation was completely focused on the Violet Domain realm. It was not something that Su Yang could block. Chapter 10:20. Goodbye. Suddenly, when Su Yang was resisting the Sea of Swords, he suddenly heard such a voice. At this moment, there were tens of thousands of swords breaking through his attack and attacking his body. Even though Su Yang was strong and his physical body wasn't weak, he was still injured. If it was in a spacious environment, he could still hide, but where could he hide now? Purple Flame Purgatory Fist. Just like Sumo, he punched out, finally blasting away the surrounding swords. But at this moment, the entire Purple Domain realm was like a balloon that suddenly exploded. All the energy poured into the hole, and when Su Yang reacted, the entire Zishuan Palace had already been completely destroyed, and Long Chen had disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? How could he destroy the Purple Domain realm? At this moment, Su Yang's body was filled with sword wounds. His face was pale and his heart was ice cold. It wasn't easy for him to perfect his plan, but it actually failed. No, this is the last chance. Long Chen is in the Netherworld Manor. He definitely won't dare to make a sound. Thinking of this, Su Yang accepted this fact. He thought for a while, and could only attribute the problem to Qi Tian Huang. Only such a weapon had the sharpness to cut through the Purple Domain realm. Su Yang spread out his divine sense. Over there. After finding Long Chen who was truly fleeing, Su Yang hurriedly chased after him. Although he was injured, his normal speed was still faster than Long Chen's. After Long Chen left the city, a small dot appeared behind him. He knew that it was Su Yang who had caught up. With his speed, he estimated that he would be caught by Su Yang in a quarter of an hour. At that time, it would be another battle to the death. They were no longer in the main city of Spectre, but in the wilderness. Everyone could fight as they pleased. He caught up. What should we do? He didn't disappoint Yi Xian. Long Chen had indeed escaped. That god-murdering sword formation just now was truly abnormal. Yi Xian discovered that the distance between him and Long Chen was getting further and further. That's easy. Long Chen smiled. He took out the crystal map that Yi Xian had given him and pointed. Sky-burning city, is it this way? Why are you going to the main city? Yi Xian didn't react for a moment. He remembered that Long Chen seemed to have asked Yi Xian for a map of the 100 main cities in the Netherworld Mansion when he was in the God of Slaughter's mausoleum. Long Chen didn't say it directly because he wasn't sure if there was golden soul-chasing hell lightning among the Netherworld stones. The next step is to plan to go to the prefecture city and save your sister. I want to have one more bargaining chip before I go, so I'll go to the sky-burning city to try my luck. As for what to do, you'll know when you get there. Yi Xian nodded. Long Chen had always been a reliable person. Although both Long Chen and Yi Xian knew that it would be 10 times harder to save Yi Xian, but neither of them were willing to give up. After all, Yi Xian was his biological sister, and to Long Chen, she was a kind and generous big sister. She was also his Shifu in name, although the only thing she did was give Long Chen the killing tribulation and floating blood. That was enough. No matter how difficult it is, I want to learn from you. I won't give up even if I die. Yi Xian suddenly said. Long Chen nodded. Su Yang is catching up, Yi Xian reminded. Then, Long Chen laughed heartily. He turned around and said, "Old devil, goodbye." With that said, Long Chen activated blood escape and turned into a streak of scarlet light, disappearing into the horizon before Su Yang's eyes. This escape technique is amazing. Su Yang couldn't help but admire it. He finally understood what sumo meant. Long Chen was definitely a tough opponent. Otherwise, his Su clan wouldn't have lost so badly. After preparing for so long, he didn't even get any benefits before Long Chen escaped. That direction is the direction of the sky-burning city. Could he be heading there? Su Yang suddenly realized something. His face darkened and he thought, if that's the case, then I will go to the sky-burning city and give you a surprise. Your escape technique will consume a lot of spiritual energy. I don't believe you can last long. Then, Sumo used his full speed and chased after Long Chen. With Long Chen's current speed, he arrived at the sky-burning city in a few days. It was a city that was even bigger than the Spectre City. It was built on the top of a mountain and shone brightly. It was like a sun on the top of a mountain. Is this the sky-burning city? Long Chen felt that there must be something in the city that attracted him. Yes, the strongest city master here is at the exceptional LV4 Divine Martial Realm. The commander here is at the LV4 Divine Martial Realm. Yi Xian knew a lot about it. That's great. Long Chen could still be a warrior at this level. He took out the underworld armor that he had received in the Serene Hell Mansion and put it on. He looked like a soldier of the underworld army and walked into the sky-burning city. The training camp of the underworld army is in this direction. Long Chen found the place. With his intelligence, he quickly sneaked into the training camp of the Serene Hell Mansion. There was also the entrance to the Nether battlefield, the Nether Square and the Nether Stone. After half a day, Long Chen finally knew the place. The people who came to the Nether Square were all different. There were all kinds of people. Long Chen was at the LV1 Divine Martial Realm, so he was quite eye-catching. However, most people only saw him as an expert. Moreover, with Kitten's illusion causing mischief, no one suspected Long Chen at all. Soon, Kitten said something that made Long Chen excited. In the Netherstone, there is a similar soul-chasing hell electricity. Hurry up and collect it. Without saying anything, Long Chen put his hand on the Netherstone. Golden lightning flashed on his hand. The soul-chasing hell electricity in the Netherstone was also extremely weak. After feeling a sense of companionship, it happily swam to Long Chen's arm and dispersed. It merged with Long Chen's original soul-chasing hell electricity in the acupuncture point on Long Chen's left arm. Hungry. This was the message from the golden lightning. Long Chen was overjoyed. As he silently left the training ground of the Nether Army, he took out divine crystals from the great virtual realm and fed them to the soul-chasing hell electricity that he had just obtained. With 2 times the speed of the soul-chasing hell electricity, it meant that when they refined Long Chen's body, Long Chen's speed would soar again and reach a higher level. If I absorb 100 of these soul-chasing hellish thunderbolts and feed them with my 30,000 divine gems, my speed will reach a terrifying level. At that time, I'll be much more confident in entering the prefecture city. Moreover, there is the largest nether mansion in the prefecture city. Judging from Little Gold's attachment and reverence to that place, that should be Little Gold's true body. If he could find all of them, the soul-chasing hell electricity would definitely be a powerful move for Long Chen. At least in terms of speed, he would be able to grow to a terrifying level. Coming down from the sky-burning city, the divine crystals in Long Chen's hand went into Little Gold's stomach. Now, Little Gold's size had already doubled. The golden lightning was constantly refining Long Chen's body, increasing Long Chen's speed. In terms of physical strength, the divine dragon's essence blood kept Long Chen's body strong and superior. Moreover, every time he advanced a level in the divine martial realm, he would absorb 1/10 of the ancestral dragon's essence blood. This kind of golden lightning is truly magical. Yi Xian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He finally knew why Long Chen had come here. Suddenly, Long Chen heard the sound of something tearing through the air. He raised his head and saw that it was none other than Su Yang. He actually caught up? Long Chen gradually had an idea. Since Su Yang was so free, then, be my sparring partner. But now was not the time. The current Long Chen was not confident that he could withstand Su Yang's explosive power. No matter what, Su Yang was a martial artist in the complete paramount realm of martial arts. Kid, where are you going? Su Yang snorted coldly. He rushed in front of Long Chen and threw a punch. It was the purple flame purgatory fist of the 4th grade divine level. If you want to chase after me, then I'll wait for you in the Azure City. Long Chen chuckled. He activated Blood Escape and disappeared in front of Su Yang again. Su Yang was so angry that he almost exploded. Azure City. Su Yang was a little alarmed. What is this guy doing in the Azure City? Without thinking, Su Yang chased after him. Long Chen's whereabouts were not exposed. Only Su Yang knew where he was. He still had a chance to kill Long Chen. After some time, when Long Chen's whereabouts were exposed, Su Yang would have nothing to do with him. Therefore, he chased after him. A few days later, Long Chen arrived at the Azure City. Using the same trick, Long Chen obtained the 3rd soul-chasing Hell Thunder. Long Chen's body gradually grew bigger and more spirited. The tempering effect on Long Chen's speed gradually showed. Long Chen found that his speed was gradually increasing. No matter how many divine crystals I put in, they all become my speed. His next target was the empty city. Every time he reached a main city, Long Chen would wait for Su Yang after obtaining something. Sometimes, he would even use the martial emperor soul to fight with Su Yang for a while. Every time there was a critical moment, Long Chen would leave. Whenever he encountered Long Chen's blood escape, Su Yang had the urge to vomit blood. However, he gradually discovered one thing. This kid's speed seems to be getting faster and faster. He's clearly waiting for me a few times. Although he was puzzled, Su Yang had to continue chasing. This was his only chance. The Scarlet Blood Apocalypse and the Nameless Battle Skill were in front of him. He didn't want to give up. As he chased after the main cities, Long Chen obtained more and more soul-chasing Hell Lightning. He also moved faster and faster. Of course, the amount of divine crystals in his pocket also decreased. By the time he had collected more than 50 strands of soul-chasing Hell Lightning, the golden lightning had already spread throughout the acupuncture points on his left hand. There were many acupuncture points on his left hand. At the same time, his speed had also reached a terrifying level. With my current speed, even Su Yang can't beat me. I can shake him off without using Blood Escape. Chapter 1021. Every few days, Long Chen would get a portion of soul-chasing Hell Thunder. As the volume of soul-chasing Hell Thunder in his body grew larger and larger, he needed more and more divine gems to refine his body. At the same time, the Golden Thunder Beast could release more powerful attacks. Before reaching the God Martial Realm, the Golden Thunder Beast was Long Chen's sure kill weapon. Su Yang's toughness was much stronger than Long Chen had imagined. He had been chasing Long Chen all the way. Every time Long Chen absorbed soul-chasing Hell Thunder, he would wait for him outside the main city, and then there would be a fierce battle. With the improvement of Long Chen's speed and the evolution of the true martial emperor soul, his fighting capacity was gradually increasing. I have gone through 80 main cities, there are only 20 left. Now in the air, Long Chen didn't use the blood escape art. His entire body transformed into a golden lightning bolt and flew towards a city in front of him. His current speed had already surpassed the speed of an ordinary cultivator of the 4th level of the Divine Martial Arts realm. Even many cultivators of the 5th level of the Divine Martial Arts realm were no match for him. This was the effect of the soul-chasing Hell Thunder. In the last main city, Long Chen didn't wait for Su Yang. Now Long Chen was at the critical moment of breaking through, but Su Yang didn't show up, which made him feel strange. Did he give up? Soon, Long Chen realized that Su Yang didn't listen to him, but intercepted him in the next main city. In the forest, Su Yang's eyes were blazing. He stared at Long Chen and said, "You want to get something from each main city, right? That's why I came here to wait for you. I'd like to see how you can escape before you get what you want." However, Su Yang didn't react until the 80th time, which was a bit slow. What an idiot. The reply to Su Yang was a cold smile from Long Chen. He had had enough of this for the past few days. Obviously, the time had come. The head of the Su family happened to come knocking on his door at this time. Without a second word, Long Chen took out the Scarlet Blood Sky Desolation. The moment this super divine weapon appeared, it caused a great shock to Su Yang. This place was tens of li away from one of the main cities. The commotion of the battle might alarm that main city. Su Yang could sense that along the way, Long Chen was quietly improving in all aspects. Very soon, Long Chen had reached a state where he felt threatened. In fact, Long Chen only needed to break through one layer and he would have the ability to kill Su Yang. "You're courting death. Don't even think about escaping this time." Su Yang roared angrily as purple flames soared into the sky. The shadow of the feathers surrounded his entire body. Purple flame wings burned his body and spread out completely, allowing him to float in the air. His speed and agility had increased by an unknown amount. Purple Flame Purgatory Fist. With a punch, Su Yang's attack was exactly the same as Sumo's. They were cultivators of the same level. "Be careful." In the Great Virtual Realm, Yi Xian reminded. This was the attack of a Grade 4 High God, the most common attack of the experts of the Su family. The moment he attacked, the violet flame vortex trapped Long Chen tightly. At the same time, the will of the martial arts descended. Too slow. Golden lightning surged out from every part of Long Chen's body. In an instant, it engulfed him, turning him into a golden lightning. This lightning roared and flickered, avoiding the range of the purple flame purgatory fist. Floating blood sword. The golden lightning made a curve in the air. After Su Yang finished his attack, it instantly rushed to him. What a fast speed. At this moment, Su Yang was completely frightened by Long Chen. Long Chen's terrifying speed was at least 10 times faster than before, maybe even 100 times faster. Such a terrifying speed was completely beyond Su Yang's understanding. How did he obtain such speed, and how did he become stronger? Could it be related to something in the main city? Su Yang turned pale with fright. In front of him was a blood-red light. He desperately dodged and finally dodged the drifting blood sword. The tip of Long Chen's sword brushed past his hair, splitting his long hair that was originally tied up into a bundle. Su Yang's hair was disheveled and he looked like a demon. Long Chen. Su Yang was furious. The violent purple divine essence sent Long Chen flying. Long Chen swayed a little in the air, but he stood firmly. Without saying a word, he rushed towards Su Yang again with extreme speed. This was a stalemate battle. It was true that Su Yang's attack power was a little stronger, but Long Chen's advantage in speed made Su Yang completely helpless. In the opening of the true martial Emperor Soul, Long Chen had already fought with Su Yang countless times. Every time he fought, he understood something, and his divine essence also improved. The starry sky realm was getting more and more mature, and his own Tao was gradually being explored by Long Chen. It's about time. In the battle, Long Chen fell into a state of selflessness. At this moment, Su Yang felt like he was not an enemy, but a machine. Long Chen had obtained many things he wanted from this machine's training. "You still don't need to use your strongest god-killing sword formation?" Su Yang roared and cursed. It was really meaningless to fight endlessly with Long Chen like this. The other party was fast and could dodge all his attacks. Soon, under the observation of the true martial Emperor Soul, Long Chen, who was in a state of enlightenment, felt that Su Yang's every move was completely analyzed by him. In the process, Long Chen sensed divine sense, the unity of heaven and man, and the will of martial arts. These were all things that he needed to learn next. Of course, the most important thing was the perfection of the starry sky realm. It should be like this. At this time, Long Chen held a long sword in his hand and quickly retreated. In the final battle with Su Yang, he had a sublimation in all aspects. The starry sky realm had finally reached perfection. It could be said that he had caught up to Yi Xian's original level. The perfection of the starry sky realm brought Long Chen direct benefits in terms of divine essence and speed. In the great void realm, after a large amount of blood essence of ferocious beasts was purified by Long Chen, it was now poured into Long Chen's body. A vast aura erupted from Long Chen's body, rumbling with a destructive force. He actually broke through at this time. Su Yang suddenly had a bad premonition. Now was the time for Long Chen to break through. There was still one last chance left. Long Chen's strength was already very heaven-defying. If he really took another step forward, Su Yang was not sure if he could deal with him. Descent of the Phoenix. This was the strongest move of the purple phoenix physique. In mid-air, Su Yang spread his wings. Purple flames surged from his body, burning fiercely. A phoenix bathed in fire gradually appeared. The flames soared into the sky, and the size of the phoenix also increased. In a short period of time, the purple phoenix let out a shrill cry and soared into the sky. It suddenly dived down with the power of the heavens and earth. Long Chen raised his head and saw that before the purple phoenix arrived, it had already burned the entire forest. The ground was charred black. Even the soil had begun to melt. This feeling. Facing Su Yang's ultimate move, Long Chen's heart was as still as water. Although his opponent's martial intent brought him an incomparably strong pressure, Long Chen's divine dragon martial spirit had a natural resistance to this pressure. At this moment, a blood-red light suddenly appeared in Long Chen's eyes. Su Yang, do you think that I, Long Chen, am easy to bully? You've already chased me for so long, and it seems to be very tiring. Since that's the case, I can't treat you unfairly. I'll give you the most spectacular way to die. At the end of his words, an explosive roar came from Long Chen's mouth. It shook the sky like a dragon's roar, blocking his opponent's path. At this moment, the scarlet blood heaven desolation in Long Chen's hand suddenly pierced into the ground. Boom! The blood-red formation, starting from the tip of his sword, instantly spread a distance of 1,000 meters. Countless sword-shaped runes appeared in the formation, flickering with a cold killing intent. Long Chen's berserk power surged into the god-murdering sword formation. In that instant, the purple fire phoenix in the sky seemed to have been bound by Long Chen's god-murdering sword formation. The reason I didn't kill you 2 times before was not because the god-murdering sword formation was not strong, but because I, Long Chen, did not have enough true essence. This time, the scarlet blood heaven desolation in his hand suddenly twisted. Sea of Swords. Within 1,000 meters, as long as it was a place controlled by the god-murdering sword formation, the sword-shaped runes all turned into countless blood-red sharp swords that soared into the sky. Between the sky and the earth, a sword chi pillar formed from billions of sword chis was formed, looking like a pillar that supported the heavens. In the main city not far away, there were also many people who had already seen this scene. What is that? It seems to be a pillar that connects the heavens and the earth. It's blood-red, so beautiful. This aura, in the main city, many people were discussing. The Sea of Swords soared into the sky, and the purple fire phoenix screamed as it descended. If I couldn't kill him the first time, I can't do it the second time either. Su Yang roared. The god essence in his entire body burned intensely. If the purple fire phoenix were to descend to the ground, it would be able to cause a huge tremor within a radius of tens of miles. Su Yang had sufficient confidence in the power of his move. He had the confidence to break the Sea of Swords below. But right at this moment, in the endless Sea of Swords, Su Yang vaguely saw a coiled blood-colored divine dragon. On the head of the divine dragon, there was an incomparably sharp horn that pierced through a little. At this moment, in the Sea of Swords, the horned divine dragon suddenly raised its head. What is this? Chapter 10:22. The divine dragon in the Sea of Swords soared into the sky, and the Sea of Swords soared into the sky. Ah! At the last moment, the purple fire phoenix collided with the Sea of Swords, and the earth shook. I won't lose, and I won't die, shouted Su Yang angrily. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. Hiss! In front of his eyes, the divine dragon in the Sea of Swords rushed out and bit his purple fire phoenix body. The irresistible power instantly tore his body in half and swallowed it. Then, the endless Sea of Swords completely submerged Su Yang's body and turned it into powder. Retreat! Long Chen changed his sword momentum and withdrew the Sea of Swords. Suddenly, there was nothing between heaven and earth. Su Yang had already disappeared, destroyed by Long Chen, and not even ashes were left. Long Chen, who had successfully reached the exceptional realm of the divine martial arts, already had the strength to kill an expert at the exceptional realm of the 4th level of the divine martial arts. Such an ability to kill an expert at a higher level was unimaginable to the people of the 3 great imperial domains. No one had ever been able to do this. Looking around with his sword, there were no more opponents around. Long Chen took a deep breath and then put away Scarlet Blood Tian Huang. Defeating Su Yang was like killing a paparazzi. He didn't feel relaxed. Fortunately, his speed and cultivation level had increased, so it would be much easier to go to the prefecture city. Today, I killed Su Yang and caused a great commotion. I guess some people will guess that it was me. I have to act quickly and go to the remaining 20 main cities. Also, what is in the largest netherworld stone in the prefecture city? Why is it so attractive to me? After such a great commotion, many people came over. Most of them were from the netherworld army in the main city. They were in charge of this kind of time. At the same time, Long Chen bypassed them and came to the main city. He took the soul-chasing Hell Lightning and left quickly. In front of him was the next main city on the crystal map. Those who are waiting for me to walk into the trap, I will give you a surprise. Looking in the direction of the prefecture city, Long Chen smiled. He had never been afraid of anyone. Along the way, I've never lacked stepping stones that were countless times stronger than me. But didn't I, Long Chen, survive all of them and even kill them? Only with the conviction of an expert could Long Chen venture into mountains of daggers and seas of flames. After coming to the Imperial Domain, Long Chen thought about many things. His goal was no longer just Xueqi. There were many more reunions. For example, his best brother, Xiao Lang, and his beloved sister, Yang Lingqing. Soyan was also waiting for Long Chen to visit her. Most importantly, there was Long Qinglan. Perhaps only when I reach your level will I be able to know all these secrets. Today, Long Chen had matured a lot. He knew how to think rationally, but he was still hot-blooded. Hidden under his calm appearance was a super beating heart. The root of all problems is strength. As long as I have strength, anything is possible. Now, the Scarlet Blood Apocalypse and the Nameless Battle Skill are a feast that Yi Wushang has prepared for me. The only thing I need to do is to improve my level, which is often the most difficult thing to do. After reaching the first level of the God Martial Realm, Long Chen had reached the first level of perfection in a short time. This was already heaven-defying. In the entire Imperial Domain, there were only a few people who could level up in such a short time like him. Without the true martial Imperial Soul, Long Chen's cultivation speed would be at least 1/10 of his current speed. At the same time, the Ancestral Dragon Realm was also preparing for him. When he reached the final Calamity Realm, he would truly transform into a dragon. The Divine Martial Realm and the Divine Martial Realm are the real martial arts. Everything before looks so ridiculous in front of the Divine Martial Realm. Before reaching the Divine Martial Realm, I really don't know how difficult it is to improve one's level. He couldn't be anxious. Stabilizing his realm was the prerequisite for him to perform exceptionally well. Compared to the strongest geniuses of the three great imperial domains, Long Chen didn't lose in anything. The only thing he lost was time. Compared to these geniuses, his origin was really too low. It was so low that it was indescribable. Moreover, he was much younger than the others. With such a low starting point, Long Chen could climb to such a level. If others knew about his experience, even the strongest experts in the imperial domain would be shocked. Long Chen had an idea. He calculated. Emperor Dong's palace is a force under the true martial imperial palace. The strongest expert is at the peak of the God martial realm. The talent list is probably a list to measure the young disciples. Chu Tiange has the clear sky sword and is at the 6th level of the God martial realm. So the strongest young warrior in Emperor Dong's palace should be at the 7th level of the God martial realm, the law of heaven and earth. The true martial imperial palace is a force that rules the entire true martial imperial domain. There must be warriors in the so-called calamity realm. The strongest young warrior should be at the 8th level of the God martial realm, the heaven and earth way, or even the 9th level of the God martial realm, the Nirvana golden wheel. So, I am very, very close to my goal. There are only 4 years left. While running madly, Long Chen raised his head. His chest was filled with hot blood. He looked up to the sky and roared. That so-called Wang Chen is at the peak of the God martial realm at most. With my strength and the ancestral dragon essence blood, the time to prove myself is not far away. The human race was full of awe for martial arts. But at this time, Long Chen's eyes were full of contempt. He had to thank the 5 emperors for this. So far, in fact, the true martial imperial soul was the most important treasure that Long Chen had, second only to the mysterious dragon jade, the ancestral dragon essence blood, and the void dragon talisman. Even the blood-red desolation and the nameless combat skill might not be as valuable as the true martial imperial soul, because the true martial imperial soul could solve the most important problem for Long Chen. He ran madly all the way, with a heart of innocence in harmony with heaven and earth. The sky of hope was close at hand. In the prefecture city of the Nether Prefecture, outside the Nether prison suppressing pagoda, a young man in a golden robe was leisurely enjoying a cup of tea. Beside him, Su Xiaodai propped her chin up on her arm and looked at him in a somewhat infatuated manner. Her ample bosom was pressed against the table, making one drool with desire. "Senior brother, do you think I'm beautiful?" Su Xiaodai smacked her lips and said, "Yes." Chu Tiange smiled and continued to read the book in his hand. "What are you reading?" Su Xiaodai was a little annoyed. He didn't even look at her. "There are some records about the legend of the red-horned demon dragon," Chu Tiange said lightly. "No one has ever seen a dragon. It's just a legend. Who would believe it?" Su Xiaodai was speechless. "It's not a legend. I heard that there was a dragon warrior in the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace, who inherited a very strong divine dragon essence blood. I don't know the specific attribute, but at least it's not weaker than the red-horned demon dragon." "Is the dragon warrior really that powerful?" Su Xiaodai was not interested. At this time, the Lord of the Nether Prefecture, Yang Yufan, walked in. "Young master, there's something important." "Say it." Chu Tiange closed the book and said indifferently. Beside the Green Nether City, many people saw the fight. One of them was the Su family member who possessed the purple fire phoenix body. If it wasn't Sumo, then it was Su Yang. The other one used the god-murdering sword formation. The Lord of the Nether Prefecture said cautiously. Chu Tiange laughed. "Sumo, this guy is quite daring to play this kind of trick with me. That purple fire phoenix should be Su Yang. As for the other person, he is our target. To be able to learn the god-murdering sword formation in such a short period of time, he is truly extraordinary. I seem to be a little interested." The Lord of the Nether Prefecture nodded and asked, "Young master, are we going to capture him?" Chu Tiange smiled and said, "Forget it, Yi Xian is here anyway, and I've analyzed this person's personality. He will definitely come. The entire city is under the control of my divine will. As long as you appear anywhere, I will be able to appear in front of him in an instant. Instead of playing a game of cat and mouse with him, why don't we just let the mouse come into the cage obediently, don't you think?" This old one understands. Yang Yufan obediently retreated. Chu Tiange then continued to read the book in his hand. "Seriously, what's there to see? It's better to chase after that mouse called Long Chen. Playing with this kind of little guy is more interesting." Su Xiaodai pouted and said, You don't understand." "Yes. Let me tell you a secret. This is what I deduced after reading through a large amount of information." Chu Tiange smiled mysteriously. "What is it?" Su Xiaodai asked curiously. "Scarlet blood desolation, it's very likely to be the horn of an ancient divine dragon, the blood-horned demon dragon. Do you know what that means?" "Scarlet blood desolation, although it has no rank, it's more precious than my clear sky sword," Chu Tiange said with a bit of excitement. "Ah!" Su Xiaodai jumped. "Something more precious than the clear sky sword, the horn of an ancient divine dragon, this." Su Xiaodai murmured to herself, also realizing how precious that thing was. "Therefore scarlet blood desolation. I must obtain it." Long Chen's speed increased. Finally, after a month, he successfully fused with all the golden lightning beasts. At this time, the acupuncture point where the golden lightning resided had spread from his palm to his arm. Half of the acupuncture points on Long Chen's arm were filled with golden lightning beasts. In fact, they were a whole. After consuming a total of 10,000 divine crystals, Long Chen had finally fed all the golden lightning beasts to their fullest state. The golden lightning was constantly tempering Long Chen's body, increasing his speed. This was a slow process, but Long Chen knew that at least for now, his speed had already reached the 5th level of the divine martial realm, or even the middle level. To be honest, someone in the 1st level of the divine martial realm had never had such speed in the 3 imperial domains. After everything was done, Long Chen had no choice but to seriously consider how he should proceed from here on out. "I got up at 7 a.m. to write, and by 12 a.m. I had already written 2 chapters. You can see how bad my current state is. I don't know what to say. I'm really going to collapse. I'll first write 2 chapters, then continue looking for a house in the afternoon. I didn't expect that renting a house would be so difficult. I've only been living for 2 months, but many people don't let me rent a house. I have 1 more chapter today. I'll finish it tonight. Even if I can't finish it, I'll definitely finish it. That's a promise. Also, there's a problem with the next plot, so I have to change it again. It's very difficult. Most of the time I've been thinking, and there are also all kinds of damn tests. When things settle down, I'll report to you. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.